board. It's a pure DPS race to the finish. 3, 2, 1. Do they have it? They got it.
Oh, this is gonna be sick.
Whole method is posturing up to do something.
What are we gonna be doing? Okay, so they void off over, they blink over with the mage. Thanner double grips. Oh my god, so they're skipping the Blastertron X80. This is so cool for Holy Method. Oh my god, that is insanely sweet.
And Holy Method, now with that Lust, getting one unfortunate charge straight to the boss, but they have dodged, actually 2 of them. Health, but this is not what he wanted.
This is about to die pretty quickly here after they press this Arcane Surge. Oh, never mind. No, okay, wait, they gotta die.
They will be ending the day on the triple world record tag. It's not even going to be close.
5%. They're definitely ahead of the check. Triple to white light. They have to make sure to turn. It's so close, but they're gonna do it with 5 seconds to spare. He's a cat forming. He's
cat forming all the time. He just doesn't care. Pots are out. My team's good. I'm gonna do some damn here. I'm gonna swipe away.
The final battle draws near. Championship Sunday of the Mythic Dungeon International starts now. World records have been shattered, new strats pioneered, and runs that seemed purely theoretical are very quickly becoming real masterclasses in high-end gameplay. 2 days of high-octane competition just wasn't enough. So today we will see the best players in the world push Mythic Plus keys to their absolute limits. Who will become our War Within Season 2 champions? We're about to find out. I'm Rook, your host this season, here with our spectacular casters, Nagura, Tettles, and Dratnos. I mean, Nagura, teams like Mandatory and Vunderbar, they want to stay on top, while Perplexed and Miscount are out to finally stop being runners-up and instead become champions. How close do you think the competition is this time around?
It's just so incredibly close. It's absolutely insane to see how good these teams are. And I mean, just looking at Miscount, they're currently in that #1 spot, right? They had all of these world record fast keys, and then they just go into that 23 meta load and time that key well. Wunderbar didn't have enough time on their end, right? So yeah, I think today is going to be absolutely incredible. And honestly, I think anyone can win today. And I say this a lot, but this time I'm actually completely unsure who is going to make it.
Yeah, this time for real, everybody, we don't know. And I mean, this is the first time Miscount has ever found themselves coming into day 3 in the first position. They seem on fire, but everybody else does too. So, Nagura, I am right there with you. I don't know what's going to happen. And you know, while our teams are looking to prove that they are the best key pushers in the world, they are also fighting for our largest prize pool in the War Within so far. $300,000 here, split amongst our teams that participated this weekend. But of course, as you can see, $120,000. That's a pretty significant jump for first place to take home. And they won't just be taking home the prize pool money either. Our team at Blizzard have handcrafted these incredible War Within Season 2 medals. These are unique, and the first, second, and third teams will get these themselves, and no one else is going to have these in the world. I mean, they are incredibly cool, and I'm sure they're going to love having them, even as we love seeing them. So, of course, I mean, it's been a journey. Months have passed since we actually got here. I mean, it's incredible. Season 2 MDI began back in April, but this has all brought us to this day here and now. Let's go ahead and look back on the roadmap and see where all of this started, even as we end Global Finals today. The time trials, like we said back in April, sorted out our top 24 teams into groups, which ran all throughout May, including our CN region, which was rebroadcast on the channel. The top 2 teams from each of those groups moved on to our biggest global finals ever, where 8 teams, as opposed to our usual 6, faced off and will now be competing for that final $300,000 and the rights to say that they are champions. I mean, Tettles, looking back to the time trials, would you have picked these 4 teams to make it here today?
Probably. I don't know about Perplexed. I think that Perplexed is probably the biggest underdog story. They looked a little bit shaky during the Group C finals. They looked like they had a lot of work to do, but then they came in day 1 on that Friday, 2 days ago. They had the best Friday. They had basically a perfect day, depleting 0 of the keys. Now, they were a little bit slower than some of the potential other competitors, but I really think that their day 1 kind of allowed them to leverage that into it, and decent enough day 2 to qualify for the final day, and now they're here to kind of play spoiler. The other top 3 teams, those were the top 3 seeds during time trials. They also won their group weekend. I think it was kind of to expectation that they made it this far. At the same time, We've seen crazy upsets happen in the past MDIs, in the past TGPs. We see upsets all the time. The fact that none of these teams accidentally had a bad day and got upset, I think, is more of a testament to just how damn good they are.
Seriously, I mean, I agree. It's amazing to see. Even Perplexed, when we're talking about like, oh yeah, they have a little work to do, they're still at the very top with these incredible teams that are pushing keys and setting world records. So I mean, yesterday's runs were wild, and a few of them even had us and all of chat just being like, I was here in the chat, which was amazing to see those moments. But day 2 was more than just that, right? So Drat, can you catch everybody up on what went down yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday was one of the best days of MDI ever. If you haven't watched it, you should go watch it again after you're done today. It was all super great. We introduced 2 new dungeons, and they both started at plus 19, which was absolutely crazy. We had the 19 Theater and the 19 Floodgate both added to our pool. Whether or not teams were able to 2-chest these keys came down to seconds. Here we are seeing some footage of Miscount actually securing that 2-chest by 7 seconds in the Theater, which was a great start to their day. Now, this is Vunderbar. They were the only team to able to do this key on the plus 22 level, largely off of this really cool skip tech they used in the Kultharok wing to get just all the count they wanted in that area in these huge pulls. And even then, you could see they timed it again by a matter of seconds. In the Cinderbrew Meadery, on the other hand, both Vunderbar and some other teams attempted it, but only Mandatory were able to actually put that keystone on the board. And then a third team had a uniquely high-level key, which is Miscount in this 23 Motherlode. Even with 4 deaths, they were fast enough to put this key on the board, which is incredible because Vunderbar came in here and had a run that looked pretty clean that did not beat the timer. Now, unfortunately, we did say goodbye to 2 teams yesterday as well. Holy Method, one of those teams, just had a tough day 1, made it through to day 2, but things didn't really improve for them, and they ended up going home yesterday in 6th place. And then in 5th place, we had 07, who made it to 106 points, the same amount as Perplexed, but their tiebreaker situation, just 30 seconds on the bad side of it. Even as they went to improve their timers at the end of the day, it just was not quite enough. So those teams are not joining us today, but the 4 teams that we have today are absolutely stacked, and all of them have something great on their scorecard.
Yeah, I mean, when you're up against people that are literally like putting up these cutting edge or near perfect or perfect runs, it is so difficult to even be able to manage to play at that level. So although we had 2 teams eliminated more yesterday as well with Holy Method and 07, the 4 that we have remaining really are just at the absolute top, and they have been fighting it out with a variety of different keys. And of course, we had 8 coming in down to our final 4. So here we really can't have any missed count or small mistakes from our competitors when it's mandatory for near perfect gameplay to win. Our teams will leave you perplexed as to how they can pull off these runs until you can only sit back and say Vunderbar. These are the best teams in Mythic Plus. I was really proud of myself for this, and I'm going to be real. So let's remind you of who they are. Nakura, can you give us the lowdown, starting with Miscount?
I'm not sure if I want to.
I'm so sorry. Thanks, everybody. I'll be here all day.
So we do have Miscount. Miscount, a team that has been holding that #1 overall spot on live servers for multiple seasons, actually. So they have been doing incredibly well there. And then they decided to go into the MDI. And they've been competing a few times now. And every single time they have been competing, they have been doing better and better. And now they are here in this global final Sunday, and they're currently holding that #1 spot as well. One thing to mention about them, yesterday, they were holding world records when it came to time tiebreakers on the lower key levels, but they ended up rerunning some of their keys to get even better times there, while the other teams were attempting those higher key levels, like the 22 TOPs, 22 Meaderies, and 23 Motherlodes. And for a little while, we were worried that Miscount was not able to do those high keys, and that's why they're going for those time tiebreakers on the lower keys. But then at the very end of the day, they stepped into the 23 Motherlode and they timed it as the only team, and they were super fast as well, while Vunderbar, on the other hand, did not manage to time it. So Miscount looking very strong for this Sunday here. Then we do have Perplexed. We've talked about Perplexed earlier, being a little bit of the underdog coming in this time around, but they of course have been playing and participating in the MDI for a long time, and they really are veterans. They have never won, but they of course have been playing and participating in the MDI for a long time, and they really are veterans. They have never quite managed to get that #1 spot though, and it might be possible for them today as they are now on this Sunday. One thing to note about them, even though they have been consistent throughout this global final, one thing is that their time tiebreakers were not really that great. And that was problematic for them at the end of yesterday because 07 was so close on their heels that they, instead of trying to attempt those high keys like the other teams were able to do, they had to rerun some of their other keys to improve their times to not get knocked out yesterday. That means they have to do a little bit of catch up to get those higher keys done like we've seen some of the other teams be able to do. Then we do have Mandatory, our defending champions, coming in. Mandatory were completely knocking it out of the park in their group stage, and they had the fastest runs we have seen. And we were thinking that they are going to come into this global final and they are going to have those fast runs again, but it didn't really quite work out for them when it came to the fast runs. They, in fact, were close or potentially could have gotten eliminated if 07 and Perplexed would have done some of the dungeons faster, and Mandatory wouldn't have timed this 22 metery because they wiped in this dungeon for more than like an hour and a half. So they were in this dungeon for a long time, but then at the very end, they did manage to time the 22 metery as the only team, so they are up there again, and they will definitely be favorites coming into the Sunday as well. Then we do have Vunderbar, formerly known as Echo, as I already said before. 3 of their players have been playing in Echo. They do have the addition now of Whippy and Kush, and some people were thinking that maybe they're not going to be playing up to their standards from what they previously have been doing in Echo. But then when their group stage came around, they definitely played up to their standards and maybe even exceeded it to some people. And then as they came into this global final, they also just completely played incredible the first 2 days. One thing though, that it took them quite a while to time that to 22 TOP. Now that is a really high key and no one else was able to time it. And then they moved into 23 Motherload that unfortunately they did not manage to time. They were a couple of seconds over, but it definitely seems like they can do it. So Vunderbar also a contender for that #1 spot at the end of the day, but all teams just looking absolutely incredible. Super excited for them.
Yeah, it's just been incredible run after incredible run. I mean, how many more can we get? But I know we're going to get more today, and I'm sure the teams have even more tech and even more stress they're going to show off here as they pull out all the stops for our Championship Sunday. But of course, we have to give you a little bit of the framework of what's going on this weekend. So in case you missed it, this weekend, of course, we returned to our OG elimination format. So the teams had to face elimination. We eliminated 2 first day, 2 the second, and here and now we will decide our champions. Now, the teams have to push their keys. This is the TGP format, and points, of course, will be correlating to that, how many dungeons they can push as high as possible. It'll be 5 hours to do it, and today, of course, we'll have 1 more dungeon added into the pool, but this is a kind of high-pressure environment, especially with 5 hours on the clock, so Tettles, with risk versus reward, do you think the teams today can afford to play it slow and steady? Are they going to hold anything back?
I don't think you can afford to play it so slow and steady. Whenever you look at how the teams are kind of stacking up against one another, we have 3 teams all at 107 points. And look at this. The way that they got to 107 points isn't the exact same. Miscount had that 23 Motherload. Wunderbar, of course, had that 22 Theater of Pain. And Mandatory had that 22 Cinder Brew Meadery. And so I think that there is a world where the team that ends up winning this season's MDI puts up maybe only 2 of those dungeons, but maybe potentially 3. But even still, I think that you're going to have a lot of risk to be able to even time some of those dungeons. We saw the Motherload's timer was incredibly tight. That Cinderbrew Meadery from Mandatory, they were basically gambling the first pull, praying for Blood Beast procs. The Wunderbar 22 Theater of Pain, was that only possible with their route? It's hard to really say, but I don't think you can afford to be able to play slow and steady anymore. I think you have to be able to just kind of max out. An interesting stat as well is that there has been no TGP that has gone to time tiebreaker before. Every single time that we have seen the Great Push, it's always been won by a team putting up a +1 over the rest of their competition. I would not be shocked if that same thing happens today.
Right? I mean, we have that +23 up there, but of course we've seen that it seems like other teams are capable of it, but which dungeon, where they're going to do that, how they're going to approach it, or yeah, if we get a totally unexpected tiebreaker situation, it'd be absolutely wild, but I agree, Tettles, I think it's going to be one team going above and beyond. Of course, we'll see though. And they have to plan this out too, right? Because it takes time to do the dungeon. So how do you think, Tettles, that time allocation kind of plays a role in how they tackle things today?
It's kind of interesting. It kind of depends on what dungeon we end up receiving. In theory, you have only 1 dungeon that's being revealed today as opposed to the 3 and the 2 that we had in the past. if they spent 2, maybe even 2.5 hours running that dungeon that we end up receiving today, that will allow them to have 3 to 2.5 hours to be able to improve some of those heavy chase keys and go for those very long shot +1s. Now it kind of depends because the texture changes a lot relative to what dungeon we see. Whether or not we get like a workshop or a rookery, those are probably capped at like 21. I wouldn't be shocked if the teams were able to put those up rather quickly. But if it's a Dark Flame Cleft, that can go as high as 23, maybe 24, probably 23. But that kind of changes like how long you're going to end up spending in that dungeon, as an example.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You're right. I think it's a really good point. And of course, like you mentioned, we will have one more dungeon added to the pool today. So in groups, our teams were given the dungeons ahead of time, and they had a bit of time to prepare, especially with that new spec variety rule. But here in the global finals, we have been revealing them like we used to, with a surprise element. So they had 3 added the first day, 2 yesterday, and we have 1 more coming in today. So, I mean, Drat knows. 1 more dungeon going to be revealed. What do you think our teams are hoping for, kind of spinning off of what Tuttle was saying with what dungeon they could end up with?
So Miscount sitting at the top of our leaderboard have the only 23 right now. I think they would like that to stand, which means I think they don't want this to be a Dark Flame Cleft. Because if it's Dark Flame Cleft, that's another key that can go up that high, and maybe the other teams will be able to get that tiebreaker even with them without having to do the mother load, which looked so good for Miscount. So I think they're rooting for Rookery or Workshop. The other teams may be rooting for that Cleft instead.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? It's that kind of give and take. Yeah, do you want one so you can focus on the ones you already have? Or do you want one that you're like, hey, we have the possibility to really push this far and maybe, kind of like Tuttles was bringing up, get that 1-point advantage? Now, the reveal is here, and it is going to be Dark Flame Cleft. I mean, Dranos, we will be saying goodbye to you here in just a second as we kick things off, but what are some of your final thoughts about this particular dungeon making its appearance?
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, this is one of those keys that goes up to a super high level. So the question is, will Miscount be able to bring this up as high as it goes? Because if they do, then all of a sudden that mother load is still great on their scorecard. But if not, then potentially the other teams could equalize here. It's no surprise to see all 4 of our teams setting
Druid
here.
for mandatory and
Wow.
Vunderbar and Perplexed too.
This is very interesting. Let's dive into it. But Dranos, we'll see you on desk a little bit later. Thanks for kicking things off with us.
Thank you.
See ya. Go for it, Nagoya.
This is so interesting because during the group stage, we did see Mandatory play double Druid in Dark Flame Cleft, but we were thinking that was maybe because they were playing around the spec variety rule. But we were also thinking, you know what, maybe they are playing it for the utility, right? Because of course, Vortex in particular is very good for especially this early area here, and also for the first boss, which is very tough to do on the higher key levels. So now that obviously we don't have the spec variety rule anymore, it looks like a lot of the teams are agreeing that double Druid is actually a play for this dungeon.
It's interesting because Disc Priest does have still some advantages. So Blazicon, the cart section where you're dispelling the Corridor Creeper dot off of the tank, those kind of sections are really good for this Discipline Priest. Also, like the Darkness Encounter, if you get targeted with a Shadow Blast, if you need to shield your Moonkin on Blazicon, it's really good in those areas. But for that Resto Druid, the utility that you called out, fantastic. Also, the ability to be able to handle the Candle King healing, the HPS check on that boss, particularly once you get up to that 22 and 23 key level, that's where that Resto Druid shines. And the Disc Priest, if you get targeted by too many of those pickaxes, we've seen it a couple of times where you can just kind of run out of gas, you end up not having just enough HPS to be able to pull through. I'm really interested in seeing how Miscount are going to be able to do in this dungeon just in general compared to the rest of the field that are on that Resto Druid lifestyle.
Yeah, I think that's going to be super interesting to keep track on. And it's so cool to see all 4 teams in the DFC. Now we can get a perfect comparison between the routes and between the speed of the teams. Because since we are starting at plus 20, I think we already saw Team 2 Chest at 20 actually in DFC, right?
On live, teams have two chests at 20 Dark Flame.
Yeah, so we definitely know this is 2 chestable. And now, of course, this only was one dungeon that was announced today. I don't think it's going to be like incredibly important for the teams to 2 chesters. Like if they have a wipe, I think they can just continue and just do the 21 afterwards. Like it's just going to be practice for 22 and 23. But of course, it wouldn't bode very well for a team if they end up missing the 2 chests here, if we have seen other teams do it before, and it's also even something that people are doing on live servers.
My kind of expectation for this dungeon is that 23 is going to be the minimum qualifying level to win this season's MDI. Do you have any other thoughts? Is there a chance that it goes all the way up to 24?
I mean, I don't want to say no because honestly, some of the keys we've seen yesterday already were just keys that didn't think were possible even, right? So the fact that anything is possible here during this MDI is true. But then at the same time, 24 is just such an incredible high key level. I don't think the timer would be a problem in the 24 personally. I think the big problem would just be surviving, right? Something like the Candle King on a 24. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. Like, that just seems absolutely insane.
The white swings and the dot ticks from the corridor creepers at the very end as well on your tank. That just sounds incredibly difficult to be able to tank. That's one of the things that once these dungeons get up to that 22 and that 23 keystone level, people will talk about the avoidance sometimes. The hardest part of the dungeon isn't like living the bosses or anything. It's the tanks just surviving the white swings from the mobs on them each and every single pull. It is just a crazy amount of damage once you start to push these super high. Now, I want to go back to something that you said earlier. You said that you didn't think it mattered about whether or not you two-chest this dungeon. I think it kind of does matter, because if you're able to two-chest this dungeon compared to some of the other competition, that will allow you to get 30 additional minutes to go for those heavy +1 chase dungeons, that 22 Theater of Pain, that 23 Motherlode, that 22 Cinderbrew Meadery that we saw yesterday. And having 30 additional minutes to get on a solid run in those keys, I think is going to be super valuable at the end of the day. So I do think it does matter a little bit more than maybe we would expect. At the end of the day, though, I do kind of expect all of these teams to be able to put up a 23.
Yeah, so one thing to note, though, about the 23, right, is that no one has ever done a 23 before. Like, this would be something that we have never seen before, right? So even though looking at the Motherlode, right, looking at the fact that a 23 Motherlode was possible, and knowing that a 22 DFC was done before, we assume that the 23 is doable by these teams, but yeah, it has not been done before, so it's not like a guarantee that it's even doable, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true. Heard from some teams though, they kind of spoiled it a little bit. Basically, they told me to watch out for the minecart section of every single time that we make it into that minecart section. That's what we got to be watching out for, because they said that that's the make or break point of the dungeon. That's
also unfortunate too, because the minecart section is so late in the dungeon, right?
Yes.
That if that is the toughest part, then that is very difficult for the teams to execute, because the minecart, you're already done with 3 bosses at that point, so that's an insane amount of time lost if you don't make it there. And one really interesting thing that we don't talk about too often when it comes to practicing certain dungeons and certain pulls, the minecart area is actually one of the toughest things to practice for, because you cannot redo it. Like, there are certain pulls that if you wipe, you just release, you go again, and you can do this infinite amount of times, especially at the start of the dungeon. You start a pull, go out, release, go again. But the minecart section, that is something you cannot really redo. You will have to go out, reset the key, and do the whole dungeon up to that point again, and then do the minecart again during practice, I mean, right?
Yeah.
And those kind of things are so hard to practice in a tournament setting.
What do you think about the double druid with the overlapping utility? No Mark of the Wild. With the disc priest, you get the power word fortitude and the power infusion compared to the rest of druid. What's your kind of thoughts on the utility stacking here? Because it's fairly atypical that we see 2 of the same class in dungeons these days with just how strong raid buffs are.
Yeah, one thing about, I mean, obviously you're missing out on like an extra class buff, right? You're missing out on the stamina buff here in this case. And obviously, as you said, Mark of the Wild is not something that stacks. But I do think a lot of the druid utility does stack in like a good way, at least for this dungeon in particular, right? Because like Vortex, you can use 2 Vortexes, right? Like it's not that that one cancels out the other. Then the Typhoon is also something that works. Inkabor, right? You have a bunch of just AoE disrupts. Vortex in particular, very, very strong for this very first area whenever you get the knock, right? So to keep the mobs contained. And on top of that, I think mainly it's just for the first boss. Right? Having the Vortex for the first boss allows these teams to fully focus the minecart without having to worry about the ads too much. And we've seen how big of a problem the minecart can be already on like the 22 DFC in the group stage. So I can only imagine how hard it can be in a 23. So if you need your damage dealers to plant and fully hit the minecart to be able to kill it, then a Vortex is going to be saving the key, right? Because otherwise you're not going to be able to just plant and attack.
Yeah. So far, all the teams seeming like they're doing a pretty good job here in the Dark Flame Cleft. Wunderbar, the only team with a death on the board. I believe that they had a death on Genji that they committed to battle res. Probably not the end of the world. I think the 2-chest timer in here is going to be lenient enough at the pace that these teams are going right now, as most teams are going to be engaging Blaziken here momentarily. Miscount on the big screen. The first team to actually get Blaziken engaged, Wunderbar, Perplexed, and Mandatory following shortly behind. Actually, Mandatory looked like they were the first team that got Blaziken engaged, already having that boss down to 85% HP here.
Yeah, a lot of them also pulling that previous pack from the previous room into the boss as well. Usually it is the healers that are moving back, engaging that pack and coming back to Blaziken. You can see Mandatory having one of the Wick Lighters sheeped in the back that they're going to be using to stay in combat, and potentially also just adding it later to get some funnel, or just sheeping it for like IFK San stacks for combat after the boss goes down. And it looks like most teams are doing a very similar strategy.
It just, you don't end up having enough kicks if you're careful. That's why you kind of want to leave that Wick Lighter off to the side. Once those double fiends end up going down, it's not that big of a deal because you'll have enough time to kind of rotate through the interrupts. It's all about whenever Soda wants to kind of grab that mob in. Maybe they're going to be looking to grab it, all that Arcane Surge, because it does give a little bit of funnel. It's not like an insane amount of funnel because you'd rather have 5 targets on this Arcane Mage for the maximum amount of funnel, but it's still a non-zero amount. And it also has really good count implications because it's not time inefficient to do. The alternative would be every corridor creeper onto the boss, maybe onto darkness or something like that, which is difficult to live. So that's kind of why you want to pull these Wick Lighters into this boss, like you're seeing all of the teams do here.
I do see that Wunderbar did have this one death. They did also use a battle rest. When did that happen? Did you see that?
Genji died during the Taskmaster Wicklighter candle pull, the Wandering Candor pull, right after the first boss.
Okay. So, not the end of the world for Wunderbar, of course. Still going to be able to get that 2-chest timer, very likely, if, of course, nothing else goes wrong from here on out. We're going to have to see. Looking at the time, though, they are looking very strong. One team that is in the lead at the moment is Mandatory, though. Mandatory seemingly having the fastest route so far in the 20, which, you know, doesn't necessarily mean it's the fastest route. It could just mean that they played it more efficiently this run, while the other teams had a mistake here and there, like Wunderbar had this one death, of course. But yeah, all teams looking very close to one another. I mean, look at Miscount and Perplexed. They literally have, like, the same percentage on the boss, and Wunderbar is just, like, slightly ahead, too. Like, this is just insane. Like, they're all so close.
I just got a DM from one of the team's coaches. They say, if Miscount plays Disc Priest in 23 Cleft and have a consistent Candle King, AJ might just be the greatest to ever do it.
Oh, that's interesting. All right. So it looks like not only is it like a utility thing that they wanted to have the Devil Druid for, it's literally just they think that Disc Priest can't, or has a really hard time healing the Candle King. So that's interesting. So potentially, Miscount does have like the best comp, like when it comes to damage, right? Which might actually allow them to get a really good time tiebreaker on the 23, if they're able to heal that Candle King on the 23. Because it's also possible they switch their druids later, technically.
Mandatory a little bit faster coming off of Blaziken here, but look at that. They were actually a little bit slow getting these Flame Tenders kind of gathered, and Miscount in the top right-hand corner of the screen immediately getting a slightly better Sigil of Chains, allowing them to accelerate. That's like a minus 15 seconds Sigil of Chains right there for Mandatory. A little bit of a time loss incurred, but it's not going to be the end of the world. I think that the 22 chest timer is lenient enough by all of these teams just because of how fast they're going here. At the same time, you kind of have to be looking forward. We're forward thinking here. How much will that 15 seconds matter once we reach that 23? The answer is probably a big deal. All the teams are going to need to make sure that they're able to get that sigil of chains, because time tiebreakers might be relevant. We don't know for certain at this point, but they could be.
I mean, I think it's very likely that time tiebreakers will be relevant for some place. Like, right? It could be between second and third, between third and fourth. First and second, right? I think it's incredibly likely that we're gonna see at least 2 teams on the same score at the end of the day. But of course, it's also it's not a given, right? So the time tiebreaker, I do think, is something that the teams should worry about quite a lot, especially if it is the highest key that you are putting on. Of course, for the 20 here, it doesn't necessarily matter as much because that's very likely not going to be the highest key. that we see at the end of the day for all of these teams, but it still is going to be something to see. Like, we will see how fast their strategy can be on the higher key levels.
Kind of interesting. We're seeing different Bloodlust takes by all the teams. Miscount electing to press that Bloodlust on CD during BlazeCon. Mandatory looked like they pressed it right at the very beginning of Candle King. Perplexed in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen looks like their Bloodlust is still yet to come back up, making me think that they probably pressed it on Ol Waxbeard on the first boss. And it appears to me that Wunderbar pressed it on CD, on BlazeCon, and on the first Bold Dungeon. So we have 4 different teams and 3 different Bloodlust timings. Very interesting.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Miscount is the team that is just kind of sending their last on BlazeCon, when they are the ones that play that disc priest that apparently has a tougher time healing the boss. Not only do they have AJ on the disc priest, so the rest of the but then they also just don't use the bloodlust. They're like, we're just pressing it on cooldown. Sorry, AJ.
AJ's built diff.
Yep.
This has been known, I think, for a very long time. It's all about, like, on this encounter, really just making sure that you guys get restacked for the Eerie molds each and every single time. That way your Disc Priest doesn't have to move around as much. Whenever your Disc Priest has to take these Paranoia circles and go and break those Eerie molds, that's where your Disc Priest can really start to have problems if they don't have, like, a Penance available for movement. Because if they're not able to plant and cast and press smite over and over again and continue with their Radiance windows, that's, again, where you can really start to run into problems. You do actually have a lot of external tools in this group with things like the anti-magic zone, you have the mass barrier, you have the darkness, you have the power word barrier as well. So you have so many tools in this composition that you have to rotate through them perfectly as well. But if it is well timed, and AJ has the firepower to be able to heal through this should be incredibly impressive by him. And I think it actually creates for a little bit of an easier minecart section because you are going to have that Disc Priest with the multiple dispels available for your tank.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, right? Having those extra dispels might actually make it quite a bit easier. Yeah, that's a good
Premonition
shout.
and PS. 2 charges of PS, also probably a little bit better than 1 charge of Ironbark. Now, Ironbark does have some healing properties attached to it whenever you press it onto players, but I do think the double PS is probably a little bit better.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, right. The minecart section is coming up here for Mandatory as they did finish off the boss first. They did reach a bit later than Miscount, but because they did use Lust, they managed to finish off the boss earlier. And now we'll see how they do this. Skylark is, of course, moving around almost by himself. I do think Moat is going to try to be close behind. One thing, I guess, to note about the rest of druids here is that they can kind of like be a bit stealthy, I guess, and potentially like have an easier time not getting in combat compared to the priest, and also be a little bit faster maybe. But yeah, not necessarily guaranteed. There we go. Moat now with Skylark in a bear form, helping him out with like an Incabora, using Shadow Melt as well to drop aggro to make sure Skylark has all of the mobs on him. And Skylark looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those points where the Ursul's Vortex getting all the Skittering Darkness mobs off of the tank. Obviously, the Corridor Creepers are the scariest ones, but just not getting white swung on by all those small mobs is a huge deal. And I do actually really like that Resto Druid. Something that you pointed out as well is the ability to be able to prowl. That's not necessarily super relevant for the Resto Druid, although it could be, but it's very relevant for the Moonkin because the Moonkin will actually stay in stealth. And you saw Maystine just running around in that stealth, in that prowl, just feeding the minecart candles over and over and over again, allowing him to not accidentally get in combat with any of the mobs that Skylark continued to tag. And that just allows the teams to feed the cart as fast as possible. You can see like clicks on the side of Wunderbar right here. He's sitting in that prowl as well. Just again, continuing. He was feeding the cart a little bit earlier on, but just maintaining that prowl and feeding that minecart's such a huge time gain here.
Let me take a look at Miscount, because Kira has been on low HP for so long. I've just been worried looking at his HP. But I think he might be okay. He literally is kiting them. Okay, so he was just kiting them low HP.
Here's the
I
PS.
didn't get any hits in, as AJ is now with Kira having that pain sub up immediately while they wait for the rest of the team to arrive. So yeah, that's where the PS can come in clutch, and those extra dispels, like Tettles has been mentioning. So very interesting difference here in
the
healers
barrier
for Miscount. Yeah, even the barrier being used to be able to give Kira some extra defensives.
Should PI him.
Yeah.
PI the tank. Very rare, but could be good. Oh
Perplexed.
no! This is really bad for Perplexed. So on one hand, they could probably still time the dungeon even with this. On the other hand, they're probably
should,
going to
I
be
think.
they're probably going to be out of the range for two chesting this now.
Yeah. See, again, like I know you said that it does matter, and of course I think it matters, right? Like having 30 minutes more.
Yeah.
In the like that of course matters, but like it's not like technically it could not matter, right? Because if Perplex needs less pulls in their dungeons to time them, then they don't need the extra half an hour. Is it possible for them to do so? That's the other question, right? But because we're gonna have so many chase keys done today, we're gonna see teams like reset keys so much today.
Yeah.
There's definitely gonna be a lot of depleting, a lot of resetting, which means that not two chests in the 22, it's not going to be the end of the world for Perplexed. Now, obviously, they're already 1 point behind,
just
though.
cheat.
Right? So that's a little bit of a problem for Perplexed in particular.
Mandatory here, getting ready to pull into the darkness, and Skylark on that gather there with those corridor creepers. They just stacked up that dot on him, and he immediately cheated. Now, he does still have things like Tell Death. He has that metamorphosis that he's able to rotate into, but they're not going to have Bloodlust available for 4 minutes. So I think that Mandatory might end up killing the darkness off before that if they don't have any blunders here. But Skylark is in a lot of danger once he ends up rotating through that meta, and he no longer has that available for him. But he does still have it for a little bit. The corridor creepers are still really healthy here, though.
Now let's take a look at Skylark's HP and the amount of defenses he has left for him, because again, they're not playing the priest, meaning no pain subs. They do have the Iron Bark, of course, but not going to be as powerful as the double pain sub stack from the priests. On top of that, not having those shields as well coming in, helping out with defenses as well. As some of those creepers are still alive, and they're just passively cleaving them. They still have 5 minutes, 25 seconds left for the 2-chest timer, so of course, more than enough time for Mandatory here, as well as Miscount and Vunderbar, who are now also fighting the darkness for Perplexed, wiping again.
Oh, Perplexed wiping again
for Perplexed. This is a town portal.
That's tough. That is, oh man. Okay, you said that you didn't think that the 1 chest versus the 2 chests mattered a lot. How bad is the 20-minute time loss resetting the dungeon?
It's actually the same. It's actually the same, right? Because if they would have 1 chested the 20 now, they would have had to go and do the 21. Now that they wiped again, they just go out, do the 20, 2 chested this time, and then it's pretty much the same time loss, right? So it's actually, I mean, it's not better than 2 wiped again, but it kind of like equals their mistake out. And if they 2-chested now, though, they do have to 2-chest it now.
Yeah. It's a very unfortunate situation for Perplexed. There is still a path for them to be able to claw it back, but this was a team that was already at 106 points, so they were already 1 point behind all the competition. They need to have like basically a perfect day for them to be competitive. It's going to be very tough for them. There's still a chance though, but I think that they need to 2-chest this. In the minecart section, it's just really hard to repull, and if you end up wiping into it, even though they had the time, Divine lost all of his resources. He lost his last resort. They lost pretty much everything there, so repulling that is just incredibly difficult.
Yeah. I think the minecart section, as we talked about earlier, I think that's going to be so tough for these teams, especially in the hierarchy levels as well. So we're going to see if they manage to execute it this time around. But yeah, all other 3 teams now, again, on the darkness here, as Mandatory is now down to 64%. Actually looking really good. The creepers are dead now. Skylark looking pretty healthy. Their Bloodlust is coming up in 30 seconds. So they're going to be able to utilize that for a little while, as their Cane Surge is actually lining up perfectly from Stove as well. So then the boss is going to be melting for them, and they're going to be able to move on to that 22.
This boss is super toast. I actually like how, so we saw how dangerous that was for Skylark with all of those corridor creepers on the pole. Miscount and Wunderbar, with that Bloodlust on CD, Bloodlust on Blazicon kind of situation that they put themselves in, that allowed them to Bloodlust all of the corridor creepers on pull of the darkness, so a lot safer for your tank.
Yeah, that is actually a good point as well, yeah, because we keep talking about the Bloodlust, obviously, as like a damage cooldown, but Bloodlust is also incredibly good as a defensive for the tank and for healing output as well, for survivability, so very nice here. Mandatory now finishing off the dungeon as first team to actually finish off the 20, so definitely a very fast route that they're having, immediately town portaling out, and they are very likely going to be coming back to the 22 And Miscount and Vunderbar are going to be following suit in just a moment.
Yeah, within 20 seconds of mandatory. None of the teams really waiting around here. Everybody's already in and out of that Dark Flame 20. We're going to be moving on to 22 for our top 3 teams.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that 22 goes for them, because 22 is definitely a dungeon where we've seen teams wipe a lot in the group stage. Now, of course, we have the Turbo Boost gear now, so it should be a little bit easier for them this time around. But still, on that 22, I think so many things can happen.
On screen here, we have a replay of what happened to Perplexed on the repull of the card. It looked like Divine was continuing to gather back up the trash. And
apparently they click the card and jump off it, and then the card goes away? I didn't know that's how it worked.
Can the...
Oh, there's the card. It's gone.
The darkness ran them over. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Imagine getting killed by the darkness, and it just says died. Like, it doesn't even say what killed you. It's just like
okay, so the cart has the timer over it. I didn't know it meant anything.
That's crazy.
I guess.
Oh my god.
My bad. I suspect that they didn't know that it meant anything either.
I also think they probably didn't know that. Well, maybe it's okay. I don't want to say it lightened the mood, but surely one of them laughed at that point, right? Like, maybe they're all just good and can continue without having like some like anyone being down. Because like, how would you supposed to know that? Yeah, okay, tell me how the comms went.
All right, nobody said anything after they all wiped the cart, and then just Tobo from the back of the room. Type she. That was very
likely. That is very likely how it went down.
Yeah.
I think so.
It's a dramatic reenactment.
I wish you could have seen the camera, guys. He was literally like moving back his chair to the like edge of the room to be able to enact that one. So very. Alright, so now we are in that 22. Looks like we actually have a death for mandatory. They might reset this actually. They have 2 deaths
gonna be coming out.
No Spirit, so that's a reset or mandatory.
They're playing this a little bit
aggro. Too much time lost, but yeah.
I mean, they're playing the 22 fairly aggressive. They were taking the Wicklighter trash like straight into the boss. Most of the teams are going to be like kind of killing it off. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Look at AJ on Restored. So they only played the disc freeze for the 20.
Well, he needed his vault. He had to get enough dungeons for his vault, of course.
Yeah, makes sense. Ooh, Stove getting hit by the cards there. And then, of course, once Stove is dead, Maystein follows too. Yeah. That'll do it.
That will do it for sure. So I'm really interested in seeing if Miscount fully kills off this entire trash pack, or if they end up pulling into the boss, kind of similar to what we saw from Mandatory a second ago. Wunderbar, on the other hand, are actually tanking this pack in an entirely different spot. They actually lined it into a different corner of the room, not even allowing them to posture to pull the boss whenever they're ready. Instead, they have to basically kill off that entire pack 100-0. I mean, look at this. They're in a different corner. So they're very far away from old Waxbeard and getting him engaged.
Yeah, interesting variation here of the route. And also not lasting old Waxbeard on a 22. Like on a 20 I can see, because you're two-chesting or you're trying to two-chest, you have to use your Bloodlust a little bit differently. But on a 22, not lasting the boss here is also, I would say a risky strategy for sure. Miscount also not doing that though. Miscount also using it on the personal.
I'm surprised that Mandatory went as aggressive as possible. They're taking that Wicklighters and those bunch of moles straight into the boss. It is time efficient. Obviously, it's the fastest thing that you can be doing in any specific point there, but you have to really be careful, because if you end up having too many of those Wicklighter casts go off, or say this underhanded track ticks ends up spawning really far away from the boss, you can just like have those Wicklighters get stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Let's look like both teams that are currently on all Waxbeards on the 22 key, which is Vunderbar and Miscount, are doing a good job. But of course, we have to watch out for those minecarts that are spawning. It still requires an insane amount of damage for them to get through that. and I'm sure they're juggling offensive cooldowns, making sure that they have enough each time.
This is going to be very close.
Close, yeah. This might be close for Miscount here. Oh, they got it.
Good job. This is tough. So basically, it's mostly on the Arcane Mage and the DK to try to do as much damage to those minecarts every single time every single time that you show up. The Arcane Mage is going to be either sending their Arcane Surge or their mini burn with that Touch of the Magi on the boss, and having that Touch of the Magi kind of explode on the minecart each and every single time. Whenever they have the Arcane Surge, of course, you have an easier time of killing it off. But any time that you don't end up having that full surge, it can be very, very tricky.
So Perplexed apparently wiped again
on
their second attempt at the 20. It looks like they are here on this pool in front of Blazicon, as they just had explosive flames go off. So missing an interrupt in their rotation.
Yeah.
And unfortunately just getting one shot, so they are resetting their key once more.
That's tough. And again, they were the team that had they were the biggest underdog, right? They were the longest shot to win this season of the MDI. And the fact that they've had to reset this Dark Flame Cleft twice, losing now 10 and 20 minutes, it just makes it even harder for them to be able to catch back up. For them, it's just they have to be able to clear their mental. They have to continue on in the dungeon. You can't really let it negatively affect you too much.
Yeah, I hope they can. Of course, Perplexed have been competing for a long time, so I do think that they do have the ability to just shrug it off and continue, but still, they definitely need to get their head back into the game and need to be able to get this 20 done here, because, yeah, as you said, they already need that one extra score in comparison to all the other teams from yesterday that they were behind on. And that one score they were behind on, that's a difficult point to get, right? It's either 22 TOP, 23 meter load, or 22 metery. And we saw the other team struggle to get that point. Like, that was not easy at all. So Perplexed, they have some catch up to do for sure today.
What do you think about Bloodlust timings in this 22 by Miscount, Mandatory, and Wunderbar? Do you think they're going to go with the same Bloodlust timings that they went with in the 20, or do you think that they're going to change it up and everybody's going to Bloodlust Candle King? What's kind of your expectations here?
I'm not 100% sure, because I do generally like the Bloodlust for the last boss and pull, because that's what you're trading it off for, right? Like, if you're using Bloodlust on Candle King late or at the start, then it's not going to come up for the very start of your Darkness pull with the trash. I don't know about the higher key levels, but at least on the 22, it's probably not going to be enough. So I guess some teams could decide, you know what, I think the last at the start of Darkness is more important. And for another team, they say, I think the Bloodlust at the start of Candle King is more important. And then they'll just base it off of that, I think.
It's a very interesting decision point. I do think that at the 23 level, you probably have to lust on pull of Candle King, right? Just because of how hard the HPS check is on that fight. Maybe 22, you still have enough HPS throughput that's in excess for that Resto Druid that you can just elect to lust Blazicon on CD. But it's going to be really tough. Now, this is a pull that you're seeing from Wunderbar here that is much more difficult whenever you're playing with the Resto Druid compared to the Discipline Priest. Whenever you have the Disc Priest with the triple Wandering Candle pull, they have the ability to be able to shield you over and over again. They also have that Power Word barrier, and it makes those quenching blasts a little bit easier, whereas with the Resto Druid, the only thing that they have is the HPS, and so they have to make sure that you are 100% HP the entire time. Ooh, Kush dying to the ground effect from the Wandering Candle. He gets battle-resed immediately by one of those Druids, and then he's back into the mix. That is incredibly unfortunate. Now Wunderbar not going to have that battle rest for another 3 minutes. It probably isn't going to matter. At the same time, you really don't want to expend that B-res here.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, because, yeah, especially if somebody dies on a boss in just a moment and they won't have the battle rest, that's going to be pretty bad for them. Yeah, not great for Wunderbar, but still, Wunderbar looking very strong. In fact, they are the furthest right now into that 22 overall, as of course Mandatory did have a wipe on all Waxbeard on their previous 22 attempts, so they had to reset, and Perplexed had to reset the 20 twice, while Miscount is right on Wunderbar's heels. It's not quite as fast as them. And Miscount also switched to that Resto Druid. We thought maybe Miscount would be able to play the Disc Priest on the higher key levels. It turns out they aren't. Turns out they only played it for the 20 to be a little bit quicker there.
It's so interesting that it's very rare that you actually see healers or tanks swapped up during the MDI, mostly due to the fact that the teams really like to gravitate towards these specializations that are like 0.2% better. And whenever you're 0.2% better, normally you're 0.2% better in most, if not all, situations. But the fact that the Resto Druid just has better HPS for the most important part of this dungeon allows there to be this alternate comp or this alternate healer that is available in this dungeon. We also saw Restoration Shaman show up occasionally in this dungeon as well. So I think that there's multiple options here if the Disc Priest wasn't the preferred healer spec for these teams.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting to see that one boss can determine your healing position here, and that you have to switch it out just to be able to get through those hierarchies. As Perplexed, unfortunately, did have a death on Tobo on their Wax Spirit pool here. Did manage to rest him up though, and they're able to finish off the boss. So they should be able to continue here and should be able to still get that 2 chests on the 20 that they've been missing out on earlier. We're gonna keep an eye on them to see if they have no more further mistakes coming through. Now we have Vunderbar on Blaziken and Miscount also engaging that boss literally just a few seconds after Vunderbar. Vunderbar still have this 1 death on the board, but their second battle rest came up now. So they do have that safety net in case something does go wrong here. Their Bloodlust is coming up too in just a moment.
Ooh,
so we'll see if Vunderbar is going to be pressing this or saving it for the Candle King.
I think pressing it is a slightly faster strategy for the dungeon as a whole, but not by a ton, right? Like, I think that by pressing this on CD, you're probably saving somewhere in the order of like 15 to 20 seconds overall in the dungeon, and you make the darkness encounter a little bit of an easier endeavor on your tank. It does make sense, but it does make the Candle King a lot harder. We've seen, if you've played these on live this season, you know that the Candle King is incredibly difficult as just a raw HPS check. With that Resto Druid, apparently on this 22 level, you don't need that Bloodlust to be able to kind of get through it. They just have enough raw HPS to be able to power through.
Yeah, interesting, because Miscount on their 20, when they played the Disc Priest, they did press Bloodlust here in cooldown as well on Blaziken, and did not have Bloodlust at all for the Candle King.
Yeah.
But now they're actually holding it. So Miscount is holding their lust for Candle King, it seems like.
It's safer, probably, to hold. It depends on what you think is harder, whether it be the Corridor Creepers on Pull of Darkness or the Candle King encounter. Most of the time, teams seem to think that the Candle King is a little bit harder than the Corridor Creepers on Pull of the Darkness. If you're fast enough as well, you can kind of play it a little bit. You can play that ending sequence with those Corridor Creepers slow. It just depends on how fast you want to be pulling those mobs straight into the boss. But I do think on a 23, you're going to have to pull them into the boss straight away. Miscount, they held their Bloodlust for a couple of seconds here, but as their offensive CDs became available, then they just ripped this lust again.
Oh yeah, they actually are ripping. Okay, so we'll see if all of the teams are going to be using this strategy here where they just don't lust Candle King, which does seem crazy to me. Well, on a 22, but...
Mandatory lusted it on the 20, didn't they? They lusted Candle King?
True, yeah, I think they did on a 20, yeah. So I assume they also do it on a 22. That would make sense. Like, why do it on a 20 and then not do it on a 22?
Blaziken was too low, maybe?
Yeah, I guess that's also a good point, yeah. Could have been, like, too late on the boss fight and they just decided to hold.
Yeah, just eyeballing it, looks like Mandatory's Bloodlust is going to be coming up here momentarily within the next like 30 seconds or so we should be watching out for whether or not they are going to be looking to press it on the boss, or are they going to be saving it for the Candle King. Yeah, so 15 seconds remain here. Looks like Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation just got pressed, Arcane Surge got pressed. Would be a little bit weird if they pressed this lust. Maybe they would press it around the 50% mark whenever those cooldowns become available again.
Yeah, either that, but I feel like if they would press last here, then they would just held on to their cooldowns for like 15 seconds, right?
That's probably the correct call, yeah. Hard to know for certain. Ooh, a death on Hearthjacks for Miscount. Got hit by the tornado, the Dousing Breath Tornado.
Yeah, that's not ideal, losing out on those Kazan stacks. They'd have Bloodlust. I think the Bloodlust was already over and their Arcane Surge just has been pressed now, so... Other than the Afghanistan stacks, they shouldn't be missing out on too much here. But yeah, not ideal. They still have a second battle rest available in case something does happen.
I mean, the Kazan stacks, like you're calling out, are actually a really big deal, though. We've seen some of the teams electing to slowly kill off the last couple of those imps in the next room and leaving that Moonkin behind to kind of kill off that final imp while the rest of the team does the skip, and then the Druid runs by and prowl past the pack to make sure that the entire team can maintain their Aya Kazan stacks longer. So Hearthjack's losing them there. That's really unfortunate for him.
Not the greatest thing to happen here for Miscount as they're now moving on. Oh, yeah, there we go. Mandatory lasting as well on Candle King. Looks like so far all of the teams that are in the 22 are agreeing with their last timings, just making sure they're sending it on Blaziken, not holding it for Candle King, which of course means Candle King is going to last a little bit longer and will be a little bit tougher to heal, but seems like they're valuing the faster Bloodlust strategy and also having it a little bit on a like being a little bit more lenient when you can use it on the darkness as well.
All right, let's take a look at Vunderbar here as they have engaged 22 Candle King, the hardest boss in all of Mythic Plus this season. The HPS check on this encounter is ridiculous. During group stages, we saw healers crest over 4.5 million HPS. We have yet to actually see this dungeon done on a 22. Is it going to be possible for Whippy? The answer is probably yes with the turbo boosted gear and corruption. How are you feeling about the very beginning of this dungeon, particularly with this Resto Druid Nagura?
I think it's very interesting to see the Resto Druid here. Like, this is something that I love to see. And the fact that all teams are agreeing on it as well, like, this is so interesting, right? Because, of course, all of these teams have been practicing in secret. They haven't been streaming any of this. They haven't been sharing their strategies to other teams, I assume. So the fact that they're having very similar strategies here in this dungeon and also are running the same comp. Now, I don't want to say they have the same strategies.
They have an extra mold up. Clicks into
that's actually very scary. We do see some defenses being used here, but yeah, having an extra mold up is so much extra damage coming through. So let's see if Vunderbar can survive this on a 22 key level. Having one extra mold is insane.
God. Dude, it's in the worst spot. They're actually going to have another... Oh, gosh.
Yeah, so they won't be able to get rid of all of them.
Yeah, they weren't stacked enough, so now they're going to...
Oh, they got them.
They actually got them all.
Oh, that was sick.
How?
That was crazy. Enough. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how they managed to do that, but that was insane. And also they moved last second. It looked like Whippy or Clicks. I'm not sure. One of the druids moved last second to get them all. Like, that was crazy. Really nicely done.
Very clutch by Vunderbar being able to catch back up. At the same time, that is very taxing for Whippy. Maybe he overcommitted some of the cooldowns. You see that Convoke is on CD. You see that they have no more mass barrier from that mage. They do still have available Darkness, and Anti-Magic Zone should probably be coming up momentarily since it is a very short 2-minute cooldown. But the Vigil's going to be falling here, and then it's just kind of Whippy, and maybe we jam the Darkness?
Yeah. You have to see as another... AoE's coming out there, everyone's going to be dropping really low. You see Clicks going bare for him here to be able to survive just the initial damage. Another Iron Bark coming out as well for Whippy on himself. This is actually his last Iron Bark for a while. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive the rest of this. The boss is still on 49%. It looks like this boss is taking forever actually for Vunderbar here, as that problem with the mold probably lowered their damage quite a bit as they were thinking about how to get that done, using some extra defenses, as you mentioned as well. It would be now on 50% mana now. Thankfully, they do have double Innervate, so that will be helping him out for sure.
From what I've seen from the Resto Druids, whenever we did see it during group play, it seemed like the Resto Druid had an easier time of just not getting completely tapped on mana. That Disc Priest would... Every single time you see them, they are basically oomer than at the end of this boss, but the Resto Druid could be around somewhere between 15 to 20% mana. Probably due to that double Innervate that you were kind of calling out. Darkness has gone down for Vunderbar as well. They are going to be moving out of that momentarily. Looks like it's just for Clicks and Whippy there. Now leaping out to make sure that Darkness is on both of those druids.
Yeah, we can see the placement again. Very perfect for that F-flow on the floor as well. As they are replacing the F-flow every single time whenever they're moving away from these molds. And making sure that everyone is standing in that. Very important, except now sometimes, because now, of course, not the biggest problem, the biggest thing to worry about in this fight. The rest of the dungeon, yes, now is going to have to worry about his life. But on this fight, really, it's everyone else that has to worry about their life more than a tank.
Yeah. This pull, or this dungeon just in general, and this boss in general, is very, very dangerous for the healer. This is probably the hardest HPS check dungeon that we've seen in a very long time. Maybe... Temple of Sethralus. The last time that I've seen an insane HPS check on the healers, and it looks like mandatory Miscount and Vunderbar all on this Candle King encounter. It looks like Vunderbar is going to be the first to be able to take this down. It's a really long fight. I think that they're getting multiple Innervates from both of these druids. I saw Clicks Innervate Whippy on pull within right as the first Eerie Mold spawned, let's say 15 seconds in, and then re-innervated him at that 315 mark.
Yeah, you can see Miscount have been in combat already for 4 minutes and 10 seconds. If you don't see combat timer, it's on the damage meter. You can see the combat time right there. So whenever you're wondering how long they've been fighting a boss, you can check that one. And yeah, that's just absolutely insane. Like having a boss fight that's 4.5 minutes long with those insane HPS requirements. I mean, AJ is doing close to 5 million HPS here. Absolutely crazy. But we've been talking about the Candle King being very difficult, but one more thing that is very, very rough is this minecart area. That is the area that Perplexed has webbed to twice, and that's why they had to reset their key and had to go again to attempt a 20. Let's see if Vunderbar can do it on a 22.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching for now. So he does have that last resort available. That's obviously a very important piece of this. He is going to be able to maintain that last resort on the gather, which is huge. And now this is the part where it becomes very technical for his ability to be able to live. Worst case scenario, we Infernal Strike away, and we just start kiting. At the same time, you really don't want to be doing that. You want to be tanking this pack as close to the minecart as possible within that light to allow Kush to continue to hit this pack and be able to deploy as much damage as he reasonably can. But all eyes are on Now's health bar. He gets that Iron Bark, and he presses that Metamorphosis pretty early. This is going to be kind of scary. So they don't have the Premonition dispels. They can't do a Mass Dispel on them either. No access to that Priest. All we have is that Resto Druid massive amount of HPS that we're able to commit to the tank. But you don't need a bunch of HPS. You really just want to have insane amounts of DR. And Now is actually beginning to run around and kite these corridor creepers, making sure that they don't melee him as much as they reasonably can.
And it's just so tough for the tank, and the team is trying to help out the tank, but it's just, there's not that much they can do, honestly, outside of Whippy, of course, and some CC they can throw to potentially help with some of those horrors, but the creepers, unfortunately, are not seeable, so very rough on the tank here. Now he's doing a very good job surviving. You can see everything is slowly dying, and he's kiting backwards, making sure those creepers don't get too much. Also, they're really making sure that the creepers are dying. Like, these horrors have been alive for so long. It looks like we are controlling our damage very nicely here for Vunderbar.
Yeah. We haven't even seen the personal anti-magic zone or the personal dark coming out for now. I think that they still have some of the tools. Oh, okay, personal anti-magic zone. That felt pretty good. Yeah, good cut. Great cut. you see that right on time for Kira there. So now didn't even need that on the side of Wunderbar, but Kira electing to use that low cooldown 2-minute anti-magic zone from Verb, giving him a 20% DR while he maintains his presence inside of it. Kira procking his cheat death to this pull. Again, you have to be watching out. Once you end up proccing that cheat death, there's no more room for error. And we have still an even more tank challenging pull right after this, where we take all of those corridor creepers into the darkness.
This is so impressive. I mean, seeing everybody tackle this, especially as these keys keep going higher, just continues to show their skill. But here on the desk, we're going to swap things up. So, Nagura, we will see you later today, all right?
Later.
Bye. And Dratnos coming in. I mean, Tuttles has been mentioning how hard the Candle King fight is in this, but how are the team strategies kind of similar or different in dealing with him or the rest of the dungeon on these higher key levels, Dratnos?
Yeah, it's been exciting to see the Restoration Druid supremacy in this dungeon. Really something that was pioneered. I want to say it was Mandatory that really did the best with it in the group stages, and looks like everybody else agrees. Mandatory, though, Skylark here on a sliver of health as he does this kite section. No last resort's going to be available here either. It looks like this is going to barely be okay. He does get back in range now of the rest of his group. Where is Mode, though? We're going to need... Okay, Mode's right behind. Yeah, we need a few rejuves right away. Mode actually can't rejuve just yet because he can't get the threat right until he's ahead of Skylark. So that, of course, is why Skylark had to be at low health for so long there. But this is going to be super sketch. Skylark does not have that last resort available on this pull here. Meta is available, but hasn't been pressed just yet. We've got Ironbark up for right now. It looks like once we get through that, it's going to be that meta coming out in just a moment here. And there it is, Skylark kiting a little bit backwards, away even in meta from these corridor creepers getting that buff. Just makes them super lethal. 4 minutes left until that 2-chest timer is expired as well, which I think the timer here is looking great for all of our teams in this plus 22.
Yeah, are you worried about the lack of last resort for both Kira and Skylark going into the darkness encounter with these corridor creepers? Because now had the last resort available, and it looks like Wunderbar has actually engaged the darkness already with their Bloodlust. They're already through their Bloodlust, and now still has that cheat death available for him.
I would say, yeah, as long as there is a corridor creeper alive, I would rather have
Dude,
Last Resort than
Miscount's
not.
playing this slow. They're actually not even taking the corridor creepers into the boss because Kira lost that Last Resort.
Makes perfect sense to me. I mean, you're not going to be two-chesting the dungeon either way. You're not going to be particularly close on the timer either way. And you're probably thinking you want to do this dungeon on 23 either way. So your time tiebreaker is probably not super important here. And it's mostly just about not wiping, not depleting the keystone.
Yeah.
Last Resort is one of the best ways to not deplete a keystone.
Yeah. I think that this is definitely the point where you can play safe big IO. On the 23, though, I think I kind of expect the teams to want to full send it straight into the boss, just because then the time tiebreaker might end up mattering later on in the Dark Flame Cleft.
Yeah, that's the thing. The 23 situation is actually going to be a lot more... I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves as well. Doing a 23 in this dungeon is going to be super difficult to even get to the end of the dungeon, but when you do get there, yeah, I mean, imagine if you're comfortably under the timer in the 23. You've got like 2 or 3 minutes. Do you give up one of those minutes to avoid potentially wiping, resetting, and then having to live the Candle King again? That's going to be the question.
No,
I think
they
yeah.
won't.
I mean, I think you have to just game for it. I think there's a very good chance you are going to time tiebreakers one way or another at the end of the day today if you want to get first. Our teams are all so good right now. There's never been a tournament with this format that has gone to tiebreakers of any kind at the end of the day, at the end of a global finals, but I suspect that might happen this time.
So look at the timer here that Vunderbar have in this 22 Dark Flame Cleft. So whenever we expect the teams to be able to put up the 23 Dark Flame Cleft, it's not because it's an easy dungeon by any means. I mean, you called out how difficult that dungeon is. It's mostly because of how lenient the timer is. Especially for these top-level teams that are doing the craziest strategies. Whenever they do those crazy strategies, the hardest parts of this dungeon are like a couple of key pieces. It's that minecart pull, it's being able to heal the Candle King, it's taking these corridor creepers straight into the boss. But whenever you are able to deploy all those strategies, you're going to, even in the 23, probably be 2 to 3 minutes under the timer, which Wunderbar here are almost 5 minutes under on this 22. An absolutely insane performance. Being able to be that first team to time this dungeon on 22 and be able to move to that 23 is incredibly impressive so far. They've been the most consistent team in the Dark Flame Cleft already.
Yeah, exactly. Wunderbar here. Are there going to be like 4 minutes under the timer, maybe even more, as the darkness does die at 55%? I think you come right back to the Dark Flame Cleft if you're Wunderbar here.
Look at this.
Because if you look at their scorecard, I mean, the 23 Motherload is an important one, because if Miscount also get the 23 Cleft, right, if both teams get to the same level in Dark Flame Cleft, you're still going to lose that tiebreaker to Vunderbar, or to Miscount, rather, just having that higher level key. That's why they're at the top of the leaderboard right now, is they have a 23, and everybody else has a 22. Even if Vunderbar get a 23 here, if Miscount then have 2 23s, and Vunderbar only have 1, that's also the tiebreaker, so they're going to need that one way or the other, I think.
Yeah.
The problem is, man, Vunderbar tried that 23 Motherload yesterday, and they barely depleted it, and that run didn't have obvious weak points for them to improve on, but a 27-minute Dark Flame Cleft goes onto the board for Vunderbar, so the first 50 minutes of the day for them have gone perfectly, but now they are out of easy keys. Now we're basically at stretch goal keystones in every single dungeon for them. It is, unsurprisingly to me, going to be that Cleft that they decide to enter into first, as they're going to go for that plus 23 of this dungeon. In the meantime, the rest of our teams are all fighting the darkness. Perplexed, the unlucky team to be fighting it in the plus 20. All of our other teams at that plus 22 keystone level. Both Miscount and Mandatory are playing without Last Resort, so a tank death, the primary vector of depletion for these teams. But at this point, the trash has been taken care of. This is not too dangerous of a tank boss. I think these teams should be able to get over the finish line as well.
It's kind of interesting. Wunderbar, I don't know if we necessarily talked about it, but they had a corridor creeper coming in late. I don't even know where they necessarily even grabbed that mob. But all of the teams normally play those corridor creepers. All of the ones that you want to grab into the boss, you just play them straight up into the boss on pull. But Wunderbar somehow figured out a way to kind of get one back into the darkness pretty later on. And it looks like they've already started their 23 Dark Flame Cleft.
Started and stopped.
Whippy got meleeed to death by one of the menial laborers, and so they're going to have to reset the dungeon.
Yeah, threat on that first pull, always a scary spot in the Dark Flame Cleft. Perplexed are going to be two-chesting their plus 20. That's good. At least they are now only 20 minutes behind the field effectively at this point, maybe 30. Miscount and Mandatory also nearing the end of their Darkness bosses. It's going to be Miscount that will finish this first, but look at their timer compared to Vunderbar. They're quite a bit slower here. Miscount not at the kind of timer that makes you think that the 23 is within range necessarily for them. There is one death on their scorecard, but they're going to need a better run in the plus 23, whereas Vunderbar just need the same run as they had in their plus 22, but scaled up to the 23 to make it work.
Miscount FF'd the Portal Creepers into the boss. So they...
Yeah, that's true. So that could save the time they need in the 23, but they're going to need to do that.
Yeah.
And then Mandatory also about to finish their run, so it's going to be a 2-minute slower run for Miscount. This is still, if it weren't for that Vunderbar run, that would still be the fastest 22 Darkflame Clef that we've seen over our tournament. But Vunderbar coming in 4 minutes under the timer miraculously. Mandatory pretty close here, going to be slightly slower than Vunderbar, but closer to Vunderbar's time than to Miscount's, so a great outcome for them as well. That's going to move them back up to the same point total as Vunderbar and Miscount as well. And presumably we will see these teams re-entering the Cleft as well. I think it just makes the most sense of all of these dungeons. Yep, Miscount zoning in up in the top right to the Cleft, and Mandatory I think will soon follow.
Yeah, and we're back we'll just be back in the Dark Flame. So what do you kind of think about the 23 versus the 24 possibility? I'm thinking 23 is the floor, the qualifying floor to be able to win this season's MDI. Is 24 even doable?
I'm not a believer, personally, in the 24. Here we have a replay of what Vunderbar were doing on this Darkness.
This is that Corridor
So
Creeper.
the Corridor Creeper, now actually leaps over. You can see out of frame just now, comes back, and tagged in that last Corridor Creeper. Now, this is a very Vunderbar strategy. Vunderbar, I think, are the team that is the most... Their default thought process on bosses is, how do we fight trash at the start of the boss? And then once that trash is dead, how do we pull more trash into the boss?
It's a sleeper. It's one of the sleepers. They don't. It's not even giving him the dot either. So it's just for funnel and count.
Yeah, exactly.
But for funnel,
and count and funnel, right? But the thought process is, okay, this would be dangerous, and it would make the start of the pull more dangerous to pull this on pull. We can just pull it at the end of the boss, and it's not going to hurt us at all. And yeah, Vunderbar always have this sort of thought process. I remember this team, especially back when the players on it were playing under the Echo banner, would do this in so many dungeons where they'd find ways to just be fighting a new trash pull at 50% on the boss, and then another new trash pull at 25% on the boss. Even, I remember back when we had affixes, back when we had bolstering, they were finding ways to pull trash in at the end of bosses, even when trash bolstered bosses, which was like 7 hotfixes ago on that affix, but that was an Echo special back in the day, and it looks like Vunderbar are continuing that tradition of just always thinking about how and when you can optimize more trash onto bosses.
Look at Vunderbar here. I mean, you're talking about their ability to be able to optimize trash into bosses. They're actually not optimizing any of this trash into Ol Waxbeard. Instead, tanking it in a slightly closer LOS spot, but it doesn't allow them to posture to be able to pull the boss whenever they're ready. If you compare that to what Mandatory and Miscount have been doing, Mandatory and Miscount are, whenever they end up killing off either these mole herds or these wick lighters, they immediately can just grab all of that trash and take it straight into the boss. Where for Vunderbar, since these mobs are so far, you don't really want to... the only thing you can actually take into the boss are these pack moles whenever they're ready.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be doing just that. It makes some sense to be a little bit more cautious on Ol Waxbeard, as that boss is it's a fairly easy one to die to at this high of a key level. Those fixates just turn into such a scary thing.
Look at this LOS by Miscount right here. So they're taking it all the way into the room and LOSing all of that trash on the pillar. What this allows them to do is the moment that they're ready to engage Ol Waxbeard, and that includes even with some of those caster mobs that we were talking about, the mole herds and those wick lighters, they just grab the boss immediately, where Vunderbar has to basically only have moles because they have such a long distance to travel.
Right, exactly. They will leave those casters and those mole herds behind if they do that. Yeah, Mandatory in that solar beam, going to be getting ready for that pull, and you can actually see up in the top right as well, Miscount at basically the exact same spot in the dungeon as well. All 3 of our teams that aren't Perplexed are now in these 23 clefts. This is going to be a huge inflection point of the day. If these teams are able to one-shot this keystone, there's a good chance they don't have to come back here, because to get back to our earlier discussion, I think the 24 cleft is going to be substantially harder than some of the other keys that are on the table. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I wouldn't be surprised if teams that put up the 23 cleft quickly get out of here and only come back maybe towards the very end of the day. I think that, teams like Vunderbar are going to be looking at the keys that the other teams have timed that they didn't and wanting to go there first.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the teams, and they kind of said, I was asking about the consistency in this dungeon, and they were just like, you gotta watch the minecart section. The minecart section is by far the hardest part of this dungeon, so that and Candle King, I think, are going to be the two make or break points for a lot of our teams this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to have Perplexed also in this dungeon. Now, they are just in the plus 22, just in the plus 22, trying to make this work as well. Hopefully they're going to be able to keep this clean. If you had to have one wipe in this dungeon, you'd be happy that it was in the 20, but you'd be sad it was as late in the dungeon as it was for Perplexed. So you can see Yargi here getting that candle on his head, being the fixate target of all of these kobolds. A lot of stuff still in combat here for Miscount, as they're mostly ignoring these enemies, just leaving them around for some free bonus funnel.
The damage check on these minecarts is surprisingly very high. I know whenever we were commenting on the 23 Motherlode from yesterday, we were talking about Azarok and how difficult killing off some of those ads on Azarok is. I think that the minecart is very similar for all of these teams on Old Waxbeard, where it's fairly consistent, but you're only going to kill it within 1 or 2 seconds of the cast finishing every single time here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things that's pretty scary. You might look at that and think, okay, we should swap more damage onto the carts, but that's actually inefficient. You're gonna lose time if you do that, right? If you overcommit to them. Yeah. And then your boss is gonna live longer, you're gonna get even more minecart spawns. The time in this fight is just gonna go up kind of exponentially if you do that.
Look at Gingy here. So Gingy just pressed Arcane Surge. You might have noticed that he pressed Arcane Surge on the boss itself. And so the thought process behind that is you want the Touch of the Magi to kind of proc on that minecart. But it looked like old Waxbeard got caught in a charge. Maybe that Touch of the Magi didn't even contact the minecart, as the Dynamite minecart is incredibly high. And they actually just accelerate their damage and are barely able to beat it. Not even having that Touch of the Magi explode on that minecart. Wunderbar, you are crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you got to play it, though. Now we're going to see Miscount having a similar situation here. That cart still quite healthy, and that one is barely going to get killed as well. Wow, that was scary as well. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, every single one of them is getting to a second or two before it explodes. There's just no way around it at this Keystone level. This boss goes from being one of the easier ones in the dungeon to absolutely one of the hardest ones. I would say second only to Candle King at this key level.
Well, that's why the laborer management's such a big deal. Making sure that you don't have those laborers. Whenever the fixate goes out, like you see the fixate's on mode right here, whenever the fixate goes out, it's like a really big deal that your DPS aren't just kind of running around, not able to plant and cast or do damage. They have to make sure that the CC is correctly deployed, having those Ursul's Vortexes, having those Typhoons, getting those laborers just off of your player and not allowing them to stack up that bleed on you is a huge deal, because if you end up missing any of your casts, that minecart then goes off.
Yeah, exactly. And one minecart going off is a very lethal thing if it were to happen here. So Vunderbar, having killed that boss, now on to the triple candle pull. Now each of these quenching blasts is going to nearly kill the group, which means Whippy is obligated to top every single person off between those casts, which come back to back to back in this pull. Part of the Resto Druid difficulty in this dungeon. You don't have those Oracle Disc Shields. You don't have people with extra bonus health over their health bar. You just have to be able, within 3 globals, to take your entire group from low health to full health. Yeah. Very difficult thing to do, but of course, if you've pre-hotted properly, if you allocate some defensives and some throughput cooldowns, you can make it happen. I
mean, Kush with the veteran of the 7th War is probably the least in danger here, because he just has so much more HP. In worst case scenario, we press Death Strike one time and then we're back topped.
Yeah, you may even be obligated to Death Strike here, although I think if you have to Death Strike here, you are looking to replace your healer for next season of the MDI. That's usually the thought process from Death Knights I've heard of.
Yeah, we got to use all that runic power to do damage. We can't be using it to Death Strike.
Yeah, it's okay. Apparently, we have a stat from the logs here. Kush did hit 1 Death Strike for 5.26 million self-healing, so it just goes to show the power of that ability on these DPS Death Knights, especially if you do it after that second Quenching Blast. You have the damage from both the first 2 stored into that Death Strike, and just being able to, lay on hands yourself.
Yeah. Ooh, Perplexed with a wipe. I don't think they can afford wipes. This is kind of an unfortunate series of events for them.
Yeah, that is a very tragic thing for Perplexed. They came into the day in 4th place. They were the only team at 106 points when the rest of the field was at 107. Now, of course, that isn't that bad of a thing. They could catch up to that in theory, but they're losing time now here in the Cleft as well. Now something like 45 minutes behind our other teams in Dark Flame Cleft progression. Very, very inauspicious start to the day for Perplexed. But it's not the end of the day just yet, right? They still have 4 hours today to try and bring things back. Our other teams, once they finish these 23 Clefts, are not going to have any even remotely easy keys to do, so very easy to imagine their points stagnating, giving Perplexed the opportunity to catch back up. But it definitely does feel bad right now if you are Perplexed.
Yeah, it's tough because we've seen the teams go for those heavy chase +1s in a couple of those dungeons like the Theater of Pain, the Motherlode, and the Center Intermediary. And if you're Perplexed, your best case scenario to be able to kind of get back into the mix of things was to be able to one-shot these Dark Flame Clefts and then have enough time and opportunity to be able to go for those heavy chase dungeons. But without just losing so much time at the very beginning of the day, that just puts them in a much harder situation of being able to get those keys done.
Yeah, exactly. They came into the day in the worst position, and their position has deteriorated over the first hour. But Vunderbar now, second lust of the dungeon. It's pressed here on Blaziken. That's the big strength of the Resto Druid, is you can just press this lust when it comes off cooldown. You do not need to worry about saving it for Candle King, at least at the 22 Keystone level. Here at the 23, I wonder if Resto Druid without Lust still feels as good on Candle King, or if that starts to become almost impossible as well. Now also notably does not have Last Resort here, having expended it a few minutes ago. Luckily, this next section of the dungeon is not too dangerous for the tank. As you can see once again, in classic Vunderbar fashion, Trash is going to be joining the boss mid-fight. This was a wick lighter that was left imprisoned off to the side. They waited until everything else was taken care of, and now just grip it under the boss.
Oh, miscounter wiping. Oh my god, Kira died.
Alert! All right, we'll see if we can get a replay of exactly how that started off there, because, yeah, Miscount definitely going to be obligated to reset that dungeon as well, which means that it is just Vunderbar and Mandatory that are still live for the one-shot here in the plus 23. This is the replay, though. So you can see Kira, Last Resort, having already been procced. Those mobs starting those explosive flame casts. Everybody line of sighting perfectly. But now those mobs all have an auto attack queued up. So if you walk up next to them, okay, the auto attack worked out okay, and then eventually just hunted down by a few of those back mobs in that pack. And yeah, that just goes to show you, plus 23 auto attacks, each one coming in for, 4 million damage, something like that, even against some mitigation. You need to constantly have multiple types of mitigation up against those.
I think it's very understated by pretty much everybody involved just how hard it actually is to tank the white swings alone in dungeons of this level. We talk about the pain points of the HPS check on the Candle King or healing through those Wandering Candles. I think it's incredibly understated that I think the hardest part of all of these dungeons is your tank just living raw white swings. Like that by itself is an incredible feat by all of these teams, and that's definitely not something that Avoidance is mitigating.
Yeah, exactly. It's there's no help there, and especially on the Demon Hunter, it can be pretty tough to live these white swings, right? Like, if you're playing Prot Warrior, which we've seen a little bit of in some of the dungeons, I think it's a little bit of a different story where the auto attacks are less scary. But when you want access to that Demon Hunter, you can feel very tanky some of the time. You've got Demon Spikes and Immolation Aura up, you're generating souls, you're cycling through souls. But what we saw happen for Kira there for Miscount was he was kind of forced to be away from the mobs for a little bit. So his soul economy was paused for a little while. He wasn't generating and consuming those souls. His health bar, sort of stagnated there at medium health, and then was able to just get taken from 50 to 0 by one auto attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Quarter Creepers, too, it's just everything. Everything just hits really, really hard once you reach this Keystone level. Even the bosses that you don't think are that difficult, like Blaziken here, auto-attacking now for 50% of his HP every single time that boss auto-attacks.
Yeah, exactly. It's so scary. We are going to have Vunderbar nearly finished with Blaziken now, 15% on the boss. What is the timer split that we are looking at on Blaziken for a run to feel okay? Because I feel like this is a fast run at the plus 23 level. This boss is going down before that 15-minute marker.
Yeah, probably 14:30 or something like that is fine. What we're looking for Candle King is a sub 21 minute. That's kind of the the general pace.
So, yeah.
That's kind of the marker that you use is like, when do we kill Candle King?
I see, yeah. So mandatory here. Going to be maybe even a little faster on Blaziken than Vunderbar. Vunderbar going over that 1430 mark on the Blaziken boss. Meanwhile, Miscount having to reset are back in this big pull before Waxbeard. And once they get a couple of these casters taken care of, they will be tagging into the boss. You can see the AoE crowd control effects being used here.
How bad is it to have reset like Miscount did? Like, do we expect Wunderbar and Mandatory you're just going to walk in and one-shot this dungeon?
I don't think that you should expect to one-shot the plus 23 Cleft, but if you do, I mean, it's huge. I think that it's, this is probably an easier 23 than the Motherload, but not by a whole lot. And it's, I would say it's, oh,
look at that.
It's substantially easier than the 22 Priory that we might see teams try in a bit here.
Kush, grip that Flame Tender off of the pack. This is the Eye of Kazan maxing.
Right.
So you leave that one Flame Tender in the back with dots on it. Clix is going to kill it off right as the rest of the group actually makes that jump skip, and then he's going to prowl by, or he can Human Wild Charge, and just get up on top of the ledge, and that will allow them to reduce the amount of stacks that were lost from that Kazan by probably 2. But hopefully Kush hits this jump, otherwise we're losing more.
Yeah, exactly. You need to get in combat within 10 seconds of dropping combat, or else Eye of Kazan is entirely gone. But each of those seconds that you can remove of being out of combat, you are going to get another stack of that. Looks like Miscount are indeed resetting again, but Vunderbar in combat here. No Lust Candle King coming out here. They've pulled the boss before that 16-minute marker. Let's see just how long this one takes, and just how much HPS is going to be required as well.
Is Resto Druid insane or what? No Lust Candle King.
Yeah, Whippy in cap form right now as well. Just under the boss there, biting away.
Yeah. I think that the most important thing here is making sure that you're in melee as clumped as possible to drop these eerie molds in preferred spots. If they end up getting 2 spread, and we end up having 1 available, so we end up having 6 eerie molds up on the next round, that's where the HPS check becomes undoable. But as it currently stands, it looks like Wunderbar are kind of chilling here.
Yeah, beautiful stack here on these next effigies. 2 in melee, 3 at range. This should be very easy for them to take care of. And a beautiful aim on the Dark Flame pickaxe as well. Not something that they're going to need to lose too much damage for.
So, Genji's going for the triple clear here. Whippy's going to end up clearing that solo one off. And yeah, this is looking great for Wunderbar. They are going to be deep into some of those heal absorbs. So Whippy's going to have to be able to get players grouped up, and we still have things like the darkness. We don't have the anti-magic zone for a little bit. We saw that get pressed a bit earlier. The mass barrier isn't available for another minute 45. This is probably the part of this encounter that is the hardest. I would expect for now to send his darkness right after these eerie molds spawn, and it looks like Wunderbar are going to have 1 eerie mold available from the last set, so 6, and now drops his darkness immediately on top of the stack of DPS players.
Yeah, it's not great to have an extra one like that. It's the problem here as well is I'm not sure you're going to be able to clear all of these in the same cast. It looks like it is possible. Yeah, Gingy at the back one, Whippy in the middle one, and Kush going to take care of the melee too. So they are going to be able to get back ahead, get back down to 0 eerie molds, and then can they bait successfully? Yes, they have got all of them now baited in a better position.
Convoke is available here in 5 seconds if Whippy wants to press that to kind of make sure that players are going to be still healthy whenever they're going into those circles. Yeah, and the Convoke is just pressed pretty much on CD by Whippy. We dropped the anti-magic zone on top of Whippy and on top of Genji, who both have those paranoia circles. Clix goes bear form to make sure he doesn't end up getting one shot by that circle. And now everybody's stacking back up for the Eerie Mold cast once again. Very automatic performance by Wunderbar on this boss already. We are only 50% HP. This boss is taking forever, man.
That bear form's super useful as well because you get to wild charge straight to the boss afterwards as well, and just make sure you're spawning these effigies in front of the boss rather than behind.
Is this a 5-minute fight?
It's going to be a long fight. Yeah, we're nearing that 3-minute. I mean, it's above the 5-minute marker right now based on the math, and they're not going to necessarily get this lust. I mean, they might be able to press it at the very end of the fight, but I don't think they really want to. Look at that HPS as well. Whippy nearing that 1 billion total healing. In fact, there we go. We've just crossed 1 billion healing on this fight, and the boss still has 38% of its health bar left. 5.2 million HPS out of Whippy here. And that is just barely keeping the group safe. Although, actually, it kind of looks like Whippy's got this easily under control. Those health bars getting topped beautifully here. Clicks pressing that Nature's Vigil again to help out here.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We have the Iron Bark available again in 54 seconds. We press that Convoke on CD once a minute. this feels like they could actually go for a very long time. The only thing that would limit them is Whippy's mana bar, but with the double Druid, double Innervate, and the mana conservation just from Resto Druid and Mythic Plus, it seems like Wunderbar is able to go for a long time, even allowing Whippy to swap into cat form and get a little bit of cat damage, but now he's got that Innervate on CD again. I think he used his own Innervate and hotting players back up, everybody making sure that they're still stacked inside that Efflorescence to be able to get a lot more passive healing from those Spring Blossoms, from those Efflorescence ticks.
Yeah, absolutely vital on this boss that you stand inside that green circle. Not only is it going to heal you, it's going to increase the power of all the other Resto Druid hots on you, so you need to make sure that you do that if you are ever doing this boss with a Resto Druid.
The 5-minute Candle King, huh?
It's going over that 5-minute mark, I think. So we have Mandatory also working on this boss. You can see things going similarly for them. Mode, mana bar, more healthy than the boss's health bar. Always a good position to be in. Soda in a little bit of danger here, dropping rather low. Does end up getting healed, but yeah, no, Anti-Magic Shell was available on that one. Should be back for the next one. The pickaxe once again being aimed here by both teams, but Vunderbar, as the boss, is nearing that 5-minute mark. Is it going to go over? 4:57, 58. 59, it's going to be exactly 5 minutes when this boss dies, but Vunderbar have destroyed it.
We're sub 21 on the Candle King split, though. That's totally fine to be looking to time this dungeon. For Vunderbar, I have a question. Are they going to be pressing the Bloodlust on this massive minecart pull, or are they going to be pressing the Bloodlust on the Corridor Creepers into the Darkness encounter? Both, I think, are pretty viable. We saw teams electing to press that Bloodlust on this minecart pull during the China finals. Is it going to be the same situation for those teams, or are we going to see Vunderbar do exactly what they did back in that 22, where now just grabs all those Corridor Creepers on top of the boss, they jam that Bloodlust, and we're going home?
Yeah, that is a big question here. There's going to be one lust in the dungeon, basically, for both Vunderbar and Mandatory. They have to decide where to use it. Mandatory still needs to get through that boss, but Vunderbar setting up the gather here. Kush with the grip into Chains of Ice on one of these horrors that is fixated on the cart itself. Most of the mobs here chasing after now, but those horrors will fixate on the cart when pulled if it is close enough. It looks like the figure 8 here has been run perfectly by now. Last Resort is up as well. This is a huge resource that Vunderbar will have for this pull if they need it. Iron Bark and Fell Devastation right off the rip here to keep now alive against that initial set of hits here. Very important, again, for that Demon Hunter. Your soul economy is low. You're not going to have calcified spikes up on there as well. It's very good to make sure that you overload defensives, and then now at this point, you've started to get those souls being generated. You're in a lot less danger than you were right at the start of the pull.
I like the Sigil Chains to get the pack off of him, no longer having those shuffling horrors just constantly meleeing him to death, because the white swing damage, again, like I called out earlier, the melee hits are just incredibly difficult on this kind of a fight. Now is rotated into his Metamorphosis. We do still have access to that Personal Darkness or an Anti-Magic Zone if he gets into a little bit of trouble, but he's doing a great job of just kiting this pack.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see just maneuvering around. A little Blast Wave is going to come out there as an interrupt and also keep the mobs off him for a little bit longer. Meta is about to drop here for now, unless he gets some luck of the draw procs. He could kite. I don't think he wants to, though. I'm pretty sure that he's going to want to keep in combat with this for as much as he can. Keep these mobs nice and stacked up. As they are starting to die, he is going to be able to drag them away from those creepers. Oh, and a beautiful luck of the draw proc into that Metamorphosis is going to mean that he won't need to commit any more resources here or have that Last Resort proc either. Things going beautifully for Vunderbar. Mandatory, on the other hand, Skylark does not have Last Resort available, so this could much more easily go wrong.
I mean, now didn't even proc his Last Resort on that large pull. Skylar's going to have it back available for that Darkness with those Corridor Creepers. That's probably the part of the dungeon that you want it for. Obviously, it's a good fail-safe if you accidentally ended up proccing it during this pull, as it would have kept you alive when you otherwise would have died. But we just saw from now on the side of Vunderbar, you don't necessarily need it on this pull.
Yeah, this is... okay, super scary right now for Skylark. He's in meta right now. Feeling okay. Iron Bark has now fallen. Sigil of Chains to keep those mobs away, just as we saw from Vunderbar. Skylark backpedaling away, not getting hit by any of these mobs except for those corridor creepers, which are immune to that chains. These horrors are catching back up, but at least the littlest mobs have now all died, and they've died far enough away to not buff the corridor creepers. Again, another knock is going to keep these shuffling horrors away, and it looks like Skylark is just not interested in taking auto attacks from those mobs. Throws another hunt here.
Ooh, now we got the Blood Beast proc. This is good.
Yeah, and a Fell Dev as well is going to mean that Skylark can stay in for a little while as Demonic activates his Metamorphosis, but now it falls off. And again, no last resort here, so he's forced to play a lot more defensively than now were.
Oh, Clix lost his Bloodlust.
Are going straight into boss here. Clicks down to an auto from a Corridor Creeper, and like you said, Lust has expired off of him. But Vunderbar have 6 minutes left in the dungeon, so as long as they don't wipe here, that timer should be okay for them.
Dude, I actually don't know what it's like to live the Shadow Blast on this dungeon level without priest shields. Priests tend to be able to put this massive 7 million health shield on your character, and then they'll potentially PS you as well on top of that whenever you're getting targeted by the Shadow Blast. Now, of course, teams do have the access to that Shadow Meld Night Elf racial to be able to remove that off of them and cancel that Shadow Blast cast. But if you end up getting hit with that Shadow Blast, so you get selected twice in a row, what ends up happening to one of these druids? Like, obviously you can go bear form. I think there's a chance they could die through that bear form.
Yeah, we do have 2 more battle reses here, so part of the strat could just be using those if you need to. As we do have Vunderbar maneuvering around, 5 minutes still left on the clock here. And remember, the time tiebreaker could be extremely relevant here. So even though the death may not have cost them this key, those 15 seconds plus the timer loss from the damage loss from losing the Lust and those cooldowns might well come back to haunt them. As another Shadow Meld is going to come out here from Clicks. Things are going well, at least with the right players being targeted by those blasts. Candle moved out of the way, and Gingy hands in the air as Evocation is about to start off here. The Arcane Surge should send the rest of these creepers most of the way home. Now has procced Last Resort, so the tank is in quite a bit of danger here. Darkness is going to come down for the group and for the tank, but now up to 6 stacks of that debuff before Whippy is able to find a global to cleanse him.
How much of a damage loss was that death to Clicks? Obviously, we lost 15 seconds, but how much can you quantify that Bloodlust and all those offensive CDs losing? This is exactly what I was talking about. Gingy dies to that Shadow Blast 100 to 0. 17.7 million damage from the Darkness contacting that Shadow Blast on Gingy, not having that Invis or that Night Elf racial available.
Yeah, that Candle just being brought around by Vunderbar. The boss still has a lot of health as well. 76% is only about halfway between that 90 and that 55 that this boss stops at. They're already 2 minutes in combat as well, so this is actually going to be... I mean, they're still on the good side of the timer, but if they have another death here, they're going to be getting kind of close to that timer.
Whippy and Clicks both don't have Shadow Meld available. Whippy obviously just Shadow Melded that Shadow Blast right there. Whippy is going to have his Pain Suppression available, and now shouldn't need the Pain Suppression. Oh my gosh, the Iron Bark available. Now shouldn't need it anymore because he's not tanking the Corridor Creepers on top of the boss. So you probably just send that on a person if they get targeted with the Shadow Blast and they can't meld that off.
Yeah, Clicks going bear form. Gonna live at 10% HP in that bear form bark skin, but he is gonna survive. And yeah, so if Clicks gets targeted, he'll have Shadow Meld back next time. Gingy also with Meld available, same with Kush. Whippy is going to be the player who's in the most danger. He does have Iron Bark available as a personal Iron Bark if he needs it. AMZ might be available as well at some point soon, too. And Kush also has Anti-Magic Shell available. This one is going to target Kush. He's just going to hit the Meld here to avoid having to run out, milking that cast for most of its cast bar.
He is optimal. Like, if we get every single Shadow Blast, if we could pick it to target one character, we're picking Kush, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, so he does have Anti-Magic Shell, which is a huge resource, although he may opt to press it on the next Eternal Darkness cast when that comes out here in about 30 seconds. We'll see.
I think
Up next, though, it's going to be...
save it, no?
Yeah, let's see what he decides to do. He is going to hold right now.
You just Death Strike if you're really worried about dying here. I think you would just like save that AMS in case the Shadow Blast right here targeted you, because then you would be in trouble if you didn't have that AMS.
Okay, Whippy gets targeted. Also, Bearform Barkskin is going to survive very barely. But yeah, it looks like Bearform plus Barkskin is enough for our Druids to live.
There's not enough. There's not a lot of leeway here. How are we feeling about the Wunderbar timer?
Yeah, I mean... I think it's going to be... They're going to have like a minute on the timer at the end of this key. That's pretty good.
But Mandatory, hot on their heels, they actually had a faster Candle King split. Mandatory ended up having a 20-minute, 32-second Candle King, and we haven't necessarily been talking about them as much because Wunderbar started this dungeon and got on a run a little bit earlier on. But Mandatory, with a slightly faster Candle King, are they going to be able to down the darkness earlier? They also have 0 deaths, where Wunderbar lost 30 seconds to both Clicks and Genji dying on Pull of the Darkness.
Yeah, this could be huge. As it stands right now, Mandatory are down in time tiebreakers against Vunderbar, but if they can get a faster Dark Flame Cleft than Vunderbar, all of a sudden, things could change here. Right now, they're a minute 50 behind, but also 26 of those seconds are in Cleft, which are going to get erased here. So if they can catch up decently here, they could maybe get in range to get ahead of Vunderbar on time tie breaks. Vunderbar need to stop the clock here, 56% on the boss, as this is going over that 30-minute marker for them in this 31-minute dungeon. They stopped the clock at 30:17. It's going to be the world first 23 Cleft. Vunderbar one-shotting that key, making it look easy, but Mandatory are hot on their heels, and Mandatory have a much faster run cooking here.
Yeah, I think that Mandatory is probably going to be 40-some-odd seconds ahead of Wunderbar just looking at where they were. What exactly was the end time for Wunderbar there, Dratnos? Do you have it on hand?
I do, yes. So Vunderbar had a 30-17. Mandatory here, angling to have something like a 29-15, something like that.
Yeah.
Vunderbar are going on their break as we are past the first hour of the day. So Vunderbar will be taking 10 minutes of break time to figure out where to go next. See if I'm not a believer in 24 Cleft. I think Vunderbar will be looking at something like 22 Cinderbrew Meadery, but we'll see where they decide to zone back in. As Mandatory are about to finish this timer, 57%. Are they going to be able to get this at that 29-minute marker? That would be absolutely incredible.
Surge is coming out. Here's the surge.
Surge is up.
So they need 15 seconds basically to do all of the damage from the surge. I think that 29:15 that you cited earlier is around the right time here.
Yeah, I think they're going to be maybe 29:10 here. Yep, there it is. 29:08.
Nice.
0.6.
How good is that for their time tiebreaker? How good is that?
They're going to yoink that world record tag from Vunderbar. They are now 14 seconds behind Vunderbar across all 6 of these dungeons, with a different configuration of dungeons as well. Mandatory featuring the 22 Cinderbrew, whereas Vunderbar have the 22 Theater, but both teams have the same total level of keys. Now, while all this was happening, we also did have Miscount reset the dungeon and run it again. You can see they are now halfway through this dungeon. Blazicon went down for them at that 14:30 marker, so pretty quick Blazicon split as they make their way towards Candle King, and Perplexed in that 22, nearing the end of their run as well. So all of our teams still in those Cleft. Mandatory also opting for a 10-minute break, just like Vunderbar did. So we're going to see if Miscount and Perplexed will be able to try and catch up here.
Seems like Vunderbar and Mandatory were around that 20-minute, 30-second marker on the Candle King. So that's kind of what we're looking for Miscount.
I think Miscount are going to be faster.
I mean, this is a 5-minute boss, weren't they? Wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was 5 minutes, so I guess 20-30. Maybe 20-20 for Miscount. Get those 10 seconds. The thing is, okay, it seems like Miscount have just been faster in a few of these dungeons than the rest of the field. When we look at things like their 23 world record Motherload, they had 4 deaths in that run and still were able to time the key, whereas Vunderbar had a 0-death run and weren't. So I think Miscount, something about maybe just their damage optimization has just seemed better this weekend than the field. They have the fastest times in the Priory and the Motherload right now, and they're very close in some of the other keys too.
You called out Wunderbar and Mandatory. Wunderbar potentially going to that Cinderbrew Meadery. I think that Wunderbar and Mandatory are both supposed to go to the Motherload because of tiebreaker implications. I think I'd rather get more attempts at that Motherload 23 than at that Cinderbrew Meadery 22 or maybe Theater of Pain 22.
If I'm Vunderbar, I'm thinking about my 23 Motherload yesterday and thinking, man, what do we change about that run? It was pretty good. Like the route, yeah, you could squeeze 10 seconds out of somewhere, but if one little thing goes wrong, you're going to be depleting that key. And compare that to, say, Cinderbrew, where it's maybe more of a case of if we don't wipe, we have a route that does this. In Motherload, I'm not sure they do.
Well, they have 3.5 hours to change their route a little bit if they're not like super happy
changing
with it.
your route is such a That's such a
Miscount.
big thing to try and do at that key level.
I mean, Miscount already wrote the formula for it, and I have to think that Wunderbar were willing to go in overnight and really rethink their Motherlode route, because they ended up losing a decent amount of time on that Azerok split. You see Miscount here with that 1507 Azerok split. Wunderbar ended up putting up a 1630 on that split. Now, they did have a little bit more count, but it wasn't enough more count to where you're like, yeah, I'm happy with the 1630.
Yeah, exactly. Vunderbar had their strat let them skip the double war machines at the end that Miscount just fought and killed, and it seemed better on paper for Vunderbar, but it definitely was faster for Miscount. So yeah, just a question of if they have that route, if they have the ability to hot swap into that route, which is a very hard thing to do, because they could get a point in the Cinder Brew and try and just win on points compared to the field instead.
If neither of them go to the Motherlode, then you run into the situation where if Miscount are able to time this 23 Dark Flame Cleft, they're going to have tiebreaker criteria over you if you guys are all tied at the same score.
Yeah, but if you're Vunderbar, you could be like, okay, they maybe have the Motherlode, but we have the Cinder Brew and the Theater, and that's 2 dungeons to their 1, right?
Hoping
we get
that
more
they can't
points.
time either. I mean, you're putting fate in their hands at that point, kind of. And that does not sound Wunderbar-esque.
You're giving them tiebreaker, but I think if you're Vunderbar, maybe you're just thinking like, yeah, we can time 2 or 3 of these keys and get an incredible amount of points over the rest of the competition, even if Motherlode isn't one of them. You know, we have a route that we think works in the Cinder Brew. Maybe they can go back to somewhere like the Floodgate as well and put a point up there.
Yeah. Dude, look at AJ's DPS that he's doing right here. 450,000 DPS.
Wow.
Is actually an insane amount from the Restoration Druid. I was looking at it a little bit earlier from some of the healers. Maybe we can... I think we're going to have the option to show some of the DPS that was performed on the Candle King, hopefully right after this Miscount performance. But AJ doing 460,000 DPS is just a giga chat amount of damage. And that might be 10 seconds for Miscount being able to kill the Candle King faster because of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things about this fight, is that all of the damage is extremely predictable. So as long as you know everybody's going to live, right? You've got HOTS. Yeah, you just go into cat form. You can put out a couple of those dots, and those dots do a lot of damage. You know, 1 or 2 globals, if they're at the right time, can represent millions of DPS from that Resto Druid. Again, entering cat form here, even as those purple circles are out, he just has those HOTS out, knows that he's going to have time to exit and go into that wild growth, and that mass barrier from Hearthjacks as well is going to just carry them through that cast.
Yargi is doing an egregious amount of damage, too, on this balance here. Look at this, 2.4 million DPS. What were the Wunderbar and mandatory kill times on this fight?
5 minutes was the Vunderbar kill time, and like I said, dude, Miscount, they just do more damage somehow. That's historically, that has not been a thing that's been true for a lot of teams, except for, you know, Echo in some previous MDIs. That would be the team where you just look at them and be like, yeah, they just are doing more damage. But this time around, it is Miscount that are just doing more damage. They're going to take a 5-minute boss fight, and they're going to kill it in 4 minutes and 50 seconds. In fact, faster.
Okay, so Yargi was doing 2.4 million DPS. AJ was doing like 450k. Hearthjacks was doing 2.6 million. Let's take a look at what Mandatory and Wunderbar were at on this exact same encounter. So look at this. Mode was doing a lot more damage than Whippy, but Mode was still only at 329,000 DPS. Stove was at 2.5, but Hearthjacks, we just saw earlier, was at 2.6. And then Maystine at 2 million DPS. We saw Yargi doing 400,000 DPS more? Like, what was going on for Miscount there? Is this just the Miscount damage chasm?
I think it might be. I think that just every single player on that team is, I mean, they're just critting a lot or something. It's hard to say.
Oh, this is going to be big. I think for them, I mean, look, they're already 20 or 30 seconds ahead of where Mandatory were on their Candle King split, and if they're going to be able to convert this into Dungeon, that's going to be a really big time save for them, and that's going to be great for their time tiebreakers. We kind of called it out this entire weekend. They've had the world record tags, even though they were in 3rd place, even though they're in 4th place. They still had multiple world record tags, and they looked incredibly quick in all of the dungeons that they were able to put up the times in. If this is another one of those for Miscount, if any team ends up going to time tiebreaker criteria against them, I think that Miscount might have that criteria.
This is an incredible run, and Miscount is just bringing so much damage to the table. It's amazing to hear you both break it down. We are going to switch things up here as we keep watching the end of this run, though, so the exciting end of it here will be cast actually by Zyronic and Nagura. Woo! But Tettles and Dratnos, we'll have you around later again.
GG's.
Bye. So, okay, we are in it. This is amazing. I mean, Zyro, we just saw Vunderbar get world first plus 23 Dark Flame. Mandatory stole that record with a no-death faster run. Miscount is currently trying to top both of them. So, having seen how Tettles and Dratos are just breaking down, how they're sort of comparing, what would landing this mean for Miscount, and what do you think is really amping up their run right now?
It's just a damage diff. And I see people in chat, with a little bit of the delay, they're talking about how the logs and the details are different. For overall damage meters for the entire dungeon, because of downtime in the full dungeon, yes, that's correct. But we're just looking at the damage purely on the boss fight. And for logs and details, it's going to be the same. Unless you have an Hog Evoker in the group, but those are nowhere to be found. So Miscount are just finding a way to do more damage everywhere throughout the dungeon, even if it's just on a pure single target encounter, and that's super impressive to see. It just makes more sense now from what we saw yesterday with the 23 Mother Load, where we saw Vunderbar have a 0-death run that they ended up over time in, but then Miscount just strolls in and times the dungeon easily with 4 deaths. They somehow were able to make up like a minute and a half in that dungeon just based off of raw DPS. That's insane to see. You've never seen a team gap the players that are on these other teams like this before.
Yeah, this is actually absolutely insane. I would love to know what it really is. Of course, it can be just pure gameplay. It can be some specific builds, some talents. It can be loads of things, honestly. But looking at the talents and the gear that they're running, it is very similar, if not the exact same. But it has to be some sort of rotation thing that or positioning. I don't know. Like, this is absolutely crazy to see Miscount just doing so well. Also, the fact that Miscount kind of coming into this tournament, of course, Miscount have been around for a while, right? But to look at teams like Mandatory and Vunderbar and not having the first thought to just copy what they do, they are coming in with their own plan. They're doing their own thing. They are, in the other dungeons, they haven't been running IF Kazans and they haven't been playing around it like the other teams did. They're like, you know what, we don't need this. We're going to play this differently. It's going to be better. And they have those world record timed runs in so many of the keys. So to see Miscount just be so confident in their own strategy and their own route, it's absolutely incredible to see. And it's really paying off for them as they are about to approach the darkness here. As AJ does go down, they do have a battle rest, and it's immediately going to be used. So they're still fine on the timer here. But yeah, not ideal having your healer go down at start. Kira also going down.
That's the worst
this
part.
Is actually,
No.
This is going to be a full town portal, unfortunately. Oh, no. At the very end. Oh, my God. They were doing so incredibly well.
All the DPS in the world is not going to prevent you from wiping if your tank dies on that pole, and that is going to be a massive time loss for Miscount. 25 minutes gone. The good news is we know they can do it now. The bad news is they're going to have to continue to work on that 23 Dark Flame Cleft, while Vunderbar and Mandatory, now back from the breaks, get to go and work on some of those other push keys, and they're both going to be heading to that 23 Mother Load, which, if they're able to time it, will wipe the advantage that Miscount secured themselves yesterday off the board. We'll have to see if these teams can get this key done very, very early on in the day here.
And one thing to note as well is that since Miscount did time it yesterday, and their timer looked pretty good, both Vunderbar and Mandatory, and of course Perplexed as well, they were able to watch that Miscount run. They were able to watch it back, see what Miscount did, and even if it's very difficult for those teams to adjust their own route, but I'm sure there's something that they've seen that maybe was more efficient that they can do. Vunderbar and Mandatory, like they're incredibly good teams, and even if they might not be able to practice on the tournament realms, they are able to adjust their route a little bit here and there, right? Obviously, having some major route changes wouldn't be really doable, but having some things change here and there and maybe adjust it to whatever Miscount did, I do think that would have been possible for Vunderbar and Mandatory to do from yesterday to today.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of overstating how easy it would be to go back and look at the broadcast to see what the teams are doing, because specifically yesterday, right, we had 6 different teams on the broadcast, so our teams weren't always on the broadcast. And something that I noticed when I was going back yesterday after the competition day was done was, I was thinking, okay, I would like to go see what Vunderbar did in their Mother Load to make it slower than what we saw from Miscount. Hopped on over to Now's stream on Twitch, and there was no VOD. These teams are hiding their VODs. So, I mean, it's smart. It's what you should do. But, man, it's really hard to find exactly what is making these runs different. You can see bits and pieces of it from the broadcast, but these teams are trying to keep everything top secret as much as they possibly can so that other teams can't copy their strategies. So we'll see if Vunderbar comes in today potentially trying to yoink some strats from what we saw from Miscount yesterday, or if they're just going to try to do their strat from yesterday, but just do it a little bit better. Because they didn't have to go that much faster, right? They were only 10 seconds over time on their first attempt at that last boss in the Motherlode 23, so we know it's within possibility for them.
It's definitely within possibility, but yeah, it definitely seems a lot more rough for them compared to what Miscount did. Miscount, I think they also had like a death or even 2 deaths and managed to still do it, right? Well, Vunderbar... Oh, actually, Vunderbar is wiping currently, as they did engage the crowd up. The coin-operated crowd pummeler did unfortunately have... I think it was now that went down. And then obviously it's going to be rough from there. Miscount also having to reset their 23, as they're having a full wipe as well at the very start. I mean, this is obviously not a big deal for them to reset here at the start. The reset at the end that we had earlier on Darkness, that was a huge time loss.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, all of these wipes at the start of the key, it's to be expected when you get to this key level, right? We talk about this all the time with this format. The more difficulty you can front load into the key, that makes it so that if you do wipe, it's likely to be in the early pulls, which means you lose less time. But when you get through that pull, you're on for a good run. The rest of the dungeon should be slightly easier because of the front-loading of difficulty you're able to do. That pull in particular, pulling a couple of mobs into the start of the coin-operated crowd pummeler, it stacks a lot of potential danger right at the start of the encounter, with throw rocks going off, potential earth shocks landing from the earth shaper that can't be interrupted. Those going off at the same time as the very first static pulse of the boss on this key level will just kill a player. Your tank is also in danger. Taking just the white swings from these mobs on this 23 key level, incredibly dangerous for them. So, still something that you have to look out for, but Vunderbar not phased, just going right back into it.
Yeah, they are going right back, and you can see, just taking a look at Now's health bar on a pull like this, it's just crazy to see how defensive he has to play and how much healing has to be done and mitigation has to be used. Miscount, in the meantime, is taking their first 10-minute break. We, of course, did see Vunderbar and Mandatory already take their 10 minutes, as Gingy does go down to a grease gun here. And the Phantom Knives finishing off course, so they are going to be town portaling and trying again. Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a key that both Mandatory and Vunderbar, they're going to be taking some time and to be able to do this. It looked so easy yesterday when Miscount just walked in and just kind of timed that key. But yeah, 23 Motherlode is an incredibly high key level, and every single pull can just mean your tank going down, or anyone really going down.
Yeah, this is a big moment here for Miscount. As we see now, it looks like they've taken the first of their break timer, a little 10-minute break. Maybe just, quick little reevaluation here. Relax. We wiped in the last boss of the dungeon. We know it's possible. Let's not get tilted by doing this first pull over and over again. Come back refreshed. See if they're able to do it when they get back from the break. I think it's a smart call. Of course, our teams do have to take 20 minutes of breaks throughout the day. Otherwise, they could get penalized. We've never seen it happen before. We've been close. But, just got to make sure people know that that's something that they have to do. Half of it already gone from Miscount. I believe Vunderbar and Mandatory also took half of their breaks as well. But we've got Perplexed now, who had a little bit of trouble at the start of the day now, working on this 23 here. Everyone moving over towards the Resto Druid pick, which seems smart in this dungeon, especially considering that healing requirement on the Candle King, reaching nearly 5.3 million HPS. All the more impressive when you consider the overhealing that these druids are doing that encounter is like only 20 to 25%. That boss just does so much damage to the group.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of damage, and we already talked about this wandering candle pull here being a little bit tougher on the rest of druids as well, because of course whenever you have a ticking damage kind of incoming damage profile where you consistently take damage, that's where the rest of druids are good, because they have so much healing over time, right? But whenever you have those big incoming hits that happen less frequently, then of course you would prefer the Disc Priest over the consistent healing from the rest of druid, because shielding through big hits is obviously a little bit safer than healing it back up, because if you're not full HP, then it's just gonna one-shot you if you don't have that shield on you. So Savvy having to put in a little bit more work here compared to if he would be on the Disc Priest, but they're looking good. And one of the candles already down, second one following, and the last one gonna be there in just a moment too. Wolf Disco is looking like he's gonna be pulling that pack in the corner in just a moment. Yeah, he is staying behind. Yep. There it is.
Little polymorph on the Wick Ladder here to make sure that they don't have too many casters in combat with them when they engage Blazikon here. The two Blazing Fiends will slowly trickle behind. They'll have to make sure they get the explosive flame casts on those to make sure they aren't taking extra fire damage for these Blaziken abilities, but looks like they've got everything under control as they pull those mobs into the boss. See Perplexed now dealing with this Wandering Candle pull in the meantime here. And yeah, it looks like it's pretty well set up, but again, a lot of this dungeon really is just trying to survive until you can fight the Candle King, and if your healer can keep you alive through that encounter, you can time this key. Love the CC chain they're using on those extra Blazing Fiends while they're out of the pack, so they don't have to worry about AoE CCing them. Just very, very smart play here from Perplexed.
Yeah, really nicely done, as we do see some more casts coming through. Another Quenching Blast gonna drop everyone really low. You can see the bear forms having to be used by the druids, making sure they're not getting one-shot. As Swag does go down to the Explosive Flame. They do have 2 Battle Rests available, which they're going to be using immediately by one of the druids here. And Swag back up. Hopefully they can recover, as the CC chain might have gotten interrupted here a little bit with that death.
That was the 2 fiends they had CC'd at the start of the room. They came out of the Misery Sigil, and they instantly cast it. You can see Divine Field had 2 stacks of that debuff on him as well, and Swag didn't line of sight them, so that's where that damage came from. They do get the Quenching Candle dead. They're going to be cleaving down the remainder of these Blazing Fiends. They've got the Wicklighter in the room with them now, too. Needing a CC on that. There's the Polymorph. Hopefully that's not dotted by the Boomkin. We know our Boomkin players love to dot every single mob that comes into their line of sight. So, okay, it looks like they're good. Tobo's smart enough to not dot that, as you would expect from a team of this caliber that's here on the final day of our Grand Finals. But yeah, that could have been a scary moment if they had all 3 of these casters in. Having to do an AoE CC rotation during the boss encounter would not be ideal.
It definitely would have been very scary if one of those dots would have jumped on the Wicklighter, which can also happen, by the way, Sarah. It doesn't have to be a target. It can just be jumping over. We have something called Twin Moons. It's okay. Don't call out the Moonkins like that.
Hey, listen, that Wicklighter was 30 yards away. You're telling me Twin Moons procs on mobs 30 yards away?
Oh yeah, it's infinite range. It's like 100 yards at least. Anyway, Vunderbar unfortunately having to reset their key twice, actually, while we were talking about Perplexed. Once on, I believe, the second pool. There's a replay. Yeah, this is the extractor pool. Let's see what happened here. So, double extractor coming in. We're looking pretty
I'm guessing tank death, no cheat death.
So far. Oh, Kush might go
Kush got rock lance?
Oh,
it was just a rock lance.
also got rock
okay.
lance. Okay, so double rock lance going off here. Just,
it could be a whole number of different things there on that
yeah. But yeah, anyway, then Vunderbar went back in after that reset that we saw the replay from, and then wiped again on the first pull. So yeah, that first pull actually causing some trouble for Vunderbar for sure. In the meantime, Mandatory though on their 23 did get past those first 2 difficult pulls that Vunderbar is struggling with, and is now fighting coin-operated Crab Pummeler. They are utilizing this position where the foot bomb launcher is spawning all of the bombs on a pixel-perfect stack, which means that Skylarks can be using a macro to get them all into the boss very quickly, which actually overall is a really big damage increase. Apparently it's going to make you kill a boss 20 to 30% quicker, which is honestly an insane stat. Like, I didn't think it would be that valuable, but that is why all of the teams are utilizing it.
Yeah, when you think about it, like way back in the day when we had Motherlode as a dungeon and our MDIs way back, there weren't as many bombs, and it was like a healer job, right? Only the healer kicked the bombs into the boss, so your DPS could do all the damage while the debuff was on the boss. There's 6 of them now, and if your DPS had to run around and kick bombs into the boss while it had that damage taken debuff increase on it, it would be a huge damage loss. So the fact that the tank can just stand there, interact with, mouse over every single one of those bombs directly into the boss right away, huge damage increase, allows the rest of your group to just stay nice and stacked, and they can bait the Shocking Claw wherever they want. Tank can kick that last bomb in at the last moment, refresh that debuff up to 6 stacks, and they can keep that debuff perfectly stacked as long as possible to increase that damage taken debuff on the boss by a ton. They've also done a great job of keeping these sappers alive as long as possible. So the funnel has been available for Stove on the Arcane Mage here for the entire boss encounter, making this 23 boss only last about 3 minutes. Absolutely wild. It's great play here from Mandatory.
That's crazy. To see like a 3-minute boss fight on a 23 is absolute insanity. So really nicely done by Mandatory. Vunderbar now approaching their second pull of the dungeon again. This is the pull that we've seen many teams wipe to. Let's take a quick look, as Mandatory certainly is going to be able to finish off this boss. But Vunderbar, can they do the extractor pull? The double extractor is just so difficult. So much damage going on onto the group, on top of having to do so many interrupts as well. And you're dealing with a little bit of a smaller area. You can see To the left of Gingy, there's a pack that they're not pulling. That's why Whippy and Clicks are playing really close to the wall. But whenever you have that extractor AoE come out and those huge puddles are spawning, then there isn't that much space to dodge into. And that's why we do see sometimes people actually go down those puddles, because they are huge and there's many of them. As you can see, it is happening right here. And sometimes you can just get an unlucky spawn, really, and you're going to be cut off, or either you choose to die or pull a pack. And then usually dying is probably the better choice in that moment, as pulling a pack would mean certain death for the whole group. But yeah, so far so good for Vunderbar, as the extractors are slowly going down. You can see a Typhoon Vortex interrupt here on the Rocklands cast into Incap Roar, into Solar Beam.
It looked like they only pulled the one extractor there. I'm looking at where all the other extractor spawns are, and they haven't pulled any other of them, so maybe they've opted to change their strategy, or is it the double extractor pull that they do after they kill off the first boss? I think that's the routing that they go for, right? They do this single extractor pull first,
Maybe.
then they kill the boss, then they go for the double extractor pull afterwards. Let's see if that is the routing here from Vunderbar, just to make sure one more time. But this pull going well, typically in live routing, this is the pull that you use the Bloodlust for, so the fact that they're able to get through that pull without the Bloodlust, do it cleanly, is very impressive. We'll see if Vunderbar can keep it clean through the coin-operated Crown Pummeler and see what they can do after the fact. But speaking of pulls after the coin-operated Crown Pummeler, let's take a look at Mandatories here and see how that pull looks. It looks like it's gone very, very well for them. No problems whatsoever, still on 0 deaths. And a very fast pull, too. Only took them a minute and a half to get through that pull after they killed off the coin-operated Crown Pummeler. So they're on for a fantastic potential run here. Of course, we know Azarok is a massive wall on this particular key level. What was this Dominate Mind for? What do we have? We have a Sapper from Mode there. Where did that come from?
Interesting. Taking
Where
a
did
look
that
at,
come from, actually? Hold on.
Yeah. Did they have it from like before coin-operated Crown Pummeler already?
I don't know.
Probably, right? Because they wanted to stay in combat, I guess. So I'm assuming they have it controlled for a while already.
Okay. Yeah, see,
Well,
the thing that I'm used to teams doing is they use that Dominate Mind on one of these Earth Shapers in this particular pack, so that they can remove a kick from the pull. But look at what Mandatory actually have set up here. They have a Prison and a Polymorph on both of those Earth Shapers, so the only kicks that they have to worry about are the triple Stone Fury casts here. These Furious Quakes, a single one of them goes off on this key level, could just potentially one-shot your group. And the problem is, the overtime cast that Taskmaster Ascari puts out puts this huge spell haste and melee haste buff on the mobs around it, so the casts on these mobs are incredibly fast. Look at that Furious Quakes cast timer. That was like a 1.5 second cast that you have to make sure you can get an interrupt on, and I mean, looks like they're going to be able to get it done. Unfortunately, the solar beam is down, but none of the mobs are in the solar beam, so they're not getting silenced. We have a replay of the mind control here from Mode. Where did that Sapper actually come from? Let's see here.
Oh, okay.
What is he target? Is it something on top of the cliff?
Oh, it looks like it.
It is? Okay.
It
I didn't
is.
even know those mobs were up there.
I didn't
All
know
right.
either. That's insane. Wow, that's
Interesting.
actually so cool. Wow. Okay, here you can see them. You can see them in this house, or even like on top of like an air. This is very, very, very cool. Okay, do they give count? I assume they do. I'm not sure though. This is so cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, well, good to know that there's things up there that they can pull. Interesting. You learn new things every day. It's not that often that you learn new things in a dungeon that's this old, but Mandatory or 3-time champions would be the team that that could show that off. That's pretty cool. But we are on to what is likely the hardest boss of this dungeon in Azarok. The HPS and DPS requirements on this boss are immense. Every single infused Earth Rager that the boss empowers does tons of pulsing AoE damage. And that's not all. You need to make sure that you kill these Earth Ragers off before the boss starts to channel his Resonant Quake cast like he's doing right now. This pulse damage is still going off on the group while the Quake cast goes off. Can they live through it? Only barely are they able to live through it. Maybe with the augmentation of the Bloodlust was Mode able to keep his team alive, but they cannot let that overlap happen probably any more times on this encounter. They used so many buttons there to live through that. Mass Barrier expended on the team just to let them stay alive through that Quake.
And they have to be very careful moving forward. I did quickly want to take a look at the split times. Now, obviously, the splits at the start of the dungeon can be a little bit different depending on what route you're playing. Like Vunderbar, for example, playing the single extractor instead of the double. So that could be changing up your timer a little. But we do have 23 mother loads that has been done by Miscount already, and they seem to be really fast. So their split for a coin-operated crowd pummeler yesterday was 6 minutes and 49. And now we have a 7:28 here by mandatory. So a little bit behind, of course, still doable depending on where they're pulling the trash here. But yeah, we're gonna have to see how it turns out for them afterwards. And then we can also take a look at Vunderbar, as they also managed to finish off coin-operated crowd pummeler at 6:47 actually. So that is faster than Miscount, 2 seconds faster.
Okay. All right, that's really good for them this time around. We'll see if they're able to keep up this pace as they still have half of this boss to go through. The Bloodlust near the pole did a ton of damage to this boss, but we know that this is a 5-minute beast of a boss, and every single infused Earth Rager is just another DPS check that they have to get through. Mode setting up for the AoE pulse of damage here. Another Earth Rager with the skull marker on it here. This is the no Arcane Surge set. You can Arcane Surge every other Earth Rager. This one is just the touch of the Magi, so you'll see Maystein with that Nature's Vigil active, trying to keep the team alive, trying to aid his healer any way possible, actually star surging this one particular mob, cannot expend that astral power on the AoE here. They need this one mob to die as quickly as possible. The next cast the boss uses will be the Resonant Quake. They've been able to kill off the Earth Rager before it could do any more damage to the group. One more pulse from that Earth Rager would have just ended this run for mandatory.
Yeah, this is just crazy how tight this is, as we do have another Earth Rager that is getting Asteroid Infusion here. This time around, we do have the Arcane Surge that is Stove immediately is pressing to make sure that Earth Rager is going to go down a little bit quicker this time around. Maystein actually getting a Pain Sap here by Mode just for that ticking damage, which is absolutely insane. And that AoE is going to come through in just a moment, but of course, Earth Rager dealt with that Arcane Surge. We will definitely get one more after this Resonant Quake, maybe even 2 more that they have to deal with. And we know that it was mandatory, right? That ended up committing to to the boss instead of killing off the Earth Rager on a 22, and ended up having 5 deaths at the end of their run. So let's hope they're not going to make that same mistake here.
It looks like that timer is going to be pretty much the same here. This should be the last Earth Rager of the fight they kill. Again, this is just this touch of the Magi without the Arcane Surge that's being used to kill off this Earth Rager, but look, Mode's just running out of buttons to help keep the group alive here. Of course, even without buttons, this could do a good job of keeping the group alive, but they have one more Resonant Quake to live through. After this Tectonic Smash, that cast will be the next thing the boss queues. Let's kill off this Earth Rager before it pulses on our group too much. Get Maystein topped, put those shields out, we'll be good to go, and I think with this final Arcane Surge and Execute, they should be able to commit to the boss here, and Mandatory are on a fantastic run. This is looking to be about a 16-minute Azerok, which, from what we know yesterday, is enough to just barely time this key.
Yeah, so I think for Miscount, the split for Azerok is 15:06 actually, which means that Mandatory would be a little bit slower here, but they've already been a bit slower on the Crowd Pummeler. So their split between Crowd Pummeler and Azerok was actually really fast. There we go, 15:48. So definitely still on pace to time this key. We know that Vunderbar yesterday with 2 deaths did not manage to finish off the dungeon, did not have any other mistakes, and also Vunderbar going one more time. That means Vunderbar did wipe. Didn't quite catch that. Maybe we can get a replay as to what happened to Vunderbar. I think they were currently doing their mini boss pull right in front of Azerok. I think that is what wiped them at some point. Yeah, Vunderbar is struggling quite a bit.
We'll have to see. You have to remember as well that almost all of our teams are running completely different routes in this key. One of the reasons Miscount was so fast in their dungeon early on is because they skip more trash in this starting area before Azerok than our other teams do. Here's a replay of that wipe here from Vunderbar. Unfortunately, it was the Taskmaster Ascari pull. Was it a Furious Quake cast going off? Yes, it was, instantly one-shotting their mage in his Arcane Surge. All of that focus damage on the mini-boss gone, and that's going to be a reset here from Vunderbar, who, as we saw from the routing yesterday, if they are running the same route, they really don't have any extra time to give in this dungeon.
I do quickly want to check in on our DFC teams, both Perplexed and Miscount, in that 23 still that they're trying to time. Perplexed nearing the end of their run. They are currently dealing with that minecart area with those creepers, and they're looking pretty good. Now, these creepers can still be very deadly for Divine Field at the very end of this pull, just because you're running out of those defenses, but the Iron Bark was still on Divine Field, and they're able to continue. So it's looking very good for Perplexed. They have 2 battle rests available. They already had 2 deaths on the board. 5 minutes 49 left for them. How long do they need for the last boss?
Probably close to 5:30. This is not looking great. Remember, they're also going to get stunned at the end of this cart RP as well. So they essentially just need to do the quickest gather and boss pull that you possibly can here. It's a 23 boss. It takes forever, even though you only actually have to do 35% of the boss's HP. They scale it to encounter that. Let's see how our team's going to use little combat movement tricks to dodge the stun. Everyone who could did. So it's only the DK, actually, who gets stunned there. If you blink or Displacer Beast or Infernal Strike on the DH, you can prevent that stun at the end of the card RP. But like I said, we really have to go fast here. Our timer here is not good. We have to have fantastic boss DPS, which is going to be all the more scary for Divine Field, because he's going to have to tank these corridor creepers for a ton of time. And look at the buttons that he has available to him. Remember, we're running Resto Druid, so there's no 2 charges of pain suppression here. He's not going to have cheat death for the rest of the dungeon, so that's not something that he'll have to use. So really, the remainder of this poll here is just, can Divine Field live here? They're going to try now, only engaging the darkness with 4 minutes and 35 seconds left on the key. Can Perplexed get this done?
This is going to be incredibly tight for Perplexed. Divine Field immediately getting that Iron Bark from Sasevi on the pull here, making sure that might carry him the start of this encounter, while the Bloodlust is also running, of course, helping out both Divine Field and Sasevi, and top of the damage, as well as the AMZ is also coming out to mitigate some of this Eternal Darkness AoE that is coming through. Yeah, the amount of damage that these creepers and the boss do to Divine Field is just absolutely insane. You can see Wolf Disco, of course, using invisibility to get rid of this Shadow Blast. In fact, it is Shadow Meld that he is using, so nice to not have to walk out there. And it's looking pretty stable so far. We do have an Iron Bark that is coming up in 14 seconds as well that can help out Divine Field after his meta here. But
someone needs to charge that
so
candle.
much damage.
Wolf Disco, the mage, blinking out to get that job done here. Alright. Divine Field, though, is super scared here. He is running out of buttons. These corridor creepers blasting away on him. That debuff stacking up more and more and more. Swag actually has to tank this Shadow Blast, dropping to 10% HP, only barely able to stay alive through that damage here. Again, that is a raw 26 million damage on the targeted player on this difficulty that Shadow Blast is doing. You need to have a ton of personals up to live through that. Divine Field dies!
Oh.
It's going to be a full wipe! There's no way you can recover from this!
Oh no, it's so late into the dungeon too, Perplexed. So we weren't really sure if they even had enough time, honestly, to be able to finish this. But yeah, Divine Field dying, of course, seals the deal for them, and they're gonna have to go again. Heartbreaking for Perplexed, losing another insane amount of time in this Dark Flame Cleft. Mandatory also having issues on Rixa Flux Flame, as Mason actually does go down. They have to use a Battle Rest, get him back up. Just so much damage coming through with those War Machines on top of Rixa. And Macy constantly having to go bear form, actually, to survive the damage. Which means that this boss fight is going to take so much longer if your Moonkin is not going to be able to do as much damage here. And, of course, also losing out on the AFK Sand stacks as well. Your Bloodlust is going to come up in just a moment. I think they still have 1 War Machine to pull, though, if I'm not mistaken. At least that is what Miscount did.
They're actually super low on... Well, they're closer to what Miscount's routing is here. It looks like they actually have completely copied Miscount strategy, so the timer pretty close for them, but they're within about a minute, and Miscount was about a minute under, so Mandatory is still technically on pace, and yeah, we're going to pop that Bloodlust immediately here. I believe the second they're able to get in range of that second War Machine here with the next Propeller Blast, we'll see Skylight hop over and Throwclave it. That he does. And again, the scary thing here is going to be the overlaps of the Ordnance from the Specialists at the same time as the Azurite Catalyst going out from the boss and a Propellant Blast. They're going to be strapped for space on this platform, and if they can perfectly execute this first movement, they should be good to go. One thing that's actually really useful here for Mandatory is they've opted not to use their Shadow Melds to try to reduce charge shot damage from these War Machines, so they'll actually have those Shadow Melds available for this first Azurite Catalyst here. Stove actually opting to not use that meld at all. or a greater invis to get rid of those catalysts. So let's see. Look at. They only have a sliver of space on this platform to live through. First propellant blast coming out here. The Ordnance Specialist is not going to remove some room from them, and they're going to be good to go. Could have been a scary overlap there, but Mandatory has gotten through the worst of it here.
Yeah, the one big problem with using your Shadow Melt for the Azerite Catalyst is that if the boss is not casting that on you, then he's going to be meleeing the tank instead. And we know how dangerous that can be in a 23 key level. Rixa plus the War Machine just do so much damage to the boss. Mason again having to go barefoot to survive the Propellant Blast. But yeah, that's why these teams decide to not use the Shadow Melt to get rid of those Propellant Blast or the Azerite drops that the Azerite Catalyst. But
they've also decided to CC the Ordnance Specialist as well, so that was never going to be something that could happen. And then we did see him yesterday that one of our teams opted to play it with the boss, so it could have been a scary moment, but no issues here for Mandatory as Rixa drops to 3%. They'll be able to get through the boss. So we're going to have to work on the War Machine here, but sub 24-minute Rixa on this timer, they're on pace. Now, they do have to deal with a ton of War Machines, and they're going to have to do the double War Machine pull after the fact. And unfortunately, Soda does die to a melee at the last moment. That's 15 precious seconds gone. But again, we saw Miscount time this key yesterday with 4 deaths. So Mandatory still on for a good run here, and they're not going to try to reset it. They're 24 minutes in, so let's see what they can do with the remaining timer available to them. On the other hand, Miscount in their Dark Flame Cleft is through Blazicon. Good timer here. Just a question, once again, whether or not they can get through Candle King and give themselves enough time to deal with the card RP plus the darkness. We've seen the Resto Druid can heal the team through this, but still, it's a constant pressure encounter where the entire time, if you accidentally leave an extra Eerie Mold up, that damage could be too much for your healer to heal up.
Yeah, it definitely can be, but yeah, you're saying Mandatory is fine, but I am not so sure about that. I do think their timer is quite sketchy. Especially considering that Miscount's Rixa split was 22:07, and we do have a 23:49 here for Mandatory, plus a death that happened after Rixa went down. So I personally think that Mandatory is going to have a little bit of a rough time here if they want to finish this, on top of having to deal with the War Machines as well. Looking at their enemy forces, they have to deal with quite a lot here. So we'll see. I mean, Mandatory thinks they can still do it, otherwise they would be town portaling here. So
you gotta try. You're 25 minutes in. You can't give up on the run.
They definitely have to try, but I think it's going to be really close for them here. They have to play perfectly.
Yeah, this pull needs to die in the next 30 seconds for them to have a chance. They might have to go for Pot of Greed, War Machines into the final boss. Even without the Bloodlust, it might be the only thing they have time for. We know that last boss is about a 5-minute plus change encounter on this key level, so they need to make sure they have the time to actually get through Mogul Razdunk. But can you live through double charge shots on that boss? There's no way. So we'll see if the timer's there. It's going to be scary, though. Now, just less than 7 minutes left in the key now. As we deal with this final War Machine, still 2 War Machines plus mines that they'll have to deal with to get through the rest of the dungeon. Oh, Mandatory. I don't know if there's time left.
Yeah, this is going to be very rough. 6 minutes 30 now left as they're surpassing that +2 timer. And we do know that the last boss is a pretty long one, considering that you have to deal with the intermission phase as well. And now we're gonna see, so they have to gather up some bombs here for the missing enemy forces, plus the War Machines. They definitely have to pull the War Machines into the boss, in my opinion. So they have to finish off one, and then they have to pull the other one into the boss at some point. They won't be able to finish off both War Machines and still do the boss in a somewhat, like, safe way. They're gonna have to focus one, then the boss has to be engaged. Looking at the Bloodlust timer as well, that one is going to come up pretty late in the boss fight, so they won't be having it at the start for the War Machine plus boss, which is also going to mean that it's going to be a little bit riskier for them. I think, how long do you think the last boss is going to take? Like, I want to say they have to pull this at around, like, 5 minutes latest, right?
I want to see it pulled at 5:30, but I don't think that's going to happen. They need to kill one of these War Machines off, or they'll just straight up die to double charge shot AoE, plus the first person that gets targeted by a homing missile that doesn't have a combat trick. So, We gotta go, Mandatory. What's the play here? 5:30 has come and gone. This War Machine is still healthy. Second touch of the Magi already used on this War Machine as well. There's gonna be charge mines going around everywhere too. Do they have the timer for this? I think you just have to go into the boss literally right now. We have a lot of meld tricks to be used on the charge shot AoE. they're even using the barrier here, which means that might not even be up for the intermission, which is super scary as well. If those ads live too long, too many buster shots go out at the same time as a drill smash, you might just have a player die. We've killed one of the war machines off. You gotta go. You're sub 5 minutes. You just gotta go. Pull the boss. You have to pull the boss. There's no way.
There's another charge shot going off. Now it looks like Skylark is engaging the boss. 4 minutes 50 that they have to deal with that 23 Mogul Rush tank, which is going to be very tight for them. You can see they are also having to deal with those fixes as well. Stove does not have Shadow Melt available or Invisibility. Has to get the pain step from Moat here to survive that missile, while everyone else has to somehow survive the charge shot from the War Machine going off. That hopefully was the last one, as the War Machine actually it is casting one more charge shot is coming through before it goes down. It looks like everyone is healthy, but yeah, the boss was dropping pretty slowly. 4 minutes 12 left on the clock, and the boss is to 86%. This is Mason does go down to a Holy Missile. This is gonna be it. They're not gonna be able to do this. Yeah, I think they also kind of knew already.
I don't think they had the time left. To give you guys a little bit of comparison to talk about, yesterday in Miscount's run where they killed off Mogul Razdunk at the end of the run, that boss encounter took them, I'm checking. It looks like it took them about 5 minutes, 45 seconds, looking at the VOD from yesterday. And Miscount is the team that we've been hyping up as having some of the highest damage numbers of all of the teams in the competition. So for Mandatory to be able to kill that boss in 4 minutes, 50 seconds would have been a Herculean effort. Not something that, we should, write off, but it was looking like it was more and more dire for them here. Speaking of Miscount, though, second attempt at the 23 Candle King is looking fantastic. AJ holding steady at 5.35 million healing. One more cast of the Throw Dark Flame debuffs goes out. AJ dropping incredibly low, literally only on a sliver of mana as well. But it looks like he's going to be able to keep the team alive a little bit longer still. They have an extra Eerie Mold, though. There are 6 of them on the ground right now, pulsing for AoE damage. One final cast of Throw Dark Flame is going to come out, hit the group. Are they going to be able to live through this mass barrier expended from Hearthjacks to keep the team alive? And they've done it. Miscount are through the Candle King at 20 minutes, 44 seconds. We'll now have a little over 11 minutes to deal with the remainder of the dungeon here. Discard our people, though, is one of the hardest pulls in the dungeon, though. Your tank goes down at any moment here. You're in for a rough time, and look at Kira. No last resort available for this pull.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit rough for Kira. You can see him run ahead with AJ as they're trying to gather up all of this trash here that they need to get their last enemy forces compared to the last ones that they're getting in a Darkness room. And the rest of the group is moving this minecart all the way to that RP position where they want to be finishing off this rest of the trash. So this is really tough for Kira. Kira, as you said, no last resort. And right now, though, Kira's doing such a good job not getting hit by anything. Somehow being able to gather up all of this trash and avoiding all hits. So really nice kiting here by Kira.
This is something that you can do on this pull, right? Obviously, you would like to have uptime as a tank to try to kill the pack, as quickly as possible, but you can just permakite this pull, and at some points you kind of have to, especially if you're in a situation right now where you don't have cheat death. The question is, are we going to pop this Bloodlust here? Oh no, Kira! Instantly dies! He tries to tank for literally seconds and instantly dies, and there's no recovering from this. This is just a reset. It's a full reset. That's 23 minutes gone there.
Oh no.
Oh man, that is just brutal. That is just brutal.
I feel so bad for Miscount. Miscount obviously performing so well yesterday, getting that 23 mana load down at the very end, that currently Vunderbar and Mandatory are struggling to time on their end. And Miscount, they're so close to getting this DFC done. They have been so close twice now, and unfortunately just having those tank deaths at the very, very end of the run, it's just heartbreaking for them. And I mean, the damage that is coming out of the tanks, you can see how hard it is, right? It looks like they're wearing cloth, honestly, sometimes when those huge trash pulls and those bosses are just hitting down on those tanks. It's just crazy. Like, one missing cooldown, one missing anything, really, and all of a sudden you're just getting one shot from 100 to 0, it looks like. So absolutely insane gameplay required by the tanks and by the healers, and by the whole team, really, that is supporting the tank here. I mean, this is just such a scary key level.
Every single key level that is going to be attempted for the remainder of the day is something that is so unbelievably difficult and requires the perfect amount of coordination to get done that wipes at this point are to be expected. They're going to be the norm. The team that wins this competition is going to be the team that finds a way to break through the adversity and find a way to time these keys. And unfortunately, that is not going to happen in this motherload here for Vunderbar. A quick attempt. They're not going to be too upset about that. They'll go again. Mandatory, though, after wiping on the final boss. This is a team that has really come into their own in the previous years. Back-to-back previous MDI champions, 3-time overall, taking out Echo in Dragonflight in their first ever championship. Can they break through and get this motherload done? They're going to have to go a lot faster than they did in their previous attempt. They're running the same strategy as Miscount did, but like you were talking about, their splits were about a minute and a half slower throughout the dungeon. Can they find that time, do these pulls quicker, and give themselves a chance of timing this motherload?
And they somehow have to find time, and they already have this death here in mode. Rocklands going through and finishing off their healer. Has to use that battle rush immediately. They think they can still do it with a death, but yeah, it's just going to be tougher for them moving forward. One more death within the next 7 minutes is going to be sealing the deal for mandatory here, and they're going to be time portaling out. They are deciding to continue for now, as that second pull of the dungeon is now about to get finished off, and Skylark is going to be gathering some more trash that they're going to be pulling on to coin-operated crab handler in just a moment. Mode able to get a quick drink in as that is all happening and the trash is being gathered. See how they're doing is Wunderbar has to reset their key once more, having a wipe on those either on the first or the second pull of the dungeon. The amount of wipes we've seen on the first and second pull of the dungeon in Motherload is just absolutely insane. It's just so tough on tanks and the whole group really. Just any cast going through is either killing your tank or one-shotting one of your team members.
Dude, looking at the death log for Kira and that 23 Darkflame Cleft, he died over the course of 0.22 seconds.
Wow, that's insane.
He took 15 melees within 0.2 of a second and just died from 100 to 0. That pack is almost untouchable as a tank on this key level if you don't have some form of cooldown running. That is just super unfortunate for Miscount. But again, unfazed. They know this is a key that if they want to finally lift a trophy for the first time in the TGP, they need to get this key done. At the same time, these other two teams that have already timed the 23 Darkflame Cleft, they know they have to get the motherload done. So, which of our teams is going to be the first to put 2 of the 23s on the board? And again, Perplexed is still not out of it. These keys could be difficult enough that Perplexed could time this 23 Darkflame Cleft and instantly go to the motherload and still be the first team to time both of the 23s. So all 4 of our teams vying for that competitive edge here. Who will be the first to do it?
Yeah, at this point, any team can get any place here at the end of the day still, because we're just so close to one another in score, right? So, like, you literally have 2 teams at 130, and we have 129 for Miscount and 128 for Perplexed. Super close. With the amount of time we have left in a day, anything is still possible for these teams. But you can see just we're so early in the day, and the teams are already struggling to get the keys done. This is such a high level that we're starting with this global final, right? Getting a key introduced at a level 20, like literally starting point 20 is crazy. As mandatory does go down, we do have a time detonation go through, actually, it looks like, and not being able to get those bombs in. And that means we're going to see another reset for mandatory here. Yeah, I mean, this is just so rough. This 23 is just causing so many issues for all teams around. As now we're going to take a quick look at the DFC runs here. Miscount again in the 23 as they're fighting old Waxbeard.
Oh, this is so intense as we try to see who can be the first to land 2 of these plus 23s. Incredible and kind of fun, actually, honestly, seeing all of the teams here in various states kind of deadlocked against it as they try to be the one that can break through to put up both of them. But we will right now have Zyronic heading out. Thanks for your insights. We'll see you later today.
Bye.
Bye. And Dratnos is coming in. So, I mean, obviously, Dratnos, you've been here, you've been watching, you've been paying attention, but like we've been saying, these plus 23s are becoming really crucial for the teams to land. Miscount came in with that plus 23 Motherload on the board today, but is trying to do the same in Darkflame Cleft. Mandatory and Vunderbar are pushing to land Motherload after getting Darkflame up right away. So, what advantage do you think there is to being the first one to break through here with this plus 23 for our teams?
Yeah, I mean, Miscount need this key. They need this to get back into first place, and AJ going down. They do have a battle res, actually, so they can recover this potentially. It's just a healer death. The B-res, this timer still be okay for them if they are able to get this res out. I think Miscount are the team that most needs to succeed here, because obviously if they don't, then they're just at 129, and the other teams, Vunderbar and Mandatory, don't even need that 23 Motherload to be ahead of them. But Miscount also probably have the easiest key ahead of them. You can see Mandatory resetting up there in the top right. Vunderbar near the start of a keystone as well, right? These teams have been trying and failing to put this 23 Motherload on the board, whereas Miscount were able to make that happen. Now, we've had another death for them in this Darkflame Cleft. That's probably going to end up, being the full wipe that they will call after that. But as soon as they put that on the board, then all of a sudden, Vunderbar and Mandatory will need this 23, because once Miscount get to 130, they will have the tiebreaker as it stands right now. So if you're Vunderbar right now, you're in first place, but you know that pretty soon, unless Miscount have a generational choke over the next few hours, that 23 Cleft is going up on their scorecard at some point, and you need this 23 Motherload to answer.
Yeah, and one interesting thing to note as well is we know that Miscount can do the 23 DFC. Looking at the timer that they've had, they are incredibly fast. Right. So we know Miscount can do it if they don't have any major mistakes, right? But when we look at Vunderbar and Mandatory in the plus 23 Motherload, it's not looking as safe on the timer for them compared to Miscount's DFC, right? Both Vunderbar and Mandatory have reached the end of this dungeon, and they ran out of time. Yes, both of the times they had deaths, and of course if those deaths wouldn't have happened, they potentially would have been able to make it. But having a perfectly clean run in a 23 is just so hard to do. So yeah, I currently like Miscount's position still. Of course, they need to time this DFC, but I personally think that Miscount is still looking very good, just because their 23 Motherload was so good in comparison to what we see here from Vunderbar and Mandatory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, remember that Miscount got that Motherload. The 4 deaths on the board it's just absolutely crazy that run was timed by Miscount, and Vunderbar and Mandatory are having cleaner runs, not necessarily cleanest runs, but, the Miscount proved that 23 Motherload doesn't have to be perfect to be timed, but then when you watch Vunderbar and Mandatory, it definitely looks like it does with their strategies, so it's a worrying sign for Vunderbar and for Mandatory. But on the other hand, if they time this key, then they'll both advance to 131, and Miscount will need not only the Cleft, but then they'll have to go and find another point somewhere else to catch up. So there is good news and bad news for all of our teams here, except for Perplexed, for whom there's mostly just bad news with how the day has started off. They are still working on this 23 Cleft after having flubbed it in the 20 and 22 a couple of times, and now resetting in this 23 also. If they can catch up here, though, they will get to 129, but then they probably also have to go and put up something like the 23 Motherload, and they need basically all 3 of the other teams to never time another key. I think that's going to be Perplexed's best shot here. And, the good news for them is that that's not impossible to happen. Vunderbar, Mandatory, and Miscount are all great teams, but the keys that they're doing now, it's very possible that they could spend the next 3 hours depleting.
Yeah, definitely very possible from what we've seen so far. One thing I did want to ask you, so Miscount are in this position where, of course, the best dungeon for them to do is the 23 DFC, right? But then afterwards, do you think they would attempt the 22 TOP, or would they attempt the 22 Cinderbrew? Because it would be basically equal points for them, since it's both 22s. For the tiebreaker, it doesn't really matter. But for the difficulty, I don't know, it looks like most teams kind of wanted to do the Cinderbrew. But TOP, now they had the time to see what Vunderbar was doing, so maybe they could switch
My
strategies.
suspicion is the theater is something that only Vunderbar can do. So if Vunderbar can do all the other dungeons, I think Vunderbar are going to win. Because, other teams have seen the theater strat from Vunderbar, but it's such a different strat. I don't know if they'll have time to adapt to it and to use it themselves. Especially with the way that our tournament realm works, dungeons close at the end of the day. You can't go in there and practice. between day 2 and day 3. So it's purely theoretical that you can try and, lift a strategy. But with something like the theater, it's not like they've ever pulled it. Whereas with something like the Motherlode, maybe you've practiced double War Machine and now you have a route that doesn't do it, but you could easily go back to it if you wanted to. Something like theater, I just don't think that any other teams can do the 22 theater. So I think that the 22 Cinderbrew Meadery is going to be the next place that, say, Mandatory will go, or Miscount if they can time their keys. Vunderbar, on the other hand, already have the 22 theater. I think they'll also go to the Cinderbrew Meadery. Whereas Mandatory actually can't go there, so Mandatory would need to find a different place to go after they do this Motherlode if they can. So for them, I don't even know if 22 Theater would be the most realistic option for them. Maybe it would be something like the 22 Floodgate instead.
Yeah, it's actually a good point. I do also agree that the 22 Theater did look like a Wunderbar special. Like they had this special route that is not really easy to replicate for any other team, if not impossible to replicate without practicing it off stream. As we do see Kush go down here for Wunderbar as they're gathering up another pull here. Looks like they did manage to get him back up. And Miscount also had a death during their old Waxbeard fight here as they were they had Yargi go down, so had to make sure they got them back up and should be able to recover here. But yeah, some deaths here and there for all of the teams in those 23s. Perplexed, on the other hand, they're the team that are currently the furthest into one of those 23 dungeons. They're currently fighting Blazicon. Let's see how it is working out for them. They're still in 0 deaths, so definitely very good. We did think that their timer was a little bit sketchy earlier when they were reaching the end of the dungeon. Yeah. So we're gonna see.
It seems like they have
where they're losing a lot of time.
Like the Waxbeard split's fine. The Blazicon split here is gonna be okay. So they've been in combat here for almost 3 minutes. The boss still has a third of its health. Blazicon split's going to be something like 1445 for Perplexed, which is doable, but it is, maybe 10 or 15 seconds slower than Vunderbar, for instance. I'm not sure. It's hard to say exactly where the time is being lost. Zazevi's doing a lot of damage here, so healer damage, at least on this boss, is not the culprit. Maybe on Candle King could be. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna have to take a look. Once we finish off Blazicon, we can compare the boss splits a little bit, and then we can also look at the Candle King split as well once they get there. If they manage to finish off Candle King, of course. Very tough boss, as we talked about it over and over.
So I do have splits from Vunderbar and Mandatory from Blazicon. So it was 1448 for Vunderbar and 1440 for Mandatory. And yeah, Perplexed angling to be just around at that same timer. You can see here our entire dungeon splits here with Mandatory getting all the way down to that 2032 on Candle King. So Perplexed, they had a pretty fast 22, but Miscount have an extremely fast dungeon in theory. They do so well up through that Candle King section of just gaining a huge amount of time, optimizing out damage. I'm very curious how this is going to shape out. I think that Perplexed, even if their timers may be a little sketchy, it's kind of okay. Okay, here's the thing with Perplexed. Their timers are bad in the other 5 dungeons as well. If you're Perplexed, you're not going to win today based off of timers. You're going to win because you can, put this 23 on the board, then you can put the 23 Motherlode on the board, and then you can put another point on the board somewhere, and you get to 131 points, and the other teams are all stuck at 130. Something like that is your path to victory. The timer is already not it, so I'm kind of not actually too worried about it.
Yeah, I think you are right. Perplexed is now moving on to Candle King. And first going to be dealing with this trash here, and they're going to be staying behind, making sure they're staying in combat here to not drop their Eye of Kazan stacks like we've seen the other teams do. Let's see if they make this skip. Don't want to deal with those 2 mini-bosses in front of the Candle King. Haven't seen anyone try to deal with this pack just yet. That'd be interesting though. It would be funnel for the boss.
Yeah? That would be an innovative strategy. Looks like they're not interested in debuting it right now. Maybe saving that for next tournament. Next time Darkflame Clef is in the rotation. Yeah, save it for the 24, exactly. Perplexed are getting in combat here at that 15:45 marker. This is about a 5-minute boss fight, and around that 20:45 timer would be good to kill this boss. So a lot of this is just the question of, are you going to be able to squeeze some extra damage out, make this a 4:45 boss fight? Are you going to lose some damage, make it a 5:15 boss fight? And of course, are you going to be able to avoid having any deaths to this fight, which is difficult to do. That Resto Druid, super powerful though, Zasevi, able to just keep everybody alive much more easily than the Disc Priests that we saw at some of the lower Keystone levels that teams were using.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Vunderbar though, as they did reach Azeroth on their try. They're already up to 2 deaths though. And we do know that Vunderbar yesterday did not manage to time the dungeon with 2 deaths. So we'll see if they somehow have improved their strategy to be able to do so. But first we have to see if they even manage to finish off Azeroth. Azeroth's such a tough boss fight on 23. We're currently looking at both a 23 Candle King and a 23 Azeroth. Both incredibly hard encounters on those key levels. And for Azeroth, I mean, the amount of damage you have to coordinate, incoming damage and outgoing damage onto these ads, on top of also having to make sure you're keeping up the boss damage, is crazy. And of course, the more damage you allocate for these for the ads, the less damage you're getting onto the boss. So you really want to make sure you're only putting as much damage into them as you need to. And at the same time, you also don't want to finish them off too close before the Quake, because if it's still up and pulsing before right before the Quake comes through, then he might just die to that Quake damage if you're not full HP, as that Earth Rager is pulsing damage to your whole group. And you can see Whip is already pretty low on mana, the boss is only at 49% here.
Yeah, exactly. This is a scary boss fight for Vunderbar, and the scariest thing really is the timer as well. And the big problem on this fight, you know, the more damage you allocate to these Earth Ragers, the longer the fight's going to take, the more Earth Ragers you're going to have to kill, the more that your timer is going to suffer as a result, too. And Vunderbar, with those 2 deaths on the board, and their strategy not really having changed from before, I'm not sure they can afford these. I think that at some point soon, maybe you make the decision to just hearth out and reset and try and get a 0-death run, but it's so demoralizing to do that. You know, at a certain point, if you're wiping and resetting after this little stuff has gone wrong, I wonder if you should just head to the 22 Cinderbrew Meadery instead. Yesterday, we know Miscount got Azeroth down at the 1452 marker. You can see Vunderbar already over that now. They do pull less trash at the end of the dungeon, so it's okay for them to be slower, but it's not okay for them to be a lot slower. Which I think they are going to be here. I think they're going to be over that 16-minute marker.
Yeah. Thing is, with the 2 deaths, right? If you're adding those 30 seconds, and we do know the deaths that Miscount had as well, then they can technically be a little bit slower here, but maybe not that much. I think you're alright. We're going to have to see. One thing to note is that the coin-operated crowd pummeler split was actually really fast. 637 is actually...
Yeah, Vunderbar often have a great split on the coin-operated crowd pummeler, although even then... Miscount had a 630 on that, so Vunderbar 7 seconds slower than Miscount on that one as well. The run that they depleted yesterday, they had a 633 coin-operated crowd pummeler. This is Vunderbar's run yesterday, so they're 4 seconds slower than that. That was a 0-death run as well that Vunderbar depleted yesterday. And do you want to know the Azeroth split on that depleted run? It was 1609, which is the timer that they are just passing right now. So Vunderbar on pace for a slower run than the run that they depleted with 0 deaths yesterday. Do they have an incredible plan to go faster at the end of this dungeon? I don't know what it could be.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, I'm not really sure either anymore. Like, this is taking them so long to finish off this boss at this point. I wonder... Honestly, I wondered if Miscount is so fast because of the Azeroth kill time. I do actually want to see how fast it finished off Azeroth, because we now are in combat here for 4 minutes 35, it looks like. So the boss is going to go down soon. It's going to be 440-ish. And we talked about Miscount having so much damage, somehow. A lot more damage than the other teams. And in particular in Azeroth, if you can finish off the boss like 1 or 2 Earth Ragers before the other teams, that would save you quite a lot of time. So we'll see, or we can take a look if it's the Azeroth difference between the teams.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting thing to look at, and we'll see if we can compare that to the 440-ish from Vunderbar. In the meantime, though, as they're gathering up this huge Alchemist pull, I do have some tech I want to highlight from Perplexed, who are nearly done with their Candle King. In fact, just killing off their Candle King right now. But look at Zasevi over there. Bear form wild charges from far away, and look at his health bar. Look what happens here. Zasevi's health bar, watch it, watch the health bar. no healing absorb lands there. You can see that explosion happened over where he started that wild charge. So with that movement, if you can get 2 of these circles to take care of all of the statues, the third player able to wild charge like that is able to completely avoid that damage and heal absorb of the purple circle there, something that only Perplexed have been doing, because it turns out that the Resto Druid is just able to heal it even if you get 3 of them out. But Perplexed are saying, you know what? Why would we deal with that when we don't have to? I can just spend effectively 1 global to completely remove that from one of the 3 targets. Really clever strategy that they're using on that. It's very precise as well, because it requires them to carefully stack all of the statues and use their 1 pickaxe to take care of an outlier, so that the other 4 statues can be taken out by just the 2 circles that aren't blinking like that.
Yeah, actually, very cool strategy coming through by Perplexed. But now we're in 3 very dangerous situations. Mandatory is currently fighting Azeroth. Vunderbar is doing one of those scariest pulls in Motherlode, where you have all of these weapon testers with those echoing blades and all of the intros that need to be done. And Perplexed is on this pull that we've seen lots of tanks fail with. We did see Kira just go down in 0.2 seconds earlier. Divine Field so far alive though, and also does look like he has a cheat death available. Okay, that's very important for Divine Field here.
Yeah, this is a super dangerous pull for Perplexed, and this is so vital for their day, because it's gone so poorly up until this point, but they need to be able to turn it back around. And if they can time this key, all of a sudden they will be back with a new lease on life. That damage coming out on Divine is very scary, but Last Resort's still available. Vunderbar are wiping and resetting. That's okay. Honestly, I think it's good for them that they were forced to reset here, because I think they were going to deplete that key.
I think so too. Yeah, I think you're right. So I think what happened to Vunderbar is that they lost one of their damage dealers to some cast going off, and then things just falling apart for them. But yeah, with those 2 deaths before Azeroth and already being such on a pretty low, slow split, really.
We
actually have a transform go off here on Whippy. Of course, no one being able to get Whippy out since it is a magic debuff, and that means that's gonna be it for Vunderbar. They have to go again. Blackstone looking pretty good on that pull, as the creepers are dropping lower and lower. And we still have that Last Resort available for Divine Field. So really nicely done. One last Arcane Surge actually being pressed here by Wolf Disco, making sure those creepers are actually going to go down before anything happens with that Last Resort. And yeah, Perplexed looking pretty good. Looking at the timer though, we do know that last time around we weren't quite happy with the timer when they were getting to the Darkness Era, but this time they're not past the two chest timers, so I believe their timer this time around is a lot safer.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think Perplexed on track to time the key. Meanwhile, Mandatory working on Azeroth here. We have an answer to your question from earlier about how Miscount looked on this boss, if they were able to, skip an extra Earth Rager set, kill it before that 440-ish marker that Vunderbar did, and Miscount killed it at 435 in boss combat, which is where Mandatory are approaching as well. So it seems like the team's all in a pretty similar strategy for this fight. Nobody is going crazy aggressive and skipping an Earth Rager set by focusing more damage onto the boss and getting even more dangerous with which Earth Ragers you're killing and when you're killing, with how little time left until you would wipe from that Resonant Quake cast. You can see Mandatory here able to actually commit to the boss and kill before this Resonant Quake, same time as both Vunderbar and Miscount, all of our teams. The difference between the routes isn't the Azeroth boss itself, even though the Azeroth timer is where Miscount gained so much time. It's the trash that's being pulled, and the fact that Miscount were choosing to fight that double war machine at the end. But right now, Miscount choosing to fight the Candle King itself in this plus 23. They have 1 death on the board so far, but we know they've looked extremely strong at actually fighting the Candle King itself, getting some very fast boss kill timers in their attempts that have gotten past this point. Problem is they've wiped in other areas in the dungeon, which is something that Vunderbar and to a lesser extent Mandatory were able to avoid in their runs.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on how Miscount deals with this Candle King, but I've seen this fight so many times, I don't want to see Perplexed fighting the Darkness instead, as they gather out all of these creepers onto the boss. Bloodlust is now done. We still have some defenses available, but look at Divine Field's health, just flopping up and down. It's absolutely crazy the amount of damage that's coming in here onto the tank. as of course they also have to deal with the rest of the mechanics of this boss fight. You see one more Dispel come through on Divine Field, as there's still so many creepers alive, just doing so much damage. And of course, not having the Disc Priest means that you do have less Dispels available for your tank. You do have another Iron Bark available in case Divine Field does need it, plus the Last Resort, so looking pretty good on defensive still. I think this is looking good.
I think so as well. Perplexed, able to stop the bleeding here today. Maybe get back up to 129 points. Those last 2 corridor creepers do need to die. One of them already has. That Iron Bark is now expiring off of Divine, and the damage on the rest of the group is immense, but Wolf Disco going to hit that mass barrier, and that's going to save the day, keeping the group alive through that massive AoE damage. A Shadow Blast comes out, and it is invised off of Wolf Disco as well. That candle nearly out of light. Divine forced to leap over and refill it, and it's now got a decent amount of light left over. The next blast coming out here in just a second. Gonna be a little bit scary after this called Darkspawn. Let's see who is the unlucky target for Perplexed. It's gonna be Zasevi, whose meld is coming off cooldown in 1 second. Hits it immediately on cooldown. Beautiful, perfectly timed.
Really nicely done by the boss, targeting the correct target here for the Shadow Melt to come back up. But yeah, looking really good for Perplexed. They do have, let's see, we do have an Arcane Surge coming up in a little bit. I was just about to check the PI timer, but of course no PI here, as we do have the double Druid come. And yeah, one more set of, oh, Wolf is actually going down to the Eternal Darkness ticks. They do have a Battle Rush. This was their first death actually of their run.
And it looked like they had a fear go off as well because that candle ran out of light. Now, let me tell you, that's a really bad thing because now you have a damage taken increase on your entire group as well as a haste debuff on your whole group, which means that all of a sudden, maybe a Bearform Barkskin isn't going to save you if you were targeted by one of those Shadow Blasts. Maybe that next AoE is going to kill them through the defensives that they had planned to survive it. Here comes that next Shadow Blast. It's on Tobo, who does have Meld, so he's able to hit that Meld right before the end. That's really good. Next Umbral Slash as well is a little bit of a respite. They're all getting full health, but pretty soon we are going to have more damage that they'll need to survive, and they are doing less damage thanks to that haste debuff. The timer is still looking okay here. It's just going to be a question of surviving the next few damage events here. It's going to be, I think, a Shadow Blast after this Eternal Darkness that's going to be super scary, but the Eternal Darkness itself is countered by Divine's Darkness. Swag in a lot of danger. Wants to hold that AMS, though, in case he's the target of this Shadow Blast. It goes on Tobo. Tobo's going to have to Bearform Barkskin this. Is he going to survive with that damage taken increase? He barely is. But that was so close.
That's incredibly close. You do see another Nature's Vigil here running by Tobo, helping out Zasevi to keep everyone alive. At this point, there's no damage incoming, though, other than on Divine Field. It's that Eternal Darkness that can be very scary, and the targeting of the Shadow Blast if they don't have their Shadow Melt available. So, the worst target that would be hit by the Shadow Blast is Tobo again. Swag actually also does not have Shadow Melt available, but of course, Swag does have AMS available, which is going to be nicely done as another Darkness. Umbral Slash does come through, and we're going to get one more AoE potentially there. Let's see.
Yeah, that anti-magic shell had to actually be combined with Icebound Fortitude, I think, for Swag to survive that. Here comes the Eternal Darkness anti-magic zone, comes down ice cold after 2-3 ticks. We have a mass barrier as well, but we don't even need it. We get through, and now the Shadow Blast coming out once again. Gonna get melded off on Zasevi, and 57% on the boss. The timer isn't fantastic. Once again, Perplexed are going to have the slowest run of a dungeon. But you know what? It still counts. It's still worth a point. And Perplexed were already not beating anybody on time tiebreakers, so they've cemented their plan of winning on points, not on tiebreakers. But at least they are going to be able to add that 23 to the board. You can see that real time loss coming on the Darkness split, largely, I think, because of that cast going off. And meanwhile, Miscount are nearing the end of their dungeon as well. A pivotal dungeon. This will get them back into first place if they can time it.
Yeah, but again, Kira proccing that Last Resort, not having it available for the end of the fight. And look at Kira's health, just dropping so incredibly low. This is insane. Kira has to run away, making sure that these creepers don't get the buff from the dead horrors there on the ground. You see the Typhoon also helping out, making sure that the horrors at least are not going to be hitting Kira for a moment there. But yeah, the HP of Kira is just absolutely insane to look at. Honestly, my heart is racing just looking at the HP. AJ's trying to help out as much as he can, but there's only so much AJ can do, right? He cannot out-heal the amount of damage that Kira is taking right now. It has to be mitigated, and it has to be kited eventually if you're running out of those defensives. This is just absolutely insane. Those creepers are still so high HP, too.
Yeah, very, very scary section of the dungeon for Miscount. Kira just going to be fearing for his life on this and the next pull. And like you said, AJ has limited tools to help keep him alive. You can load him up with HOTS, but if you don't have your mitigation properly planned out and you just take a bunch of autos, pretty much no amount of Rest of Druid healing over time effects are going to keep you alive, as it looks like Kira has got the pack down to just a few corridor creepers, one marked with a skull. Once that one dies, I think he's going to be out of danger, but look at his health bar dropping super low, and it looks like they've got it down to just the one corridor creeper. The Dispel lands, taking that dot off of Kira, and Miscount lived to fight another day, but no cheat death for the next pull either. That one is also scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. They do have Bloodlust available, and they have some other defensive and offensive cooldowns, so hopefully they're going to be fine. But yeah, the start of this Darkness Gather is going to be really, really rough for Miscount, in particular for Kira. We need to keep an eye on that. As in the meantime, Mandatory, though, they are in their 23 Motherload, and they've just gotten past Rixa. So they're actually looking really good. Perplexed now also attempting that 23 Motherload after timing that DFC on their side. Yeah, looking at Mandatory, they're still at 0 deaths. And their splits actually looking pretty good. I think this could be enough. I think their timer is looking good. 22:41 was the split for Miscount when they timed their 23. 22:33 is the split for Mandatory here.
Yeah, 0 deaths as well. A strong run coming together for Mandatory, but they have to be super careful here. Those mines are getting awfully close, and Skylark also playing without a last resort here, just like Kira is for Miscount. So both of these teams, nearing the end of their runs, need to be so careful to avoid a tank death that will almost certainly end their runs. Miscount now getting into combat with the Darkness in their 23 cleft. They have so much time. They're going to hit the Lust here, but Kira, once this meta falls, is going to be in so much danger.
Yeah, the meta is about to run out. Let's see what Kira can do to survive this, as they're trying their hardest, even kiting a little bit, it looks like, as they got this Umbral Slash. At least the boss is not going to be hitting Kira for a while. And the Interrupt thankfully did go through us ward there for just a moment. You can see Kira's HP just dropping so much. One more Dispel coming through up on a 10 stack there. And yeah, you can see the creepers are dropping lower, but they have to focus the boss. They can't really... they are AoE. You can see, of course, Starfall's coming through, and it's not like they're single targeting the boss here. But they also mainly are leaving as well, because the Darkness does have to go down. Yeah, Kira's struggling still with his HP bar. Going up and down. It is very scary. At any moment, Kira can go down. Like, I'm just looking at the health bar, and honestly, literally any moment, Kira could just flop by the amount of damage.
Creepers, there's just still so much health on those corridor creepers, and there's so much other damage going to be coming out from the Darkness as well for AJ to worry about healing as we get that next call Darkspawn. Pretty soon, we're going to have another Eternal Darkness here for them to keep all topped up through. We do have a Mass Barrier that's going to be ready for this one. There is also some other group defensives available, as the Arcane Surge is going to be coming out as well, hopefully helping finish off these corner creepers. Kira's health drops super low, and the Iron Bark comes out to help stabilize him. Gets the Dispel too, but now here comes the Eternal Darkness. Do we have some good defensives? There's that Mass Barrier after the first tick. Anti-Magic Shell being used by Verb as well. The next Shadow Blast beautifully does get melded. Kira, it looks like, has stabilized as the trash is now dead, but he lived there with like 20% health, and that would have been disastrous for Miscount because they need this dungeon to get back into first place. Although even if they get this key done, Mandatory will get first place as well with their key done, and they will get it ahead of Miscount. So right now, Vunderbar are in first, but pretty soon, I think they might be in third if both Miscount and Mandatory succeed in these keystones. Mandatory getting ready to pull roll into the last boss of their Motherlode, while Miscount are handling now the second half, the much less scary half of the darkness. They just need to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Running out of light on the candle, getting one of those fears like it happened for Perplexed, could cost them 30 seconds here, which they might need this time tiebreaker later. For the best Dark Flame Cleft that we have is a 29.08 from Mandatory. Miscount maybe on a similar pace here, just a little bit slower perhaps.
Yeah, I think Miscount is actually looking pretty good here. Now that those mobs are down, Hero's not going to be in as much danger anymore. Still have to play the fight clean though. We did see Perplexed earlier, having one of those spheres go through and getting that damage reduction or that debuff, which slowed them down quite a lot. So don't want to have that happen for Miscount if they care about their time tiebreaker, which they should, of course. In the meantime, let's take a look at Mandatory. As Mandatory did now engage Mogul Rustang here on their 23. They have more than 6 minutes left, which we know is enough time. At least if you have the damage that Miscount has. We did also talk about the fact that Miscount does have a lot more damage than most other teams though. So it's still going to be Mandatory that has to play clean here. You're still on 0 deaths. This is such a perfect run from Mandatory. They have to execute this last boss fight. And they are going to get a good timer as well here if they keep up with those 0 deaths. Which is, again, going to be very good for their time tiebreaker. Because I doubt that they want to come back here and rerun this dungeon.
Yeah, and their timers are super good across the board as well. All 3 of our teams, actually, at the top of our leaderboard, have some incredible timers. Right now, there are 2 world records apiece for our different teams at the top of our leaderboard here, but Mandatory are fighting to make that 3 for them and only 1 for Miscount. This is a huge win condition if they can get this dungeon handled at the end here. I mean, a 0-death run, quite a fast run that they are brewing. It's just going to be, I mean, that Lust is only barely going to come up at the end of this run as well. They might even kill the boss before Lust gets its full duration. Yeah, this is going so well for Mandatory, but it is going to be Miscount who will finish off their boss first. They are working on the darkness right now, 58% on the boss. Remember that our best Dark Flame Cleft was a 29.08 from Mandatory. Miscount maybe going to need this time tiebreaker, and it looks like they are going to be more than a minute slower here in this cleft, but the good news for them is that they can finally at least leave this dungeon and go somewhere else, because this one has cost them quite a bit. 3 hours of their Sunday has gone in to Dark Flame Cleft, but at least they are going to be able to pick up all the points out of it eventually. They're the last team to get the 23 in this dungeon, but that is still enough for them to skyrocket up into first place as it stands right now. But depending on how Mandatory's Motherlode goes, this might be a very short-lived time at the top.
Yeah, this must be such a relief for Miscount. Finally getting done with this DFC, not having to come back here. Well, technically, they might have to come back if they want to increase their time tiebreaker, but I doubt that is something that they want to do. They want to get that 22 done that we've seen the other teams do. They probably, if I would have to guess, they would go to that meadery that they need to do. But because right now, Miscount, of course, the only team with 2 23s done. The 2 keys that they still have left to do that we saw other teams do is the 22 TOP that Vunderbar has and the 22 meadery that Mandatory has. We think that the 22 TOP is something that is more like a Vunderbar special that potentially the other teams cannot do, but the 22 meadery, we do think that Miscount would be able to do potentially, so we're probably going to be seeing them heading there. But in the meantime, Mandatory, they're now in that intermission. This intermission can be really scary. You can see the disc bubble being used to mitigate some of this damage coming through. Yeah, look at the amount of damage they're getting from these Buster shots, from these Sky Scorchers.
Yeah, they beautifully grouped up to bait the 2 Sky Scorchers to leap in a similar direction, letting them get good cleave. And now they have one of them already dead. Skylark heading over here to this corner as well, which I believe is also for the purposes of a bait here, of moving the Sky Scorcher in this direction. And now they're just going to have to deal with the last 50% of the boss's HP. They have 2.5 minutes to do it. But this boss is going to get melted by the Bloodlust coming off cooldown here very soon for Mandatory as Skylark. Oh no! We're going to lose Macine to that homing missile dot. Mandatory do have the B-res here, but that's going to eat into their timer. And remember, the timer is vital here. The time tiebreaker at the end of the day could very well be pivotal. Mandatory won't need it right now because they'll be the first team to get to 131 with this dungeon being done. But if Miscount can get the 22 Cinderbrew, for example, then all of a sudden these two teams will be going to time tiebreaker, and every single second will count. So that is 15 seconds plus some extra time from the damage loss on Macing. The good news, at least, is that they didn't lose Lust on that player. Macing now able to get the benefit of that Lust as they press it with 90 seconds to go. The Arcane Surge comes out as well. We've got Nature's Vigil rolling to help heal up and make Mode even free to do even more damage as they focus on the last little bit of this boss's HP. The damage check here is going to be kind of tight, though. With those 15 seconds, I'm kind of worried. Is Mobile Razda going to be killable for them? 20% in 70 seconds. This boss has a lot of health at this level.
Yeah, there's so much health left. We do have another PI ready for a mode. It's going to be the last one we can use. He's probably should be saving it for Stove's Arcane Surge that is going to come up at the end. But the problem is with the Arcane Surge here, it's going to come up technically when the boss should be going down and when Mogul Rostang is jumping out of the machine here. So it's not ideal. Maybe you should be sending PI on the DK, which he did. Soda now having the PI about 8% on the boss. 41 seconds left. Okay, I think they're going to be a good... But they still have to finish off that Goblin. That's going to take them at least 10 seconds. Have to wait for it to jump out as well. It's going to be real close.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very tight. The Goblin usually just takes about 10 seconds, so hopefully they should be okay here, as Mandatory are going to be able to get this boss killed if they can avoid actually a Death These Micro Missiles. You still got to be careful. Those still go off even when the Mogul is outside of his machine, but they are in that safe spot. The boss is going to go down. Mandatory put up that plus 23, and it's actually still... It's going to be slightly slower than Miscount in this dungeon, but they aren't going to need that time tiebreaker just yet. They are going to move up into first place at 131 points ahead of both Miscount and Vunderbar. They have that 22 Cinderbrew Meadery and the 23 Motherlode, which are two of the stretch goal keys, while the other two teams only have one each of those. Now, Vunderbar are trying to fix that right now. They're trying to also add the 23 in the Motherlode to their scorecard, while Miscount currently on a break, but when they come back, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 22 Cinderbrew out of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. In the meantime, Perplexed, I actually wanted to talk about them a little bit because they just got down with their 23 DFC earlier. And I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is their first or maybe second attempt of the 23 Motherlode. And they're looking really good. I mean, their timer is pretty bad, actually, not looking at this place.
Yeah. Aside from the timer and the fact that they've just wiped, other than that, though, things are going really well for Perplexed in this Motherlode.
Never mind, move on.
A little bit of a warm-up key, perhaps, for them. And just because their coin-operated crowd pummeler split is slower as well, I mean, it's more than a minute slower than our other teams. But maybe they have a different route at the start of the dungeon. I wasn't paying close enough attention to see. Because if you're doing an extra trash pull there, and it did look like they had a lot of count, then that could explain a lot of that difference. So we will have to keep an eye on that. But that does mean that we have both Mandatory and Miscount currently on break right now as well. Vunderbar making their way through another 23 attempts in this dungeon. And we know that they have had a lot of decent attempts at the 23 Motherlode. And the timer has proven to be the trickiest issue for them to overcome. But at this point, they need to. They're in third place right now. This is a team of multi-time MDI and TGP champions. And I don't think that they were expecting to be put behind so much as they are here, to 23 Motherlode that now both Miscount and Mandatory have timed. And Vunderbar has spent more time than either team and yet to actually put this on the board.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if this is the run here for Vunderbar as they're currently fighting those Stone Furies. We also know that they are having this double Earth Shapers to see here in the back. Because, of course, the amount of casts that are going off on this pack is crazy on top of Ascari. Just having that Enrage buff, speeding up everyone's cast around them and only having so many Enrage dispels available to them. The only one that can really do it here is Clicks on the Druid, but it is a single target Enrage dispel. And it's also an 8-second cooldown as well, so can't get rid of that Enrage from all of the casters. So I do think he's probably going to be focusing the mini-boss actually on that one, because dispelling one Stone Fury doesn't really make sense if you're not also going to be dispelling the other one. Then you have to assign the single target kicks anyway, and just need to be a little bit quicker with your interrupts. Need those fast fingers.
Yeah, Vunderbar now going to be taking one of these Earthshapers into the boss. The re-CC on the other one. A Sapper being tagged from the top of the hill as well. And all of this going into boss with Lust, with that Arcane Surge available from Gingy here in just a moment. As they're going to try and nuke down this boss and kill the Earth Rager for free with all of those cooldowns by keeping it under the boss is the idea here on Bull.
Yeah, we're going to see how Azrak is going to go for Vunderbar here. Vunderbar, this time around, their first boss fight wasn't as fast. I mean, it's only a couple of seconds, so I still think it's within their kind of route. But yeah, Vunderbar. Yeah, we've been talking about this a little, and their route definitely seems a little bit on the slower side. I do think Vunderbar needs a near perfect run to be able to... And not just near perfect, I think it actually has to be perfect. I think they actually have to have a perfect run, or they need to do something different in their route, honestly, to be able to match Miscounts and Mandatories 23. Because, yeah, Vunderbar seems quite a bit slower compared to the other two teams.
Yeah, this route is very questionable from Vunderbar compared to the other teams, but there's no time to, relearn and re-strategize a new plan here. And the thing is, they know that maybe it's got a little bit less wiggle room than the other teams do with how fast their mother loads are on paper, right? A perfect run from the other teams maybe has a minute and a half to give in here, whereas Vunderbar with a perfect run maybe have 30 seconds only to give in here. But that doesn't change too much from the perspective of the players, because either way they know, all right, we can do this. We just have to be clean, right? We just have to do a perfect run. We've done them before. We can do it again. We've had some practice attempts now that haven't worked out, but we all know little optimizations that we can make off of those as well. And this run could be it. They're currently on 0 deaths. They are fighting Azrak. They're still going to have a slower Azrak split than the other teams, but they are potentially on pace for a faster split than their previous best here. So their best Azrak from before was from their almost timed run yesterday was a 16:09. This time around, I guess actually they're probably on track for a 16:20, maybe a 16:25, so maybe they're actually a little bit slower in this run.
Yeah, that is not ideal. You don't want to be slower than the one run where you ended up not having enough time to kill the boss on 0 deaths, right? So if they're going to be slower here, then they have to make up a lot of time after Azrak, which is going to be tough to do. But I guess one thing that could have happened, which I'm not sure, right? I didn't in detail look at their 23 run yesterday. So I guess one thing that could have happened is that maybe they had a mistake somewhere that did not incur a death, but still was a big time loss. For example, let's say...
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I also didn't see anything.
The skip
so
was fast as well. Like, at the end of the dungeon, they have a skip that didn't work out perfectly for them every time in the lower level keys. In the 20, in the 22, they were having these wipes, or these deaths to a Shadow Meld skip into Mogul Razdunk. But in their nearly timed key, the one they depleted by 9 seconds, that went perfectly and went quickly for them. And they had 0 deaths throughout the whole run.
What about together? Like, the
Maybe.
Mines and War Machine gather, like that's something that sometimes tanks can be a little bit slow on and lose a lot of time potentially, or the fixates going around targets. I don't know, at this point I'm just like trying to figure out what could have happened to Vunderbar, because one thing that makes me think this is a little bit weird is if Vunderbar is aware that they need to be super fast and then they continue still after having like a really bad Azrak split, then it makes me believe they think they can still do it, right? Because
yeah, exactly.
So that means
otherwise
there's something that we
resetting.
must not be aware of, right?
Oh, wow.
Oh.
So I was thinking we would maybe see a Cinder Brew out of Miscount, but it actually is going to be the 22 Theater of Pain out of Miscount, and Mandatory coming off of break in a second as well. We'll see where they decide to go. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Theater as well, because they already have the 22 Cinder Brew meatery. So while Vunderbar struggled to try and do a key that Miscount made look easy in the 23 Motherload, Miscount are going to be struggling to do a key that Vunderbar made look easy in the 22 Theater. Or maybe not struggle. Maybe they'll be able to also one-shot it or two-shot it in the way that I think Vunderbar did.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to note about Miscount is that I think they were the only team to two-chest a 19, right, in the Theater of Pain. if I'm not mistaken. So that means that Miscount also does have a really fast route in the Theater of Pain. Now we know that Vunderbar also technically would have been able to two-chest the 19, and they didn't manage to because they had some deaths at the end of the boss fight. But still, Miscount definitely does have a fast route, and clearly Miscount thinks that their chances to get a 22 done in the Theater of Pain is better than getting a 22 metery done. So I like to see this. I like to see Miscount's TOP strat here.
You know, so interesting here. Chat might be mind readers because they were over there going, what about that plus 22 Theater of Pain? So far, doesn't only one team have that? Doesn't Vunderbar have it? So well done, chat. Yeah, it looks like you were right. People are now moving on to that, but we are going to have Dryanos moving on from our desk. So at least for now, we'll say goodbye, Dryanos.
Later.
Goodbye. We're bringing in Tettles. And of course, there's a lot happening right now as our teams kind of struggle to get these point advantages, these narrow margins over one another. So landing that plus 23 Motherload made mandatory the first team to get both of those stretch keys on the leaderboard. Is that sort of their path to victory, do you think, Tettles? Or where should they or the other teams kind of look? You know, we're seeing this 22 Theater of Pain now coming in as well. Where do you think everybody should be looking to try to secure the points they need to move forward?
So, first and foremost, I think that if you're Wunderbar or if you're Perplexed, you have to put up the 23 Theater of Pain. If you are unable to put that dungeon up, since Mandatory was able to get both the 23 in the Dark Flame Cleft and the Motherload, that kind of puts you in a weird position. I don't know what I said. Did I say Theater of Pain?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. They have to actually put up the 23 Motherload because of tiebreaker criteria. Otherwise, they're in a lot of trouble. So I think that for those two teams, it's kind of there. For Miscount, you're hoping that Mandatory is unable to put up the 22 Theater of Pain. And honestly, if you're Wunderbar and Perplexed, you're kind of hoping the same thing. You're hoping that that Wunderbar or that Mandatory no longer will continue to improve their score. For Miscount, there is a world where they can time the 22 Cinder Metery, the 22 Theater of Pain, and the 23 ML. But for all of these teams, having all three of those dungeons is a very difficult ask. And right now, Mandatory is the team that's looking most likely to be able to do all three of those things.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think Mandatory is looking incredibly good right now. Like they must be incredibly happy to have those two 23s on the board, and to also have done that 22 metery. That took them so long to do yesterday, right? Like more than 1.5 hours in that metery, which means that sounds very daunting for the other teams if they want to ever go into that metery and try that key as well.
Looking at Miscount here in that top right-hand corner of the screen as they are in that 22 Theater of Pain, I was talking with Kira and Yargi a little bit last night, and they were saying that they were in Theater of Pain trying to practice this skip with the Test Pilot's Go pack that we saw from Wunderbar, where they jump off the platform. You can see it on Verb right there. He's got that cloak on that gives you that little bit of movement speed that's required to be able to make that jump. I'm really interested in seeing how Miscount are going to be looking to reroute this dungeon, because you guys were talking about how they were fast in their 21. Is that reroute going to be kind of a difference in that 22? And it looks like for Miscount, they are going to be having a wipe here to this Portal Guardian AoE. Going to have to jump off and continue to run this back again.
It is interesting, right? Because as far as we know, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Miscount did not attempt the 22 Theater of Pain in their practice. Or I mean, they attempted it, but they deemed it not really doable and ended up not putting a lot of practice in it, right? Once they saw Wunderbar do it, they were reconsidering the route and are now also copying some of Vunderbar's strat, like you're mentioning, with the jetpack and potentially just doing all of these platforms in the Ghost Wing. But one thing to note is, yes, they managed to go into a Theater of Pain on live servers and try that jump skip, but they didn't manage to try it on a 22 level, right? So that means that they're gonna wipe to some things that they did not expect. Like, for example, right now, they wiped to the Soulstorm. This is something that if they would have practiced this dungeon quite a few times, they would know how much damage it does and how much they have to allocate for it. But since this is the first time, or not the first time, but since they didn't really anticipate the 22, they're going to be dying to a lot of those kind of things, right?
I'm really interested in seeing if Mandatory are going to be adopting that Wunderbar kind of routing through this place. And Perplexed here, we talked about them needing that 23 Motherload if they wanted any path back in. They need to make sure that they, first off, get the 23 Motherload done. They need to be fast with it.
Mandatory's in a 21. They're not doing
Mandatory's
22.
rerunning for time tiebreaker. Oh.
Yeah. All right, they don't think they can do the 22.
What does this mean for winning the season's MDI? What do you think?
Okay, so we have 2 hours left in the day. And I think I like it. Like, I personally think trying to attempt a 22 that you have not practiced for and trying to somehow copy Wunderbar's strategy somehow and getting it done when it took Vunderbar so long, and it's not an easy strat. Like, it's not like, oh, we're just gonna do this. No, it's actually very tough. So I personally think I like what Mandatory is doing, because the chances that the other teams are getting to the same score as Mandatory has, and then on top of that also beat the time tiebreakers of them, if Mandatory is going to start increasing or improving their time tiebreakers for the last 2 hours, I think the chances are actually really good if they keep on, like, if they do this, if they focus on this. I technically would like to see them do the hierarchies, of course, when it comes to my like viewing pleasure, right? I would love to see them attempt the hierarchies, but I think from a logical and a rational point of view, it does make sense for them to not attempt like a crazy key they have not practiced.
Yeah. We got Wunderbar on the screen here, a little bit over halfway through this 23 Motherload, and the timer that they had on the Rixa Flux Flame split yesterday in that 23 that they were 10 seconds over the timer is a 24-minute, 24-second run. It was completely deathless as well, and it looks like Wunderbar might end up being a little bit slower than that here.
Yeah, Vunderbar is a little bit slower than their previous 23 that they did in time, and I don't know, like, it's just looking very rough for Vunderbar. I wonder if they're in a similar situation like Mandatory with the 22 TOP, that Vunderbar did not necessarily like think the 23 Motherload was super doable, but they were the first team to go into this dungeon too, if I'm not mistaken. Like, Vunderbar timed the 22 TOP yesterday, and
right,
they were the first ones to go into the 23 Motherload before Miscount went in there. So that means Vunderbar does somehow have a strategy in their route, can do this 23 Motherload. So even though we've been thinking that they're just really slow, there must be something that they have up their sleeves in between Rixa and Mogul Rustdunk that somehow saves them a lot of time. I don't know what it is, and I don't know if they just didn't show it until now, but there must be something here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility. Rixa Flux Flame at 13% HP. Again, they were at that 24-30-ish mark. So I think if they put up like a 24-30 again on this Rixa Flux Flame split, they do have an opportunity to be able to time the key, but they're going to have to do 10 seconds more DPS than they were yesterday on their Mogul Razdunk. They had a pretty clean skip into the boss room. Maybe there's some time to be gained by having a little bit faster trash gather or killing the mines off just a little bit quicker. There is some time that can be gained there. They just need to be around 10 or 15 seconds faster than they were yesterday in the same dungeon.
Yeah, I do want to take a look at Vunderbar and see how they're going to be approaching the end of this dungeon. Mandatory, of course, currently just running that 21, or rerunning the 21, trying to improve their time tiebreaker, which is probably something they're going to be doing for the rest of the day today. Yeah, look at that.
Mandatory's time tiebreakers were pretty bad whenever we saw them across the board.
Yeah.
I think that they were... I think they had worse time tiebreakers than both Miscount and Wunderbar. Now, a lot of that time was made back by the 23 Dark Flame. They were very, very quick in that 23 Dark Flame cleft. But I think for them, they're just kind of hoping that no team can go for those super high chase keys. But for Wunderbar, the plan is kind of simple. The first thing that you have to do is time this 23 Motherload. And you see on screen right there, now gathered all these mines. We have to be fast with these Ordnance Specialists. Now this Venture War Machine's kind of coming in a little bit late. We need to have all of our priority damage just funneled straight into this Venture War Machine. That's going to be the limiting factor for us to be able to look to pull into Mogul Razdunk. Wunderbar are fairly high on count. Whenever we saw both Miscount and Mandatory time this dungeon, they had to do those double War Machines that were at the very end. Wunderbar are not electing to do that. Instead, they are going to be skipping by, just looking at how much count they have. They just have to kill off these specialists in this Venture War Machine, and that, and maybe a couple more mines, should give them enough count to make it to that last boss.
Okay, so I have an interesting thing that I just saw with Mandatory. So I think Mandatory is not actually full on committing to the time tiebreaker. I think they're just trying Wunderbar struts in the 21. They literally just did the jump skip. They ended up wiping now. But I think what Mandatory is doing here, which is actually kind of smart, because they have 2 hours left in the day. So what they're currently attempting is that they're doing their 21, which they've already done, but they're attempting Wunderbar's strat, which would do two things. Number one, if they manage to execute it, it would improve their time tiebreaker in the 21. And number 2, if they execute it in the 21, they can then attempt it in the 22, right? So I think this is what their idea is here. Instead of trying it in the 22, they do the 21 first. But yeah, Vunderbar. 6 minutes 14 left as Now is doing the double skip here in the War Machine.
Oh, they got it.
Is coming out and they did it. All right,
Okay,
0 deaths. They have time. 6:05 on Mogul Rustak and no War Machine to worry about like their teams. All right, Vunderbar on Mogul Rustak. I think they have the time here. Ladas is going to come up at the very end of the boss fight. But yeah, what a nice execution here by Vunderbar. I think they're going to be able to do this if they don't have any mistakes.
I think they have around a minute worth of buffer time that they're able to have here. But the point at which you start having deaths, then you start losing offensive CDs and that kind of thing. I think that there's a world where if you end up getting hit by a micro missile or you tank a Gatling gun or you just make a mistake whenever you get hit by that honing missile, that can cause a lot of problems for Vunderbar. So making sure that they keep all of their players safe, keep all their players healthy. Whippy has to do a great job of making sure that everybody's pre-shielded and you don't go down in that intermission. But Vunderbar should have the time, assuming that they're able to stay alive. Once we start factoring in deaths, then we can run into some problems, but their DPS relative to the timer should be fine.
Yeah, I think so as well. I do not quite think that they have a minute buffer, but maybe like at least 30 seconds, 45 as well. So I do think Vunderbar, as you said, are looking good if they don't make any major mistakes with their cooldowns or don't have any major deaths coming through. So we're going to have to see how they're spacing out everything. Mogul Wrestling still on 74%. And they are, of course, utilizing that safe spot, making sure they don't have to dodge puddles on the ground. Still have to dodge the Gatling gun, of course, though. And now not standing in the Gatling gun, which is something we've seen now do in the lower key levels. Making sure that he's utilizing his Vengeance tier bonus. But
yeah, trying to get as much damage as possible.
Yeah, with this around on a 23. Gonna be a little bit sketchy unless he has some major defenses up.
Yeah. So once you get Mogul Razdunk pushed to 50% HP, it's actually very scary, and there's a lot of chance for players to die to the Buster Shot combo, particularly these Clothies. The Sky Scorchers, whenever they cast that Buster Shot, it is a physical damage hit, and the Priest and the Mage are in a lot of danger, especially if they're getting double targeted by those Sky Scorchers, which is why you see teams elect to burn one as fast as possible and try to get that dealt with quickly. So it's going to be very, very dangerous for Vunderbar here going into that 50% intermission. On top of that 50% intermission, the time that it takes to come in and out of that phase is fairly static. It's around 50 seconds, assuming that you don't miss the drop on any of those barrel drums that are in the middle of the room. Now, if we end up missing one of those, that's a pretty big time penalty. I think that's probably like 20 seconds lost or something like that. But but it is like a fairly static 50-second long intermission, assuming that we don't miss one of those.
Yeah, let's see how they're dealing with this as they are getting up these Sky Scorchers, and they do so much damage. You're going to have to take a look at how much damage these Buster Shots are doing to their group. We do see a PI being used even on Gingy here and their Arcane Surge as well to make sure these Sky Scorchers are going down quicker. You can see now having that first...
That's good.
Being the first target here, which is very good to not have the damage dealers have to run. Next one on Kush, that's a bad target.
Oh my gosh! Oh, did he miss? Oh my god!
Oh, he
might have missed it! He might have missed it! Oh my god! This is so bad. Okay. For Vunderbar, I thought that they were going to have a little bit of time buffer, but I don't know if they're going to end up having that much of a time buffer, especially since they're missing that drill smash. That's like a 15 or 20 second time loss by itself right there.
Oh my god, this might be a huge problem. Kush is going to be the target again for that drill smash. This time around, he did manage to hit it, but yeah, as you said,
230
that's
okay.
it.
Oh my god! I don't know about 215! 230
Oh.
was fine to kill the boss in the last phase, but I don't know about 215 as Whippy goes down to the last Buster Shot of the Sky Scorcher there.
And we do have another fixate from the missile here that we cannot avoid on clicks
Did they
here,
lose
which
their
means
Lust?
that they're going to take a lot of... No, Lust is going to be up in 2 minutes. It's going to be at the very end. So we're going to have to see if they can do this. Boss is down to 45%. They have to space out their cooldowns perfectly at this point forward. They only have one more PI coming through. After this Arcane Surge... Actually, this is going to be the last Arcane Surge, I think. So we're going to have to send the PI on Kush cooldowns in just a moment.
So they're going to get one more Arcane Surge.
Ooh, I don't know about this.
He's going to shift it back up, so I think they have like 20 or 30 seconds for that Surge. I think it's going to be all right on the Arcane Surge, but I'm not so sure about the damage being able to meet this check in general. I mean, the amount of damage that they're going to have to do is insane. Gingy's going to have to take after his name and pump here. We are so close here from Wunderbar being able to time this key or have the same fate that they had in the other 23, which is a narrow 10-second deplete.
Oh my god, I think this is just going to be so tough for them. Bloodlust is coming up in 8 seconds. They have to press it immediately to get the full duration of it out even. And you can see the PI being ready, being held for some of the cooldowns, either going to be landing on Kush or on Gingy. We do have 2 stacks of Incarn left. 2 Incarns that we can use during that Bloodlust from clicks. So that's going to be boosting up the damage by a little bit. But 38 seconds left for 21% of the boss and Mogul Drosunk. Petals, I don't think this is going to be quite enough.
Flix has the nice meld there on that honing missile, allowing him to stay in and plant and cast while he's under the effects of that Incarn. He is going to have 30 seconds of that Incarn during this Bloodlust. Gingy getting that power infusion with that Arcane Surge during Execute. I think that Mogul Razdunk might die under the timer here, but for Wunderbar, they have to still kill the Goblin. Look at this. The Mogul Razdunk's at 2%, 1%. The Touch of the Magi kills off the boss. Mogul Razdunk comes out of the suit. You have 8 seconds to kill him off. We gotta hurry.
We need more damage.
2 seconds, please!
What?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, they did it!
1 second!
Oh my god! That was so incredibly close. Wunderbar clutching it out at the very end after missing a drill smash in the intermission of Mogul Razdunk on a 23. Somehow able to still time that key. That would have been a disaster if that would have been the reason why they depleted this dungeon. Unbelievable. So close. In the meantime, we do have a replay here from Perplexed actually having a full wipe on their 23 coin-operated crab pummeler because they did have a detonation go off, not getting that bump into the boss. Wow.
Oh my god.
I need a minute to breathe.
I genuinely, I wish we had like a slideshow of Tettle's reacts for everybody because he was like hunkered over his mic, just like breathing heavily, then up in the chair, like up out of his chair, standing up in his room, arms out, then standing there with his like hand on his forehead. It does sound like production was able to catch it, so you know we can maybe replay some Tettle's reacts for you at one point. But
not right now. Not right now. We got business. We got business to deal with. Can we actually throw the leaderboard again? I actually wanted to look at that because I think I caught a glimpse that mandatory was a minute 20 behind Wunderbar in terms of that tiebreaker, that time tiebreaker criteria. So mandatory is electing to go into that 21 Theater of Pain and try to rerun that. Where Wunderbar here, we saw them attempt the 22 Cinderbrew Meadery earlier this weekend on that Friday. I wonder if Wunderbar are going to go for the home run hit. And look at this. They're zoning into that Cinderbrew Meadery in our 4-box on the right-hand side. Wunderbar are trying to seal their own fate.
This is incredible. We'll see. There is a chance that they're trying to rerun their 21 and go for time tiebreakers here. We'll see what Wunderbar is attempting or if they're going for the 22 here. We do know that they attempted the 22 Meadery already in the very first day of the Global Finals. So I do think that it's going to be the 22 for them. But yeah... this is going to be just very close. At this point, we know Perplexed needs this 23 Motherload to not go out last. Because Perplexed the only team that has not timed the second 23 at this point. Both Mandatory, Wunderbar, and Miscount have done that. Miscount, on the other hand, even though they were the first ones to time the 23 Motherload yesterday already, and they now timed the 23 DFC as well, they are missing out on both the 22 TOP and this 22 Cinderbrew. So Miscount needs one or the other to be able to even be considered for the time tiebreaker, or any tiebreaker for that matter, to go out in first. The Miscount really needs this Theater of Pain, and I think that's going to be very, very rough for them. Mandatory, on the other hand, they are reattempting their 21 Theater of Pain that they've already timed because they're trying Wunderbar's strategy. They're trying to copy Wunderbar's strategy on the 21, potentially trying to increase or decrease their timer, improve their timer, and then potentially try and go into the 22 afterwards. So that's probably going to be what they're going to be spending the rest of today on. Well, Wunderbar is also doing the 21. So Wunderbar not doing the 22, at least not for now. Maybe they also do something similar as Mandatory is doing, where they're trying the 21, maybe do some deviations with their strategy, maybe copy what Mandatory has been doing yesterday, and then do it on the 22 afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, for mandatory here, being a minute 20 seconds down on time tiebreaker, I feel like their best win con is to go for the 22 in the Theater of Pain, but if they're not convinced that they can time it, that's just so tough for them, because Wunderbar, look at this, they're actually not even going for the 22 in the Cinderber Metery, they're going 21 again for the timer. In their 21, I think they have like 3 or 4 deaths. So this is a situation for Wunderbar where they can probably shave a minute off of their timer in that 21.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so as well. I do like Wunderbar's approach here, because looking at the time tiebreakers, Vunderbar, as you said, is looking very good in comparison to mandatory. And if they're having a really good run here, as I said earlier, they can go into 22 afterwards and attempt it, right? So just getting a warm-up done here in the 21, potentially increasing or improving the tiebreaker, then do the 22 afterwards.
So do you just ever reset this 21 until you get really good Blood Beast RNG? Because we saw that in the 22, where they needed Blood Beast RNG to actually be able to kill off the first trash pack of the dungeon. But would you ever just do this pull until Kush just pops off?
I mean, if you really worry about your time, then kind of yes.
I mean, we're going for a time tiebreaker improvement. We're not really going for the really heavy chase +1.
Well, I'm not sure. Like, I do think there's a potential that Wunderbar is literally just trying to do mandatory's routes.
Okay.
In the 21, and then they do the 22 after, which would mean that they wouldn't have to reset their first pull a million times, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately for Perplexed, having a little bit more problems in that 23 Motherload. This 23 Motherload is incredibly difficult. I think that, of course, we have had 3 teams... What was that?
Sorry.
What was that?
I threw my water bottle on the floor on accident.
It's getting too exciting here. Naguru's just throwing things around the room.
That's the sound of the coin-operated crowd pummeler sending Perplexed back to Dornegal.
Oh no, yeah, Perplexed having to go again. I do want to say something about Perplexed medal loads. Now, Perplexed needs this 23 medal loads, so it's of course makes sense that they're attempting it. But I think, from what I've seen, their timers are pretty slow. Like, I'm not sure if Perplexed can do this. This is pretty rough for them, I think.
I think they're mathematically not eliminated, but I think from a practical standpoint, they are eliminated. They had to have had a perfect final day. Look at that for mandatory. So you might have caught a glimpse of Skylark throwing down his Sigil of Misery to CC those mobs off to the side. What that allows them to do is, since they're playing 5 Night Elves on their composition, they can actually all press Shadow Meld here momentarily, and it allows them to maintain their Eye of Kazan stacks.
Yeah, I really love these small little adaptations they're doing for the Eye of Kazan. Very, very cool to see. As mandatory now. Is trying to, again, going into this Ghost Wing, right? We know that mandatory is attempting that Wunderbar route on their 21 here and practicing it a little bit. See if they can execute it as well. We did see them pull off that jump skip that we talked about, but then they wiped the pull after. So it's not just the jump skip that is the difficult part, it's the pull afterwards too. You have these 2 Magi that are getting snapped, which you have to worry about, on top of the trash that is on that platform, which is also an insane amount of casters as well. But you have to somehow all gather up, and whenever there's mobs that are snapping, they can evade for a little second. You need to get the perfect timing for the interrupt and for the grip. So this is actually a very tough thing to do.
So it's 8 of those Bone Mages, like you were kind of calling out. Now, while the Bone Spear cast is very long cast, like a 3 or 4 second long cast, the issue is exactly what you talked about. It's getting those mobs grouped up. So you have to end up using the Abomination Limb and the grips from the DK, and then you'll press like a really fat Sigil Chains. You see the Sigil Chains is becoming available for Skylark here. The point at which the pack is actually gathered, and then you can start throwing all of your AoE CC at the pack, that part is actually pretty easy, but not if Soda goes spiraling into the void, and then we're going back to Dornegal, I believe, for mandatory here. Oh, wait, hold on.
Actually,
wait,
we have the
Soda
Bell
actually... Where's his corpse land, huh?
I think it probably ported up at some point once it did land all the way to the ground. We do see the Shackle spam going through, and the Incap Roar as well by Basin. Actually copying this to see as well. This is so interesting to see. We do see a Cascade through and Stove here, which seems very rough as Ice Cold is keeping him alive there. But yeah, they gathered the trash. Now they just need to have that AoE interrupt rotation done perfectly, and then they would technically be home free. But I like this. So it really looked like they were step by step copying Vunderbar's strat here, even all the way through to the Shackle cast and the Incap Roar, while they're waiting for the rest of the mobs to gather.
Yeah. Where are Mandatory going to go?
That's a Bone Spear.
That is a Bone Spear, and that looks like we're going back to Dornagal. I was going to say, I wonder what they're going to be pulling next, because we know that Vunderbar was like backtracking and grabbing a little bit of count, and then going all the way to Kultharok with like a snap of the trash into the boss. We'll have to figure out what Mandatory are going to be doing next time in the 21 Theater of Pain.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we can take a look at Miscount, as they're going to be attempting that Vunderbar skip in just a moment as well. Miscount also copying Vunderbar's strategy in that 22.
Yeah.
But they're doing it in 22, right? They're not like Mandatory and do the 21 first. They immediately straight up said, you know what, 22 it is. As they're going to go up to this mage platform, and then we're going to see them jump down in just a moment. Let's see if Verp can do the jump and not going to go flying like Soda did.
Please do not make fun of Soda.
Oh,
okay, please do not make fun of
around.
Hearthjax either. Oh, so Hearthjax actually got left on the old portal, not able to get battle res, so we're going again. Okay, here's the thing though with Miscount. Miscount at 130 points, there is no path to victory for them without them either going for the 22 Cinderbrew Meadery or going for that 22 Theater of Pain. For them, they have to be able to put up at least a +1 in either of those dungeons. In theory, they could go like 22 Priory, the Sacred Flame, but being serious for a second, that's not really happening. For Vunderbar here, what you just saw as Clicks died to the Shredding Sting, you might notice that they are in the 21 Cinderbrew Meadery. They are going for time tiebreaker improvements to kind of put that final nail in the coffin, assuming that neither Mandatory or Miscount can actually reach the 132 points. That is possible if you add up all of the team scores so far.
Yeah, this is going to be such an interesting end of days. We do see the leaderboard. The only team that is currently on break right now is Perplexed, and it's actually the last team that has to take a break. So once Perplexed is back, all of the breaks will have been taken, and we're only going to see gameplay from there out. And we do have 1 hour and 33 minutes left of the day, which means there's still a potential for many things to happen. I do think the only team that is going to have a really rough time making it to first at this point is Perplexed. But I think all of the other three teams still have the potential to get into first.
For Mandatory, they have to be a minute 30 faster on this Theater of Pain than they were
They can do
to be able to
22.
match Wunderbar. Well, then why would you even be trying the 21?
I really do think that Mandatory is doing the 21 first, because like to try and do Echo's route, right? Because if you're going to change your route completely on a higher key level than what you can do, like that seems crazy, right? So why not do the route, why not copy the route on the 21 first? Because they can do the 21, they've already done it. So it's going to be much easier for them to go and do that route. So this is going to be like, as I said, like they try to improve the time tiebreaker, of course, as well, but they also try the route. And if they do this 21 with Vunderbar's route, then they can do the 22. They can. I think that's a much easier path in my mind than to go straight to the 22. In my opinion, at least.
But you're kind of hoping that Vunderbar doesn't improve their timer at all in this 21 Cinderbrew Meadery at the same time, yeah?
I mean, I think that Mandatory is going to have a rough time to increase the time tiebreakers overall, generally, compared to Vunderbar, right?
Yeah.
So I think they kind of have to try the Vunderbar route and then do the 22.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think Vunderbar is doing the same thing. I think Vunderbar is also going to do the 22 after this 21. I think.
I think there is a decent chance that the last hour of the day is Mandatory going for 22 Theater of Pain, and Vunderbar is going for 22 Cinderbrew Meadery after improving their 21s, or at least practicing their 21s a little bit more. For Miscount, the plan is simple. We have to be able to put up that 22 Theater of Pain and then kind of assess where we are standing in terms of our time tiebreaker at that 131 points. There is a world where they could then go to try to improve some of their time tiebreakers in other dungeons, or they could potentially go for the 132 point Cinderbrew Meadery after this. But at the same time, Miscount, they have to be looking to time this Theater of Pain within the next couple of attempts here. Otherwise, they're going to not have enough time to be able to even improve some of those other dungeons.
And I think that's going to be really rough for Miscount, because that 22 Theater of Pain is just looking so rough overall. To be able to just adjust your route like that and do it on a 22 key level when Vunderbar already took so long to do it themselves, and they actually practiced this route numerous times. But yeah, Vunderbar unfortunately having a reset here as they didn't get the skip through. So they're gonna have to go again, which is good for mandatory, right? They do like, if you're a mandatory fan, then you like to see Vunderbar having to reset their 21s.
Every time that Vunderbar and Miscount have to reset a key, for mandatory is a good thing, and same thing goes for Vunderbar. Anytime that Miscount and mandatory have to reset a key, it's great for them. You're just kind of hoping that the teams are chain depleting. For mandatory, they need to be looking to try to get some improvements here. And this skip that we're going to be seeing from mandatory here momentarily, where they use the Sprocket Monger very rare cloak movement speed to jump off the platform, it seems like a skip that's not as easy as maybe Vunderbar made it look.
I guess, okay, so if we're considering, if my theory is not correct, like if they're not trying to go for the 22 afterwards, the one thing that I'm wondering, like, would the best course of action for you to improve your time tiebreaker, would that involve you changing your route in one of your existing dungeons? Instead of just trying to do the routes that you've been doing before and do them cleaner? Because that just seems crazy to me, right? Because if you really want to improve your time tiebreakers, because the Theater of Pain would be one of like the worst dungeons. No, it wouldn't be the worst dungeon for them to try, but it would be like it is the worst dungeon for them to try if they change their route. Because we have the 21 that they have versus the 22 for Vunderbar, right? So I feel like the best course of action for them would be to just improve their time tiebreaker somewhere else. Or do this Theater of Pain 21 with their route instead of this.
Unless you think your old route sucked, right? Like, what if you think your old route was just really, really bad and the only amount of time that you could have made up for it was 30 seconds?
Well, that's still, in my opinion, that's still better than trying to do something completely new.
Well, mandatory no better than us, I feel.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that I think that they're trying to do 22 after, because that's like the only thing that makes sense to me.
For sure, I 100% can believe that. Now, where are mandatory going to be going after they end up killing off this Bone Reaver? It looks like they're posturing to maybe backpull another platform's worth of trash. You saw them do that jump skip. They finally were able to get all 5 players landing on that platform. They were able to get a perfect CC chain where no players were getting cleaved down by that bone spike cast, allowing that to go off. And now it looks like Skylark and the rest of the crew are posturing to maybe be looking to go back towards that Portal Guardian pack, allowing them to get a little bit more count. Because you end up, I think, needed around 50 some odd percent, maybe 55% enemy forces before you even snap the Death Speaker trash pack into Koltharok.
Yeah, so this round, they're looking a little bit better. You can see them gathering the Shackled Souls here. The Soulbinder was attacked first by Skylark, which means that he does walk a little bit closer into the middle to be able to be gripped, instead of immediately starting that cast. So really nicely done, as that first Soulstorm is coming through. Everyone's stacking up in the Disc Bubble and the AMZ. Be able to survive that. Soulstorm doing so much damage still on a 21. In the meantime, we do have Perplexed now back from their break, which, as I mentioned earlier, now all teams are done with their breaks. And Perplexed, again, they need this 23 meta load. This is the only thing that would move them up into, or away from that last spot that they're currently in. Because all of the other teams have done the 23. Well, I guess it wouldn't be the only thing. I guess they could also time a 24 DFC. But I don't quite think that is possible.
Hold on, you're cooking? Hold on. I think there might be something. But yeah, on the other hand, we have Vunderbar here in this 21 Cinderbrew Meadery. We saw them do a pretty relevant attempt at the 22 Cinderbrew Meadery on Friday. The fact that they're in the 21, at least right now, it surprises me a bit. Maybe they're trying to get do some practice reps with a slightly different route, kind of like Nagura was alluding to. Maybe they believe that this is just their best course of action for improving the time tiebreaker, and they're hoping that neither Mandatory or Miscount are going to be able to reach that 132-point threshold. There is, I think, the possibility of either of those things being true. It's not really super clear. And then looking around the board, we have Mandatory going for that 131st point to try to tie Vunderbar and Mandatory at that score threshold. They are in that 22 Theater of Pain. it seems like they've changed their route to similar to what Wunderbar had been playing in their route, so Miscount has had a little bit of growing pains learning that route. Mandatory are in that 21 Theater of Pain, either trying to practice again for the route on the 22, kind of like Nagura alluded to, or maybe just trying to improve their timer for time tiebreaker. They need around 1:30 faster Theater of Pain if they want to overtake where Wunderbar are at that 131 point threshold. So for mandatory, they have a 33-36 Theater of Pain right now. They would need somewhere around a 32-minute flat to be able to kind of overtake them.
Yeah. I guess one thing to also mention is that, yeah, they might need a minute and 30 to catch up to Vunderbar, but they could also do another dungeon afterwards, right? Let's say they shave off 45 seconds from their run here. They still have enough time within the day to also improve the timer in another key as well. So maybe they can do this Theater of Pain, and instead of attempting the 22, which maybe that is something they'll assess afterwards, right? Maybe their idea is, you know what, let's go for the time tiebreaker first, try this Wunderbar strut, see what happens. If they think that they can actually, like once they execute it, once they do the 21, they'll see how fast they wear, they'll see if they can scale it up to the 22. If they think they can, they will attempt the 22. If they think they cannot, they can still go to a 21 Priory or a 21 Floodgate and try to improve their time tiebreaker there as well to potentially beat Wunderbar. So they do have, I guess, two different kind of avenues that they can do after that 21 TOP is timed.
Wunderbar, on the other hand, as well, after this 21, if they time the Cinder meter and get some time tiebreaker off of it, I think that their best course of action might be go rerun the 23 Dark Flame Cleft for time tiebreaker. Yeah. We saw that Clix and Genji died on the Darkness encounter. Clix ended up losing Lust. I think they lost somewhere in the order of 45 seconds on that boss just by itself. So I think that there's a world where Wunderbar can have a couple of dungeons to rerun for time tiebreaker. But for mandatory right here, they have engaged Kultharok. They are pressing that Bloodlust here and trying to just burn this boss as quickly as possible.
In the meantime, Miscount unfortunately having a full wipe on this second platform of the Ghost Wing that they jumped to with their jetpacks, and just not being able to get that snap pull executed that we've seen Mandatory be able to do in a 21 earlier, and Wunderbar, of course, debuting yesterday as they were doing that 22 TOP. And now Mandatory, as you said, on Kultharok. Doing pretty good so far. Kultharok, technically not the hardest boss in this dungeon, but on a 21 and a 22 key, all of a sudden everything is very difficult.
I think that whenever we saw Wunderbar in here yesterday, they did a Death Speaker snap into this boss, but I didn't see it get snapped into this boss for mandatory. Oh, did they stop doing that? Or was somebody else doing that?
They skipped it, yeah. So Wunderbar skips that last platform, and I think Miscount snaps it into the boss. Unless Miscount now changes their strat as well to not do it anymore.
Getting my teams a little bit confused as to who was snapping the trash into this boss.
Whenever having another full wipe here, looks like 7 minutes into the dungeon, so they have to go again. Yeah, I do think that the metery is just a very, very tough key, and Wunderbar doesn't seem exceptionally strong in that one. But I keep saying that, right? It almost looks like Wunderbar, like in the Motherload, they also didn't seem exceptionally strong, and then somehow they still timed it at the very end. It was only with 1 second left, though. But yeah, they did time it. So never count out Wunderbar, I guess.
That's it. Those are true words. I'm right there with you. Never count them out. They'll always figure out a way. I think it's one of those things that Cinderbrew Meadery is just a pretty volatile dungeon where it's super easy to have deaths that feel kind of unpredictable at times, whether it be a throw chair from a hired muscle, whether it be any group-wide damage from like a pyromaniac and like a hobgoblin charge. And it's obviously, consistent. You know that these things are coming, but it can feel kind of random at times, just how much damage you're taking.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Perplexed now done with their first boss here, 705. They improved their split a little bit compared to what we've seen their split be earlier. And if we compare it with Miscount's split, then they're just 10 seconds, 15 seconds behind. So I do think it is still doable for Perplexed, depending on how fast they're going to be on Azeroth. We talked about their split being so slow, and generally we're not really sure if Perplexed can do this dungeon with the speed. but this time around they did improve a little bit, and we're gonna double check their splits on Astaroth. So I guess the timer that we can compare Perplexed to is Vunderbar's timers, because Vunderbar's splits have been really they have the slowest timers out of all of the teams that have timed 23 meta load. So as long as Perplexed isn't slower than Vunderbar, they should still be able to do it.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting point as well. But also, the team's going to play a different route in here, so I think it's difficult to tell until basically we kill Rix's Flux Flame. That's kind of where you can tell the differences between what mobs are being pulled versus they aren't, because Vunderbar ends up, I think, pulling a little bit more trash in this Azerite Extractor wing, where I believe the Mandatory and Miscount ended up pulling more trash in the very militarized zone.
Yeah, there's a little bit of difference in routing, which of course does change the splits a bit. And yeah, as you said, like the War Machines as well, the skip at the end, that's gonna have a big difference in split timers too. Yeah, Mandatory actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Wunderbar yesterday put up a 31-23 in this dungeon on a 21, and they had a 13-minute 4-second Kultharok split.
Oh.
So they were 6 seconds faster than where Mandatory were.
In the
But
22?
Mandatory can actually take in the 21.
Oh, okay.
So they were basically around 30 seconds below where Mandatory need to be. So I think that Mandatory are pacing to actually be able to overtake Wunderbar in terms of time tiebreaker, assuming that they keep similar pace to where Wunderbar were in their 21.
And that's actually very cool. And yeah, Mandatory are looking very clean so far, still on 0 deaths, being able to execute that Ghost Wing strategy that we saw Wunderbar do pretty perfectly on their side, which is impressive. And now they're moving on to this Xav Wing. They are fighting this first mini-boss, which seemed pretty clean too, because it can be very dangerous with that interrupting roar, plus the Arbalist shots and quarrels coming out. It looks like Mandatory did a very good job executing this. And of course, this wing is not something that Wunderbar did play differently. All of the teams are playing this wing the same way, so this is something that Mandatory is very well practiced on. As Skylark just dropped incredibly low on the start of this full. We do see some Shackle spam being cast by Moat, making sure these Arbalists are not cast, but one quarrel does go through and finishes off Moat immediately, just getting one shot basically. So poor Moat just spamming Shackle on one Arbalist, and the other Arbalist is just finishing him off.
Yeah, so the next split timer that we're looking for is something below a 20-30 Zav would be pretty good for Mandatory. And like you were saying, this strategy-wise should be kind of similar between Wunderbar and Mandatory's old route. The big difference in terms of strategy, the big strategy deviation is going to be in the Gore Chop wing, where Wunderbar was doing this like really long, elaborate Shadow Meld 5 Night Elf skip. That, I think, is going to actually be pretty difficult. I would be surprised if Mandatory are able to execute that perfectly the first time they try it.
Yeah, I also would be surprised. We're gonna have to see though if they can do that. That is something that they could have attempted as well on live servers too, right? Not on that key level, so that's gonna be hard to emulate. But yeah,
we saw deaths to like the leapers, right? Whenever Wunderbar were doing it, I think that was what always caught them off guard. So yeah, while you can, emulate it or practice it in the M0s, it's difficult to actually do it once you're doing it on the 21 or the plus 22 key level. And for Miscount here, they're trying to adapt their route. They're playing a completely different route than what they did yesterday. They are trying to alter the Wunderbar route and play something very similar to them, where they are playing now these the Sprocket Monger Cloak. And they're going to be doing exactly what we saw from Wunderbar yesterday and exactly what we saw from Mandatory earlier today, where they grab these bone mages, and we are going to be yeeting ourselves off the edge with that test pilot's go pack, and then we're going to double VR for Kira and land on the platform, get life gripped by AJ. All 5 members have made it. This is better than what normally happens for Miscount here. And now here's a really hard part. Verb has the difficult ask of getting all of these bone mages gathered close enough to where Kira is then able to grab them with a Sigil of Chains. A Sigil of Chains goes out. Ooh, and one of those bone mages does not get grabbed. Hearthjax immediately dies, and we are going back to Dornegal.
2 didn't get gripped yet. This is the hardest part here, right? Like, jumping to the platform already seems pretty tough, but that gather is just so difficult. You need to hit all of the CC perfectly. You need to get that Shackle cast through. You need to get that Incap Roar. You need to hit the correct targets as well with spells, and not just somehow else gather them, to make sure they're walking in a little bit, so they are in range for the grip for the DK, and then you need that perfect position of that chain sigil by the tank. So this is actually a very rough gather of this pool.
Oh, rough to see. You know, we've been watching a lot of the teams as they come up against these incredibly high key levels. Of course, there's a struggle. Of course, it has to be hard won and truly earned. And honestly, the teams have been doing it, but we've seen, as you can see here, deaths just continuing to stack up. But we're going to go ahead and have a full changeover here on desk. So bringing us in here, we will have Zyronic and Dratnos coming into our final hour. And Nagura, Tettles, thank you. We will see at least Tettles later, but Nagura, this has been an awesome MDI.
It was amazing. Enjoy the rest of it. I will as well.
Sweet. Bye. Hopefully we'll catch you in chat. Bye. All right, Zyro, Dratnos. I mean, this is incredible. We are almost at our final hour of the day, which is where everything will be ultimately decided. I mean, Zyronic, can you give us the rundown on our team's trajectories today while keeping an eye on this run to kind of set us up for the final deciding runs?
So right now, it is we have 3 teams at the top now vying for that #1 position, with Vunderbar just barely being able to edge out Mandatory on time tiebreakers. Mandatory is trying to make up that minute 30 or so gap that is between them and the #1 slot right now, while Vunderbar is in their 21 Cinder per meter, trying to expand that gap. And we've got Miscount currently in the 3rd place slot, trying to put that +1 score on the board so they can match Vunderbar and Mandatory on the 131 point mark. If they can, that will be yet another team that will be in the mix to try to win based off of time tiebreakers. Something we've been talking about all weekend is that we've never had a TGP format go to time tiebreakers. But based off of what our teams are doing right now, it looks like that might finally be the case, Dratnos.
Yeah, and they're playing for it as well. It's a very rare sight to see Vunderbar playing for time tiebreakers instead of going for a +1 key level, especially when we've seen them already this weekend do an attempt that looked reasonably good in the 22 metery, and we know that 22 metery is doable. Mandatory have done it, and yet Vunderbar are instead opting for the time tiebreaker improvement, feeling like that's going to be a more consistent path, feeling like 131 points is going to be the amount of points that you need to win the MDI this time around. Now, there are also some important prize pool implications here for all this jostling for position, because the difference between even 2nd and 3rd is $15,000. The difference between 3rd and 4th is also $15,000. The difference between 1st and 2nd, however, is $60,000. So that one is the big jump, in addition to all the glory and the gold medals instead of the silver ones. So really, really vital runs that we're going to see here over the next hour and 13 minutes. That's a lot of time for teams to attempt these keystones, but at this level, I mean, especially with the speed that Mandatory and Vunderbar are going to need for timer improvements, we may not see any further improvements to scorecards unless these runs go perfectly.
We may or we may not, right? Because the idea is technically going for the time save in these runs is easier than going for the +1 score. But if either Vunderbar or Mandatory put up a great run in the key they're in, what's left for them to do other than go for a +1? And if either of them were to just ditch the idea of going for a time tiebreaker and went for the +1 and got it, they would just win outright based off of score. So it's kind of a game of chicken between the two. I think if either Vunderbar or Mandatory decided to start going for the +1, you could very realistically see the other team have to just instantly respond and be like, okay, they're going for it. We have to too right now.
Yeah, not to mention Miscount as well. If Miscount get this on the board and then decide to do that. Because right now, as it stands, if you're Vunderbar, you're currently in the lead by 1:20 over Mandatory, and you know Mandatory are going for timer, so all you have to do is get your timer up by even more than they do, and you're going to be safe. But as soon as Mandatory walk into a 22, then you know, okay, timer isn't going to help us. Either we're already safe because they're not going to time it, or if they do time it, no amount of time improvement is going to help us. We need that +1 key level as well. So there's definitely going to be a game of cat and mouse between Mandatory and Vunderbar in the last hour here. And if Miscount can time this 22 theater, they will join that game as well. And really any of the 3 teams might be able to force the others into a higher level key if they go for it.
If there is ever a spot in this Theater of Pain and Route where the timer will accelerate compared to the run from yesterday, it's going to be starting right now on Gorechap. From here on out in the entire dungeon, they're going to have funnel on bosses where they otherwise wouldn't really have had it. On this boss, you will almost always have 5 targets regardless, but there are situations where you'll kill off the oozing leftovers. You'll only have the horror and butcher that you pulled into the boss. With this extra strategy of pulling trash on top of the boss, you're just being extra efficient or moving a pull from the dungeon. And the timer to beat for a time improvement here for Mandatory on killing off their final boss before moving up to Mordretha from yesterday is 27:17. So any time before that on the Gore Chop kill here will be a time improvement for them, because theoretically, pulling trash up to Mordretha should be a time increase. You're getting more funnel on that final boss, the boss should die faster, plus again, you're pulling more trash on top of a boss instead of just doing it as a separate pull.
Yeah, so 27 would be a time improvement for them. 26 would be enough of a time improvement to be on pace to beat Vunderbar just off this one dungeon alone, because right now, Mandatory are a minute and 20 seconds total behind Vunderbar across all 6 dungeons. So they might try and get it across multiple dungeons, but if they want to do it here, they are going to need to get a lot of time off of their previous best timer. Their previous best theater was a 33:36. So they need a 32:16 at the end of the dungeon if they want to move into first place.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because they're on a pretty damn good run right now. Only the single death, Gore Chop dropping very, very fast. Only been in combat with him for 2 minutes, already him at half HP. That's not really the pace we want to see them at here, right? Again, 27:17 was the time yesterday. If they go with the same pace for the rest of the boss here, they would have the boss dead by about 26:45. Still a 30-second improvement, but 30 seconds isn't what they need to catapult themselves into first place. So hopefully they can go for a little bit faster of a pace. Unfortunately, once again, Miscount having issues with the gather of these Bone Mages on top of the Soulforged Bone Reaver. Vunderbar made that pull look a lot easier than it's really shaping out to be today.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things when you try and lift a strat like this, you don't appreciate all of the intricacies that go into making those pulls work. And this is that process of progression, of learning that we are seeing happening for Miscount in real time. And the question is, can they figure this all out in the next hour and 9 minutes? Because if they don't, then they're going to be locked at 130 points, and that's not going to be good enough for first. It's not going to be good enough for second, and depending on what happens for Perplexed in their 23 mother load, it might not even be good enough for third.
Speaking of time improvements as well, we've been talking about how Vunderbar is going for a time improvement in this key as well, in the Cinder Brew meadery. In order for them to be on a good pace to beat their timer from yesterday, we would like to see IPA dead by about the 16-minute mark. Yesterday, their run on the 21 Cinder Brew was at 16:32. So they're just trying to open the gap, make it harder for Mandatory to catch up here. And Stratos, it looks like they're on great pace here. Already their first boss split in this run, nearly 40 seconds faster than yesterday.
Yeah, and if either of these teams make a good improvement on their time as well, that might be the catalyst for making the decision to go for a +1 key level play instead of further improving your time. Because right now, these teams are in the dungeons where they feel like they have the most time to gain. Once they gain that time, there will be less time for them to gain in any of the other dungeons that they want to make an improvement in. So the cost will become lower of instead swapping over to a final, great push key at the end of the day, as Mandatory now going to be grabbing this trash. The rest of the team running forward. You can see there is that Sludge Spewer currently controlled by Soda, as Skylark going to be holding the pack over here for just a second, and then leaping forward in a moment after that Chaos Nova and Sigil of Chains go down.
Super clean as well. Yeah, Sigil is chaining them in the corner so he doesn't get meleeed at all when he takes this RP up. Now, something I noticed yesterday is now is actually waiting until this RP of the boss spawning was nearly done, so instead of taking this long, slow port up, he got instantly snapped up. Little bit slower here for Mandatory, but as long as the trash is here and not evading by the time they want to pull the boss, this will have worked out fantastically for them. They gained 35 seconds on the boss split on Gore Chop. That is fantastic. But we need to see how much time they're going to gain on Mordretha, because what we were talking about yesterday, the Arcane Mage funnel on this boss, it lines up great for the first 2 surges, right? You've got the trash at the start, you've got the surge on top of the second set of ads that spawn, but once you go into the second phase, the timing doesn't really line up anymore. You don't get funnel on your surge, you're not getting a lot of extra boss damage. But with this pull, you get the funnel on the pull. You get the second set of funnel because the ads are still alive. And then, once you've killed all the trash, then you can go pull those 3 mobs at the start of the instance for yet even more funnel. So there's even more time to gain on this boss. But can Mandatory actually gain an entire minute of time on just one boss?
That is the question here. They are going to have that lust coming up in 3 minutes as well, but they are just going to have to do a large amount of damage in a short amount of time here. Remember, the timer to beat here, 33-36 would represent a time improvement if Mandatory can beat that. 32-16 is what they need for first place right now. That would be an awful lot of damage to do in the next 3 minutes, Zyra.
That would be incredibly impressive. Their kill time in here yesterday was nearly 4.5 minutes. So very, very long boss. Can they drop that timer to 3.5? Not quite sure that one's in the cards, but we've seen crazier things this weekend. We saw like a 3-minute 15 boss split on a final call, on a final boss dungeon earlier this weekend as well. God, I'm losing my voice here. This is just too much action to pay attention to. But again, that second surge coming out here very shortly. Look at this lineup. It's perfect. Ads spawning on top of the boss. Perfect funnel for the Arcane Mage. They're going to delete this set of ads. They're going to get all of the funnel they want for the entire surge once he actually presses it. This is perfect for them. But really, after this is where they're going to have to accelerate their damage. The Bloodlust is also going to be up perfectly within that timer that they'll need in order to actually shave a bunch of time off. And Dranos, I mean, they're on pace for it. What did we want to see out of them again? 32-15, roughly, you said?
32-15 would be first place for Mandatory right now if they can get that on the board here. And they have another 3 minutes to make that happen. 2.5 minutes now. The boss at 50% HP, entering that Echoes of Carnage cast. The anti-magic zone comes down along with the darkness to help them survive. The combination of that and the ticking damage here. And Mode able to stabilize the whole group. Tops himself off last. Skylark is playing without Last Resort here, as we do have Vunderbar wiping in their 21 metery. And depending on what happens for Mandatory in this run, Vunderbar may decide whether or not it's worth it to go for a time improvement. If Mandatory do take first place by a small amount of time, that makes the time strategy even better for Vunderbar. Although on the other hand, then Mandatory will probably be going for a +1 point after this, so maybe that becomes even scarier. We will see that decision making in just a second here. Right now, it's all going to be about these last 2 minutes of the dungeon. 40% on the boss, 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes if Mandatory want to move to the top of the leaderboard. It's all going to come down to the DPS here in this Bloodlust burn. That Arcane Surge is ready. The Frost DK cooldowns actually not going to be available for a little while here. The Power Infusion is up, though, and we'll see when they want to pull this trash, because that's probably going to indicate the same time that they're going to hit that Lust as well.
Here's the evocation. They are ready to send this boss to the Well, they're already in the Shadowlands. But either way, the point still stands. This boss is about to get completely destroyed. Power Infusion, Bloodlust, Arcane Surge popped. Frosty K doing whatever he can. They've got the Incarnation as well. And look at the boss's HP in the space of 15 seconds, dropping nearly 20%. 32-15 is the mark they need to beat. Dratnos, they're going to kill this boss by about the 31-30 mark, but they also need to kill off the trash, too. We are just trying to stop the clock as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the trash might actually be a bit of a problem here. There's pretty high health on some of these mobs. The contender, pretty low, but actually both contenders are quite low. Where's the caster? Is that mob already dead? Or is it still in here at high health? They've been doing just so much damage to all these mobs. It's just the contenders left, and those contenders are going to drop before the boss does. Perfectly timed by Mandatory, and this boss is going down before the 32-minute marker. Mandatory improve their timer in the 21 theater by enough to move them into first place by 36 seconds going into the end of our day. This puts Vunderbar under so much pressure, because now Vunderbar know, okay, we need to find 36 seconds in this Cinderbrew 21. Vunderbar now need to get this keystone down to a 30-16. 30-16 is the time to beat in this Cinderbrew for them to get back into first place. But the problem is, that's going to cost you at least 30 minutes and then 16 seconds to do that. And Mandatory, now they get to go do a different key if they want to. If Mandatory can go put up a +1 in one of the other dungeons, or expand their time lead in one of these other dungeons as well, right? If Mandatory find another minute somewhere, then all of a sudden Vunderbar need a 29-minute Cinderbrew, which would be almost impossible. Mandatory actually have a huge advantage in the last hour of the day, because Vunderbar are committing 30 minutes to this dungeon run, and Mandatory don't have to do that. Now proccing Cheat Death already as well, in a lot of danger here for the next few minutes in these trash pulls that are so deadly.
Well, it's kind of funny, because if you look at Mandatory on the right side of our screen there, they're kind of just standing around after the dungeon is over, and it's kind of like they're saying to themselves, well, now what? That was fast.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're looking at their 6 keys, and all 6 of their breaks are done for the day. Not to worry. No incident happening on the break timers, so they could start a key whenever they want to, but I think the thing that Mandatory are doing is they're looking at their scorecard, and they're like, yeah, that was a great run, that was a great run. These were all great runs. Okay, well, what's going to be the best use of our time to go for an improvement? Of course, the most likely thing they can do is gain another 10, 20 seconds somewhere. Is there a dungeon where they can gain a meaningful amount more time than that? Or is their best bet to go for a lower likelihood play that'll be worth more, and that would be getting a +1 point in one of these dungeons? But the thing is, on their scorecard, the only key that anybody else has proven is possible that they don't have is the 22 Theater. And I don't know if that's possible without using the tech that Vunderbar and now Miscount are using in that dungeon. And I don't know if Mandatory feel comfortable trying that in the last hour of the day. It looks like they're going to be maneuvering over to Operation Floodgate. Now, Mandatory's timer in that Floodgate is the slowest of any of the 21 Floodgates, so that makes a lot of sense to be their target for a further time improvement. They could go for the higher key level, but the fact that they chose the Floodgate here, I think that means it's going to be another time improvement for Mandatory, which means Vunderbar now, they don't know actually what timer they're going to need for first, because Mandatory could open the gap even further.
Well, the crazy thing is about the Theater of Pain is, regardless of the strategy used, being 220 under on the timer, that would suggest that timing the +1 key level is within the realm of possibility, but that's not something Mandatory is going to have to worry about if this continues to be an issue for Vunderbar, if they keep wiping in this Cinderbrew meter. Remember now, Vunderbar now in second place, nearly 40 seconds behind Mandatory. They need to find a time save or a +1 in order to retake that #1 spot so they can get the title and get the large portion of the prize money that we were talking about. That, remember, $60,000 difference between first and second place. It's a ton to play for here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge difference. It is $120,000 to the team in first place and $60,000 to the team in second, $45,000 to third, and $30,000 to fourth. So the next hour might be the highest stakes keystones that our teams will be doing. We've had some high prize pools in our events before, but this is not only one of our highest prize pools, it's also the closest finish to a day that we've ever had moving into the last hour. Even Perplexed are only 2 points behind the top of the leaderboard right now, Miscount 1 point behind, and Vunderbar 36 seconds behind the top of our scoreboard. So any of these teams could end up in any position still at the end of the day. This is going to be make or break. This is big money here. I mean, the difference between fourth and first, almost $100,000. In fact, more than $100,000. Or no, it's less than $100,000, but still almost $100,000.
90,000 is nothing to sneeze. That's a ton of money difference. So lots to play for here as we enter the final hour of the day. Mandatory has decided 21 Floodgate is going to be their play here. They're only a minute 30 under on the timer in this key, so they could definitely go for quite a large improvement. The fastest run that we've seen this weekend in this dungeon, nearly a minute faster than what Mandatory was able to put together yesterday, which is crazy considering, looking back to Cup play, Mandatory was the team that seemed to have the fastest strategy, and not only this dungeon, but a whole bunch of other dungeons. But that really hasn't been their strength this weekend. They've just been incredibly consistent across the board. If there was ever a time to just go back to the speed, try to go for the crazier strategies, now would be the time, Mandatory.
Yeah, that is the question, and there's a little bit of a game of chicken between our teams with less than 1 hour in the day. When do you pull the trigger on a desperation +1 keystone attempt here? If you are Vunderbar or Mandatory, you look at it and you're saying, you know what, time isn't going to be enough. If, for instance, if you're Vunderbar and you are watching Mandatory's run and you can see, oh no, Mandatory are about to pick up another minute in a Floodgate, all of a sudden, we don't have enough time to improve anymore. Like, we can't beat this metery fast enough to get ahead of Mandatory. When do you pull the trigger on just casting the town portal in the middle of a good run to give yourself more time to attempt that +1 key?
All the while Vunderbar and Mandatory are vying for time, Miscount is working away on this 22 Theater of Pain. This is the pull that has been a struggle for them for the past 30 minutes or so here. This tech that Vunderbar showed off yesterday, using that test pilot scope pack, very rare item, from Sprocketmonger Lockenstock to jump down. Kiro will soon follow, unfortunately proccing that last resort here to the Bone Spears from the mages up top. They're going to snap down. They need to make sure they can get all 6 of these mages on top of the Soulforged Bone Reaver so they can be Sigil of Change together, and then they can get the AoE CC on. This is the first time that they've done this properly, and it looks like it's going to be their best attempt yet.
The Solar Beam comes out, and out of this Solar Beam, we actually don't have a Sigil of Silence available, as we had to use that on all the souls before. What's going to be the next stop here? It's going to be a Chaos Nova. Now, unfortunately, the boss is Bone Storming. Going to make it a little trickier to get in there, but a Blinding Sleep from Verb is going to handle the next cast, and then a Supernova. Now, Blast Wave comes up next from Hearthjax, walking into melee range there, and just one cast is left. That one is going to be interrupted, and they've gotten this pull taken care of. This is now farther than Miscount have usually gotten in this run.
And the thing is, the part that's crazy about this route is that it's back-to-back-to-back pulls that require a ton of these AoE stops. So if you're able to kill off those Bone Mages a little bit quicker and use less stops, you'll have more available for the next pull. This Bone Reaver, though, taking a long time for them to chew through. Lots of HP on this mini-boss that most routes opt to not play. But it is a good kill time still here for Miscount as they now take the portal backwards towards that Portal Guardian platform, where they'll once again pull a ton of casters on top of it, take a ton of damage from that Soulstorm, and they need to make sure, once again, not a single Bone Spear or Bone Volley goes off, or it will just be an instant wipe for the group.
Yeah, you can see those Bone Magi getting spell stolen by Hearthjax, taking that shield off of them, everything gripped together. Again, the Solar Beam here. This time around, we are going to have a Sigil of Silence to follow it up during this nasty Soulstorm cast. The darkness is down as well to try and help them stay alive through this. It's going to be Chaos Nova first, and out of this is the Sigil of Silence, which lands before all those casts do. Nicely handled by Miscount for now, but look at these mobs. They have so much health. Supernova is up next. We've got a Blinding Sleet available and a Blast Nova. Blast Nova comes out first. Blinding Sleet comes out next. What are we going to use next? It's Incapacitating Roar, but there's another Soulstorm now. Now we have to live again in the barrier. Hearthjax's counterspell is off CD, and an Asphyxiate is going to handle the other one.
We're back to kicks for the next rotation, but as you can see, we are just running out of buttons to press. That's the fear from the Priest there. They have kicks available for these Bone Volleys, but it's going to be another Supernova instead that will knock those mobs up. Blast Wave again from the Mage, just trying to hold on to those interrupts so that they can have them available at the start of next pull, but finally both the two melee kicks from the DK and the tank going to be used to try to finish off these Soulbinders. Two of the pulls are done for Miscount, but we are not done yet. Heading into the double Death Speaker pack, once again, so many caster mobs have to be pulled together, and it's the Necrotic Bone Volleys that they're going to have to make sure that none of them go off. In the meantime, tons of curses going to be applied to the group from these Dark Speakers. It's just back-to-back-to-back insane pulls.
And the thing about doing a pull like this as well is you might be able to do it, but if you haven't practiced this a bunch, you're going to have a hard time allocating your damage efficiently, right? Knowing, okay, we should have these two people targeting this Death Speaker, this person targeting this Death Speaker, while also getting all of your kicks. And if you're losing 20, 30 seconds each time you do a pull like this because you haven't practiced this strategy and you're just trying to copy it from what Vunderbar did yesterday, that could be the difference in the timer going from being great to being maybe barely doable and only letting you get through with a 0-death run, to maybe even being depleted with a perfect run in terms of deaths, right? If you're just slow on pulls like this, we saw that Bone Reaver, for instance, living for a long time after the casters were dead on the first of these big platforms. These Dark Speakers are getting killed at about the same time, which is good news. That does mean they're allocating their damage nicely between these, although the Soulbinders still alive for a little while towards the end here. Does look like they've handled their damage pretty efficiently here, though, and that's the nice thing about Miscount. I think their instincts about damage optimization are really strong this season. Their players all are just such consistently high damage versions of each of their specs, right? Like, you compare damage on these bosses between the teams, and the Miscount players are usually either the top or second place person of, say, like, all the Moonkins in our top 4 teams on any of the bosses, all the mages, all the DKs.
Good skip past the 3 mobs here. Let's see if they're going to full skip those or try to snap them up to get a little bit of extra funnel onto Koltharok. Something we need to keep an eye on as well. Mandatory's first attempt here at the 21 Floodgate, trying to improve their timer. It's actually almost dead even here. Their timer on their key yesterday, 7:47 on the demolition to a 7:35 on this attempt, so gaining 12 seconds. But remember, every second they gain here is another second that they're putting Vunderbar even further away, putting more pressure on them. So if they're able to keep this pace throughout the run, that puts more and more and more pressure on Vunderbar, Dranos.
Absolutely, yeah, that Sigil Chains does come out, and it is the timer that Mandatory are looking to beat here. Skylark drops super low. Will he be able to preserve that last resort? Somehow it looks like he's going to be able to do that, just pressing meta naturally instead of having that proc. All the mobs now in a beautiful Ursul's Vortex, keeping those surprise inspections from getting too far away from the rest of the pack. But what Mandatory need for a time improvement here is a 31:29 or faster. But the thing is, they're already in first place, so any seconds that they gain here are just them trying to open up the lead in case Vunderbar gains some time in the Cinderbrew meadery that they're in right now, and in case Miscount get this 22 theater on the board and join these two teams at 131 points. That is going to be the big question here, as we are seeing Perplexed hearthing out of their 23 motherload again here. This is very bad news for Perplexed. Their pathway to first place is not technically closed just yet, but I believe with that reset, it's going to be very close. They need to get that point in the motherload and then very quickly come and get a point somewhere else. And even then, their timer situation is quite rough across all 6 dungeons.
It's going to be such a close end to the day here, and Miscount is a team that throughout the years has been one of our favorites coming into every competition, but they've never been in this position that they're in right now, competing for first place on the final day from the position they've been in. Going back and looking at the way that they've competed in previous TGPs, their day 2s have always been just the sketchiest days, and their best position ever coming into a day 3 in a previous competition was in 4th place. Now, they might have finished in 2nd or 3rd place, but they never really put themselves in a position to be able to compete for first. Coming into day 3 today in the 1st place position was a commanding spot, and Miscount was surprised by the fact that Vunderbar was able to do this 22 Theater of Pain yesterday. If they're able to pull this off and tie our top 2 teams on that scorecard, give themselves a chance to play for first once again, that would be a fantastic story for them, and they're looking great on Koltharok right now. The timer to match here from our timed 22 Theater of Pain yesterday from Vunderbar is at 13:35, and they look like they're on pace to be very, very close to that here.
Yeah, and I haven't run all the numbers to be sure. All the teams have such great timers, but I think Miscount, if they can have a pretty quick 22 Theater of Pain, if they can get this under, say, actually, even as long as they get this key on the board at all, I think they might have a really good position for time tiebreakers. We'll have to run the numbers, or we can let the scoreboard run the numbers for us automatically if they actually do get this on the board. But all of a sudden, that could put a huge amount of pressure on both Vunderbar and Mandatory, who are going for timer improvements right now. But Miscount, they have the fastest Motherload 23. They have the fastest Cinderbrew 21, although Mandatory have the 22. They have the fastest Priory 21. They have a very close Floodgate. They're a minute slower there. Their Theater is, of course, something that they're looking to update. And then their Cleft is within a minute as well of Mandatory, and it's actually faster than Vunderbar. So, yeah, Miscount gonna have a very competitive set of time tiebreakers depending on how this Theater goes, if they can time the Theater. They've made it through the Koltharok wing, which is the most innovative part of the Vunderbar strategy, but there's a lot more to this dungeon in their future. They still have to clean the Execute the Zav wing, and the biggest question mark for me is going to be the Gore Chop section, because executing the Gore Chop section the way that Vunderbar do is also going to be different than what they have done before. Skipping those mobs, fighting them later, bringing them on to the boss later. It's something that we've seen Mandatory be able to adapt to and just add into the otherwise standard route in this dungeon, but Miscount have yet to really pull that off. Let's see if they're going to be able to make that work, but we do also need to keep track of the top 2 teams, Mandatory and Vunderbar. Mandatory in first right now, Vunderbar 36 seconds behind, as both are going for a timer improvement. Do we happen to know the Big Mama split that Mandatory are looking to improve right now?
Yes, again, so their run yesterday here on Big Mama was a 15-14, and again, they look like they are blasting that here. On this key level, if they're able to get away with anything sub-5 on Big Mama, that would be fantastic, and they look like they're on pace for that here. 50% on the boss after being in combat for 2.5 minutes, and we're just now entering the jumpstart phase. Health bar is dropping quite low, though, but the darkness being used there to help let players just dodge a little bit of that AoE damage, giving Mode time to stack up healing on the team, and he's able to keep the team alive through that insane AoE damage. We're looking to try to get through this phase cleanly, and then hopefully be able to kill off Big Mama by the not the next jumpstart phase, but the one after that. If they can do that, they will be on fantastic pace here to improve their time in this dungeon.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Mandatory here. Remember, they don't have a specific goal of how much time they want to gain. It's just as much as possible. They're already in first place. It's Vunderbar who have a much more clearly defined goal of gaining 36 or more seconds in their Cinderbrew meadery. But Mandatory having this beautiful corner strat here, keeping these Mecha Drones nice and tightly grouped up under that solar beam on the boss as well. We've got a couple of contractors in the pull too. Those are getting cleaved down pretty much for free at this point, as Stove focusing that funnel damage into the boss. They should be able to get this boss largely killed in the next jumpstart phase here. It is getting to that kilo block barrier at 26% health, so damage now being 80% reduced against Big Mama until they can kill all of these Mecha Drones. We unfortunately have one charging kind of far away that they need to swap to. That triangle marked one, gonna live for a while longer, but the boss does still start that jumpstart cast, and notably they managed to do this before the Electro Crush on Skylark, which would be a scary thing.
They're going for the push here. Maceine just now popping the Incarn, doing as much single target damage as possible at the jumpstart. That means he's not going to have the Incarn available to kill the next set of Mecha Drones, so Mandatory are trying to go for the boss damage push here. They're going to try to kill this boss off before the next jumpstart. From 15%, it's possible, but on this key level, it's going to be very tight. Keep an eye on that energy bar below the health bar on Big Mama. When that reaches 100%, the Kiloblock Berry will be deployed, reducing all damage taken by the boss by 80%. So they need to try to kill this boss before that bar fills up, or get it at least to like 1% so they can not spend as much time killing it off. With the Arcane Surge here popped from Stove, though, I think they're going to be okay. And the boss is going to be going down. Remember, 14 was their time here yesterday, and Mandatory, again, shaving a few seconds off with each boss split. 18 seconds now on the Big Mama split, faster than they were yesterday.
2230 Swamp Face is going to be the next marker to look out for from Mandatory in this dungeon if they are able to accelerate even further over their previous best run, gaining even more time here and making it even narrower of a pathway for Vunderbar to get back into that first place. Vunderbar having their tank proccing a cheat death there, last resort on this pull before IPA. A little bit scary now for the next section of the dungeon. This boss isn't typically thought of as a heavy tank damage boss, but when you are pulling trash onto it, anything could happen, and the Bank Busby wing is certainly a lot scarier for a tank to play without that last resort available, so now is going to have to play it perfectly for the next 8 minutes here.
This is an unbelievably fast run. 6 minutes flat split on the first boss, and at 21 is absurd. They had to have the most insane Blood Beast RNG you've ever seen to get through the first section of the dungeon that quickly. Can they capitalize on it here with the IPA pull? Double Pyromaniac on top of this boss is absolutely insane. Every time those put a debuff out, if someone doesn't have a Dwarf available, if you don't have a Mass Dispel for them, you're going to be in danger of getting rid of just your team going down to damage, especially if it happens during a spout from the boss. The damage can be insane. They also need to make sure they do not let a free samples cast go off at any point during this encounter. Those taste testers could potentially just one-shot someone from 100 to 0 on their own, but it looks like Vunderbar have gotten through the danger of the trash here, and we're looking at a sub-16 IPA split here, Dratnos, which would be unbelievably fast compared to yesterday. Their previous 21 Cinderbrew they timed 1632 on the IPA, so they're making up probably close to 30 to 45 seconds here if they're able to finish off this boss.
Yeah, that would be a huge time improvement when you factor in that they only need 36 seconds to get ahead of Mandatory and get back into first place here. So right now, Vunderbar are on pace. The problem is, Mandatory are going to improve that even further right now if this floodgate keeps going this way.
Yeah, these kelps are difficult to get through, man. One of those kelps casting that Jettison AoE for a little bit too long could very easily take out your mage, but it looks like they're good to go here. They've got the AoE CC rotations down. We've seen them do this time and time again this weekend. All of our team's been fantastic.
Vunderbar can experience the death here.
Oh, okay, one death, but we
go
had a
down,
quick
get
res.
battle rest.
Okay.
Yeah, of the 50-second advantage they maybe had, that's now dropped down to 30 seconds. Luckily, it's I think it was right after his surge, so I don't think that was gone.
We've pulled yet even more trash into the boss. Another pack, another set of double Pyromancers plus a taste tester. This is just demonic for your healers to have to heal through. But Whippy, unfazed. Look at the mana bar. He is just chilling, cruising at 90% mana right now. As long as they don't let those samples go through at the same time as a boss AoE, they should be okay. One last set of Erupting Infernos going out. instantly dispelled. Gingy gonna have to sit this for a little while, but he should be okay. They've got the Dispriest barrier down to help heal and live through this AoE damage from the boss. Even with the death, though, Vunderbar look like they're still on a fantastic timer in this key.
Yeah, the evocation comes out. We're going to see another Arcane Surge here from Gingy on the boss, aiming his character to make sure that those Arcane Orbs hit all of the targets, generating those extra Arcane charges, even though some of these mobs are going to be out of range of the Arcane Barrages. Although it looks like Vunderbar are making sure to keep the boss close enough to those Brew Drops that they are going to get that free incidental cleave and actually increase the damage on the boss as well. All of them killed off over on that world marker, and the boss brought back to its spawn point. Now we are going to swap over to Mandatory, working on Swamp Face. We have Divers in on the pull. Got to be careful of the Sephorium charges, but the most important thing is that none of those Harpoon casts are ever allowed to go through.
If a single Harpoon goes off that player is dead if they don't have literally an immunity for it. The damage on this key level is way too much for Mode to have to prevent a death through. Looks like they're so far so good there, but this is not the only set of divers we're going to see them pull on top of the boss. There will be another pack of 3 that will be pulled on later, probably an execute for the mage with funnel. Also, adding those bombs into the encounter, while it may not seem like the biggest of deals, but sometimes you just might have to dodge to the right to dodge some waves, and then you forget there's this giant firebomb that will just one-shot you and knock you way up into the air, making you think you're stupid the entire time. So this is a ridiculously difficult pull, but again, the timer we're trying to beat here on the Swamp Face for Mandatory to see some improvement in the key is at 22:30, and so far they've just been going so fast throughout this key. Huge amount of damage coming out from the Awaken the Swamp mode though, perfectly able to keep the group topped, still has that barrier available for a particularly nasty combo. But this is exactly what you want to see if you're a Mandatory fan. This is devastating if you're a Vunderbar fan. 16 minutes into the key with a ridiculously fast IPA split. They're wiping to the first pull after IPA. They were 45 seconds up on their time in this dungeon. What just happened? That has to be a tank death. That's the only way
That's the last
happens.
resort. We mentioned it earlier, but the last resort got procced right before IPA got pulled, and that was the price they paid. A tank death on pull. That is when these Demon Hunters are the squishiest, is right at the start of a pull. If you can't overcommit some defensive tools like that pain suppression, like those, fell devastations and effects like that meta on pull, you are in danger of dying. Here's a look at this replay. Now running forward, grabbing all these mobs, Infernal striking forward, even with that Fell Devastation here, getting 5-6 stacks of that Bee Venom, and just taken down while Whippy was in the air from that Ultimate Penitence. And that is going to be the end of this run for, this was Vunderbar's run. And we'll see where they decide to go next. If they want to just improve it again, try again here, they need to make a time improvement or else they are going to finish not in first place. That's what they're going to go for. The 21 Cinder Brew, once again for Vunderbar. Even with a great first 15 minutes, it all fell apart on that one wipe. But Miscount also experiencing a wipe up in the top right there. We can just see that happening in the Gore Chop wing. Players going down, and Miscount nearly done with their theater, forced to zone out and reset. And they don't have the luxury of going for a time improvement. They need +1 point from something like that Theater of Pain. Here's a replay of how this happened for them. Everything looking okay so far. The Vile Eruption from the gas bag is going to hit Hearthjax, who is just barely inside there. Now that res comes out. And what's going to cause the next one? Because they look decently okay right now. Kira going to proc that last resort. Hearthjack's going down just to the Disease Cloud, and it looks like they just fell behind as a result of that first death, and were unable to catch up. But we can't afford to spend too long thinking about the past. We've got to talk about the present, and the biggest present of them all is Bubbles. Casting that Bubble Burp right now for Mandatory, and once we get this Splish Splash cast, Skylark has to leap forward, hit that meld in the next second. Able to do it, and it looks like Bubbles is going to be safely skipped here.
No optional fourth boss being pulled here by Mandatory in the dungeon in Dratnos. Look at the Swamp Face split. Mandatory have improved their timer in this key by nearly 50 seconds, almost an entire minute in the first 3 quarters of this dungeon. If they're able to keep that timer through to the end of this key and get this key timed, improve their timer by a minute, that minute 30 or so time difference might be out of reach for Vunderbar in their Cinderbrew metery. They might just have to try to go for the +1 to outright win on points. We'll have to see what the play is. Mandatory not out of the woods just yet, though, as a whole bunch of these Dark Fuse jumpstarters are between them and the final boss of the dungeon in Giesel Gigazap. They need to keep the foot on the pedal here. They have to go as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the end of this dungeon here for Mandatory as they look to make that time tiebreaker insurmountable for Vunderbar and for Miscount. If they can get a very fast 21 Floodgate, it's going to be awfully hard for Vunderbar or Miscount to catch up in one run, and there's only 37 minutes left in the day for starting new keys, which means pretty soon only one more run will be possible for these teams. Mandatory have time to finish this run, and then probably just do one more key, although technically they can maybe get two done if they are just absolutely speedy and perfect. But Vunderbar and Miscount only have the time to finish the keys they're currently in and then start one more key. So the horizon of possibilities here is shrinking for all of our teams. There is just so little time left in the day, and our leaderboard is starting to get resolved here. Perplexed down at the very bottom as well. Their chances of getting anything other than fourth hinge on them succeeding in this 23 Motherload right now.
Yeah, I mean, Perplexed, they're playing to try to overtake Miscount if Miscount cannot get a +1 here. They would love to try to take that position again away, because remember, every single position today worth so much money. Fourth place, $30,000. Third place, $45,000. Second place, $60,000. And of course, our champions, $120,000. The jumps for one single place are massive, and Mandatory are trying to widen the gap between themselves and Vunderbar here in this Floodgate. The time to beat from their previous run is about a 31:30. Any faster than that opens up that gap and gives them a better and better chance of being a 3-time back-to-back-to-back champion. A feat only achieved by one other team in the MDI.
Yeah, exactly. This is such an impressive run that Mandatory are putting together. The big thing for me is that a lot of our teams have spent the past 3 hours and have only made 1 or 2 improvements on their scorecard here. I think Mandatory have made 3 scorecard improvements at the end of the day so far today, and that is really the sign of a champion team, a team that's able to come in and put up a result after 1 or 2 attempts in each of these dungeons, whereas the other teams, Vunderbar, even though they did eventually get that 23 Motherload on the board, it took them so many attempts, and now they're, 4 tries into this 21 Cinderbrew Meadery with nothing to show for it?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think about that. Only an hour ago, Mandatory were a minute and a half behind Vunderbar on the scoreboard. Right now, they're 36 seconds ahead, and they're about to be engaging Giesel Gigazap with almost 6 minutes left on the timer that they're trying to beat to improve their timer here. This boss is a 4.5 minute boss. If they can stay on pace for that, they're going to be 2 minutes ahead of Vunderbar. That's a 4-minute swing in the space of about an hour and 15 minutes. Mandatory absolutely dropping the hammer here at the end of the day.
Yeah, they don't have a Havoc Demon Hunter, but they certainly still have momentum somehow, as they are going to get this key timed with probably 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock if things continue to work out at this spot. We still actually can't even see the end of timer because they're still under that 2 chest here, so you can see now 6 minutes, 35 seconds until this dungeon will be over. The Lust is up in 4 minutes for them. And I think they're going to get to that Lust. I'm not even sure they're going to get their whole Lust in here. This boss was just pulled so early by them.
I mean, it's a 4-minute, 30-second boss, so they're just not going to get to that Bloodlust. That's how fast they are in this key. Normally, you think about trying to optimize your Bloodlust so you can get another one at the end of the key, but the teams are just too fast, I guess, which is a good thing and a bad thing.
It's a good problem to have, yeah.
It's a good problem to have, yeah. You're happy if you're fast enough to where that's not an issue for you. They're not going to need that last Bloodlust. Or maybe they will. We'll have to see. A couple deaths could be the issue for them and could actually cause them to lose that potential advantage they gained from timing this key quickly. We don't want to see that happen here. As the next turbocharge of the fight goes out, they're just playing super safe here. Barrier engaged here. Nobody's going to go down to that AoE damage, and we're into the next phase. Thunder Punch coming out soon on Skylark. He still has the cheat death, though. He's not going to go down anytime soon.
Yeah, that Thunder Punch is a scary effect for your tank, but with Last Resort still available, with Meta still available, Skylark just has so many resources ready for this boss. Things are just going great for Mandatory. Just look at the cooldowns as well. They still have access to so many of those. Mass Barrier's going to be coming up here in just a moment. Skylark able to take the boss over to the other side of these puddles. Everything is going perfectly. Even got a Blood is Life proc hitting the boss right now as well. As you can see on the damage meters, they have 2 players at 2 million DPS. And DK really not far behind. A spec we don't think of as being great at single target here, but Soda is still finding a way to squeeze a lot of single target damage out of this Unholy DK. The second turbocharge comes out. We do have Mass Barrier for this one. Anti-Magic Zone is going to come down as well. Looks like Mass Barrier is going to get pressed halfway through the cast, getting really full value of just the Absorb Shield and the damage reduction component of it. And they made it through that second turbocharge cast. We probably got 2 more of those to contend with before this boss will go down. But Lust is coming in less than 2 minutes now to help send the boss home. Their previous best timer in this dungeon was a 31:29. So they have almost 3 minutes with which they can kill this boss and make a timer improvement. I think they're going to pick up a minute in this dungeon.
Somewhere around that, right? We're thinking maybe 30 seconds to a minute, depending on how good the DPS RNG is. Will we get some Blood is Life procs? Maybe, maybe not, but we're about to enter that execute phase here. Arcane Surge just now used, same with the Unholy Assault Dark Transformation combo, so we'll get one great use of those very, very soon in execute, and this boss will get absolutely melted. That Bloodlust coming up a little sooner than we initially thought. It looks like it's about a minute away, so they will get that Bloodlust off. Will they save the cooldowns potentially to line up with that? It would only have to sit on them for about 30 seconds.
I think that's probably correct. Yeah, this Surge has to be sat on for 25 seconds if we want to land it in the Lust. But I think we're only getting one more Surge anyways, unless, there's a shifting power right now. So never mind. We got to hit this Surge right now, I think, so we get another Touch of the Magi in this dungeon. Actually, we could do a mini. I'm not to get too arcade maging here, but we could just do a mini right now and then get back to the Surge in the Lust in 37 seconds. So that might be what they're up to here. We'll see. We'll see how much they've thought through the exact cooldown timings, as there's 30 seconds until Lust. The thing is, we're not going to necessarily get this whole Lust, so you got to be careful. You don't want to optimize too much for a Lust that you're not even going to get full value out of.
Just saw the touch pop off there, actually. That's exactly what he did. Mini burn, and then he's going to have the Surge specifically for the Lust. This is maximum DPS being achieved here for Mandatory. Remember, the timer to be here, 31:30 on the timer, so this boss needs to go down quickly for them to gain any meaningful advantage. This will be the final turbocharge of the encounter. What do we have available for this? Is it just the AMZ? There's no Mass Barrier, but they have the Bloodlust to help Mode heal through this. And he's not even using the barrier. He doesn't need to use the barrier. Just the Vigil from Maystein used to help, and there's the Arcane Surge in execute with the Bloodlust. This boss is not long for the world, but where are we going to stop the clock? What is the advantage going to be? Mandatory, how much time have you gained from this? It's going to be nearly 50 seconds that they've gained out of this key, and that will take them up to a minute and 26-second advantage over Vunderbar.
Whew, this is so impressive. I mean, we were talking all day. Is this going to come down to tiebreakers? Is this going to be something where literally the times are determining it? And it's amazing to see these teams shaving so much off. Now, I saw at least one person saying they were looking forward to our end-of-day casting trio, and honestly, I always look forward to it too. So, Tettles, get in here. These last minutes, they decide everything for the teams. Chat seemed pretty confident in our recent poll that Vunderbar was going to take it. But with performances like this, do you think the teams can overturn that prediction?
I mean, Mandatory are such an insurmountable lead here. It's hard to get a minute 30 off of any dungeon. For Wunderbar, do you guys think that they ever bail on this 21 and go for the 22? Like,
I'd be hitting the town portal right now. I'd be coming back into 22.
We saw them on day one have a crazy run in this key, right? They got all the way almost to Bink Busby with 0 deaths, and then they just had a tank death on the pull. That, just funnily enough, what we just saw happen to them in the previous 21 attempt. So we know it's doable for them. I just don't know. I mean, I think that's the play they have to make to try to win this competition here.
It's a question of, does Wunderbar get the tournament buff, or does Mandatory continue to improve their time tiebreakers in each and every single dungeon? Are they going to go for the 22 Theater of Pain? Is that what Mandatory are posturing for here?
Maybe they're going for another time improvements here, but yeah, if they go for the +1 point here, that would slam the door on Vunderbar. Vunderbar having a death as a brew drop spawns, and aggro is going to land on their Unholy Death Knight instead of their tank here. The B-Res comes out, but the timer that they need in this dungeon is going to be a 29-26. in this 21 Cinder Brew meadery if they want to make up the time in just the one dungeon. Now, you could take a chunk out of that, right? You could put up like a 30-minute or a 30-30 here and then go get the other 45 seconds in another dungeon at the end of the day. You do still have time to do both of those things. There are 27 minutes left in the day, which means that Mandatory's run here is going to be their last run of the day. They get free resets on it, but they're not going to be able to do 2 more keys. But for Vunderbar, they could actually do this and then 1 more key afterwards. Same for Perplexed. Probably not same for Miscount, but it's going to be very close. If they're fast in this 22, it's maybe actually also possible for them.
What's the win con for Miscount? Like, if they time this, how is their time tiebreaker look compared to where Mandatory sit right now?
Miscount timers looked pretty good compared to Vunderbar and Mandatory a couple hours ago, but now I think it only looks good compared to Vunderbar. It's going to depend on the 22 theaters' specific time at the end, but I think Mandatory have just created an incredible suite of timers off of their runs so far, so yeah, I'm pretty worried for Miscount. I think their pathway to first place is getting awfully narrow with that wipe as well. They now definitely only have time for 1 keystone, so I'll run the numbers real quick and see exactly what timer they need in this 22 for either first or second.
Ooh, Mandatory rerunning the Theater of Pain on 21. They're actually not even going for that +1. They are just going for another time improvement here.
That makes sense. Their previous run, while it was quite fast, and they improved by like nearly 1.5 minutes in their run, there definitely was room for improvement compared to some of the timers that we've seen in the 21 previously this weekend. The thing is, like, Vunderbar does have a very, very fast Cinder Brew. Their previous run, where they had a tank death on the way to Bink Busby, they had a 15:45 IPA split. That is unbelievably fast on this key level, unbelievably fast on any key level. That was 45 seconds of time improvement halfway into the key, which is nearly on pace with what they'd need for the full key, right? They need a minute 30 roughly to catch up to Mandatory, so if they have that same pace throughout the key, maybe they can make it all up in this one key. But the window is slowly closing in on how much time they have left to do that.
Dude, it's so crazy to me that Mandatory were playing this Unholy Death Knight on Soda yesterday, and just in between days, they're like, you know what? Unholy sucks. We're going Frost. And someone just logs into this Frost Death Knight and is just playing it to perfection in this dungeon.
I mean, that's to be expected, right? From our champions, right? You have to have a good understanding of how to play pretty much all of the potential meta specs. Also, I would guess that it kind of helps that Frost was pretty meta last season as well, and they were MDI winners last season too.
Hold on, the Spec Variety rule.
Spec Variety tool, they played it this season too, so yeah, it makes sense. Either way, still all the more impressive that they're able to play multiple different specs at such a high level.
And I think that the fact that they didn't come in with it so heavily practiced in this dungeon, and they thought whenever they were practicing this dungeon that Unholy was going to be slightly better, and then needing to pivot in the middle of the weekend without being able to practice on high key levels, that is just... It just really kind of proves what kind of a team Mandatory has become over the last couple of seasons.
All right, Dranos, have you done the calculations?
Yeah.
What do we got?
So Miscount, unless my numbers are bad, which I will admit has happened before, I believe they need a 32-30 in this 22 Theater of Pain to get first place over Mandatory. And then they would instead, as long as they can time the key of faster than like 33, as long as they have more than like 5 seconds left in the timer at the end, I think they can get second over Vunderbar with their timers. But they need a really fast run. Again, something like 32-30 to be able to actually get ahead of Mandatory.
It's doable. I think, it's a minute and a half under on the timer, but it's certainly doable.
It is 100% doable. Some of their fastest runs, they've been a little bit slower than what we saw from Vunderbar, but you have to remember, Vunderbar's run yesterday had 2 deaths. That's an extra 30 seconds. So, like, it's within the realm of possibility for Miscount to potentially overtake in the final moments of the day here, and they've been getting steadily better at this dungeon as they've been practicing this new routing that we saw from Vunderbar here yesterday. They've gotten through those first couple of nasty pulls in the Koltharak wing, but this attempt is not going to be it, unfortunately.
I think that for Miscount as well, they've kind of been the fastest team this weekend. We saw them at the end of day 1. They were in 4th place with 2 world record tagged runs. They've had just this insane speed that some of the other teams haven't. That's what allowed them to time that 23 Motherload so early on. It was just how much raw damage they had, where they timed it even with that 4 deaths on the board costing them a minute. So if there's ever a team that was able to be a minute and a half under in this Theater of Pain 22, it's going to be Miscount. They've basically been practicing and playing 12 hours a day since the season launched. I think they've probably put the most time compared to all of the competition. So if there was ever a team to be able to do it, it is that team Miscount.
Yeah, they're resetting the dungeon again, but now Vunderbar, now in this pull that claimed his life on their previous attempt. They are a little bit slower than their last attempt in here, but they're still faster than their previous run that they actually completed in this run, in this dungeon. And now actually still has Last Resort available, so he's a lot safer than he was last time we got to this section of the dungeon. It doesn't even look like Last Resort is going to proc, as they've gotten through most of the small mobs here. You can see the debuff situation is easing up on now, although the rest of the group is in some danger.
Yeah.
In order for Vunderbar to overtake here, you need a 28:55 in this dungeon. That is within possibility. They need to go 50 seconds faster between the time they killed IPA and the time they finish off the BEO herself at the end of the dungeon. It's possible, but I think they're actually going to have to chain this next pull into Bink to have a chance at doing it.
Now, I think that there actually is a world where they can do this in 2 separate dungeons.
Right.
They don't have to do it all in one segment. I think the next dungeon that they're supposed to go to, and this is going to sound crazy, but I believe it's 23 Dark Flame Cleft. They were able to one-shot it, or maybe they had one reset very early on in the Dark Flame Cleft, so it seems relatively consistent for them. They notably lost 50 seconds at the very end of that DFC just by Gingy and Clicks dying on some offensive CDs. Clicks died during the Bloodlust, and I think that Wunderbar can actually make up 50 seconds worth of timer in that dungeon, but they have to be able to get through the Cinder Meadery first.
Yeah, very dangerous pull. They're not going to chain this into the boss as well, which might mean that it won't be possible for them to get all the time increase that they need. Although if they continue accelerating in the rest of the dungeon, maybe it will still be possible here. They're going to finish off most of this pull before pulling into the boss. Remember, we need to see them get this dungeon down to that 29-30 range to be in place, to be able to get first place out of just this one run.
I think if we just get 45 seconds shaved off our previous best run, that's still an acceptable outcome here.
Right,
considering that they just
go
want
Dark Flame?
And then we go Dark Flame, right? They just want to put themselves in position to where they can capitalize on the Dark Flame Cleft, kind of mismanagement of the time tiebreaker. But at the same time, they're hoping that Mandatory doesn't shave 15 or 30 seconds off of this Theater of Pain. Because if Mandatory shave 30 seconds off the Theater of Pain, it becomes a lot more treacherous for Wunderbar to be able to kind of overtake them in any world for time tiebreaker.
Now, Mandatory already improved the Theater, and they're back in it again to improve it even more here at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because they did have a really quick run, but there was definitely time to gain from their previous run. The Dark Flame Cleft is a really interesting shout-out, too, because when you think about that dungeon, Vunderbar had a good dungeon run, but it was undone at the very end, right? They had Clicks die during the Bloodlust, and if you look at the boss kill timers on the Darkness for Vunderbar compared to the other teams, their Darkness kill was like 5:15, whereas our other teams were all in the 4:15 to 4:30 range. So they can make up 45 seconds to a minute on that boss alone, not to mention the rest of the dungeon. But like you said, they need to get through this Cinder Brew first with a noticeable time increase. This run so far off of the IPA split, 40 seconds faster currently. Their previous run, they got Bink Busby down at 23:25. So if we can get this boss dead by like the 22:45 mark, we're on for a fantastic run, but that death is not going to help a lot, especially losing the Arcane Surge as well. These Cinder Bees are going to live for so much longer. Shredding Stings are starting to go out on the group as well. Can Whippy keep his team alive through the next Fluttering Wing? These Cinder Bees are still casting. Do they have the AoE CC buttons to actually prevent all of these casts? This is going to be scary, but at the end of the day, that 15 seconds is going to cost them a ton here.
What is
It's
the
not
final
just
time that they
15
needed?
seconds. It's the Arcane Surge as well, right? Like, that's going to cost them so much time on this boss. I think they're going to be able to stabilize and still kill this boss, but now I think they're only playing to gain a handful of seconds off of their previous best in this dungeon. It's worth it to keep the attempt going, because even if you only gain 10 seconds here, you still only get one more dungeon after this, right? It's not like leaving right now will let you attempt another dungeon necessarily. You get some free resets, but this is their only way to get 2 more dungeons on their timer, is to finish this run and then start another. So they are going to keep this going, but the timer's just gotten so icky.
Where do you lust? Because you're not lust. You're only going to get one more lust within the timer that they want to actually beat the dungeon. It's not like they're going for the 33-minute timer on the dungeon, which they would have gotten 2 lusts in. They're going for what is the fastest possible run here. So it's only 1 bloodlust available left for them.
Yeah, I think they're going to hold this lust for the last boss at this point.
Have to.
Just use everything they can. That Nature's Vigil is going to try and keep everybody alive. Whippy dropping super low. Able to put that shield up, though, and restabilize the group as they're trying to squeeze every point of damage out of this. They know that they are under so much time pressure here. They know that they can't afford to play it slow and steady. They have to get every second that they can out of this dungeon. But at this rate, I think they're still going to need another dungeon after this one. We'll see how that all shakes out. Again, 29:30, the timer that they would need for a first place right now. Anything slower than that, and they are going to need another dungeon.
I would love like a 30, I think even like a 30-minute or like a 30-15 is totally acceptable here if you're Wunderbar, if you're looking to do it in two different pieces. Of course, the 29:30 that Dratnos is citing is just in one singular dungeon, being able to overtake all of Mandatory's minute and a half of time tiebreaker advantage. But again, there is still a lot of timer on the table in that Dark Flame Cleft. But for Wunderbar, there's... if they deplete this key or they don't make a pretty significant timer improvement in this dungeon, that puts them in a terrible position. So they need to be able to close this out here.
Even still, Miscount still plugging away at this 22 theater. Like we were talking about earlier, they still have massive upset potential if they're able to get this key timed. Timed pretty much at all outside of the last 5 seconds will overtake Vunderbar if Vunderbar are unable to make any meaningful improvements to their time. Timed in 32:30 will actually just give them outright first place. So we have to keep an eye on Miscount, and they've finally, once again, gotten this first pull done correctly. Getting these Bone Mages stacked on top of the Bone Reaver has been a struggle for them to figure out. Only just learning about this strategy from Vunderbar yesterday, but they're slowly starting to figure out and getting better at this key. Is there enough time, though, left in the rest of the day for them to figure out the entire strategy? They're just running out of time. It has to be this run or like the next run for them to just go for it.
I mean, depending on how fast they are in this Theater of Pain, this could either be a $15,000 Theater of Pain or a $75,000 Theater of Pain if they're able to kind of convert some of those, because the prize pool implications for coming in second or first place for Miscount are huge here, too. It's not even necessarily about coming in first place. Of course, all of these teams are striving for the first place, but the prize pool jumps from the third to the second place are huge as well.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about $15,000 of extra money for each spot that you go from fourth to third to second, and then $60,000 extra dollars from going to second to first. So this is huge, as we do have a replay of what went on here for Mandatory in this plus
snapping.
21. We snapped up the start speaker.
Yeah. They didn't do this previously. I wonder if this was not intentional.
It definitely seemed like they started to panic a little bit there as they just let those souls into the boss. So maybe they're going to rezone in there. Now, again, they might not need any time here, but every second that they can gain will further slam the door shut on Miscount and Vunderbar. Miscount currently 7 minutes and 37 seconds into this Theater of Pain. They are playing, depending on, even if they time this key, depending on their timer, they could still get third, second, or first.
Crazy that we're this close at the end of the day, and just really it shows how close the competition has been this season. These competitors all vying for every spot available in the last moments of the day. Miscount have gotten through the second of the nasty pulls. Ooh, that bone volley almost going off and would have been an instant wipe for their team, but an interrupt from Kira going to stop that dead in its tracks. In two of the AoE pulls and the Koltharok Wing are down. One left as they move down to the Darkbinders. Where is Vunderbar on this run? Again, a 29:30 would give them the outright lead, but with still two of these mobs to deal with, I believe, I don't think that's going to be in the cards for them. We'll just take any time improvement we can here, though.
Yeah, I think we're going to save this Bloodlust, and we're going to do all of the trash that teams have been snapping up for the entirety of the season straight into the BEO herself, into Goldie Baron bottom with that Bloodlust. That is the most efficient time to be pressing that. All of your offensive CDs are available, and it will actually decrease the timer of that boss by a significant amount. So I think that there's a world where Wunderbar are going to be able to take Jinji's name and absolutely just pump this boss. As look at this for Wunderbar, they've actually engaged the trash on top of the boss, and that Bloodlust has been pressed here.
Well, the action continues to ramp up here towards our final minutes. I did need to come in quickly with a short announcement. Now, unfortunately, Perplexed have decided at this point to bow out, but we seriously congratulate them for their valiant efforts, their amazing gameplay. While it might not have been their day, they really gave us some incredible runs, and so everybody, if you can, get a little love in the chat for Perplexed, but they will not be continuing on. But I do encourage Dratnos to continue on with the action.
Yeah, sad day for Perplexed, but they did so well to even get to this point. So many great teams that they were able to stay ahead of to even make it to Sunday, but 4th place is where it's going to stop for Perplexed. But the other 3 teams, we have no idea yet which positions they are going to end up in. Right now, it is Mandatory in 1st place, Vunderbar in 2nd by 1 minute and 26 seconds. They are looking to close some of that gap, or maybe even the whole thing here on this 21 Cinderbrew metery. They're on the last boss. They need to shave time. Their previous best in this dungeon, a 30-52. Any second that they can gain under that will be good. And if they can gain a whole minute and 26 seconds, they will move into 1st place with this dungeon run alone. I think at the pace they're on right now, that is going to be unrealistic, but I think they will gain some time, and then they will have to go into another dungeon at the end of the day, as Miscount up in the top right are wiping in their 22 theater. They're going to have to reset and go again. There are 12 minutes left in the day for teams to start new keys.
30-15, I think, is probably the minimum level that we need to see from Wunderbar, and then they must go to the Dark Flame Cleft and get on a very fast run within 10 or so minutes to be able to actually compete here. For Wunderbar, they have to perform as well as they did at the very beginning of the day. They one-shot that 23 Dark Flame Cleft. They're going to have to do it again if they want to be able to compete versus Mandatory, because Mandatory, they were able to get that 23 Motherload done so early. They were able to improve their time tiebreakers in that 21 Theater of Pain. They made it all the way to that 21 Floodgate. And so for them, Wunderbar lost a lot of their time tiebreaker just lollygagging in this 21 Cinderbrew metery. So for Wunderbar, they got to hurry it up here.
Yeah,
40% left on the boss here. The Bloodlust already expended on Pole. It's, again, I feel like I've said this so many times this weekend, but it really is just a pure timer DPS race to the finish. Remember, a 29-26 would give them the outright lead, but with the cooldowns available to them, I don't think that's in the cards. Still 50 seconds left on that timer there. They're only going to have one more set of cooldowns within that window as well, and they definitely can't afford any further deaths. So Whippy going to have to do his absolute best here to keep the team as topped as possible. It looks like they might still be on pace for a sub-30 run, which would give them all the more time to go to another key and just improve just a little bit to try to snatch that title away from Mandatory at the end of the day.
Is it the 2 deaths? Is that going to be the difference here?
I think it might be. Those 2 deaths representing 30 seconds. Even more was the second death, which was on an Arcane Surge as well. So a huge amount of extra time lost from that damage going away. Bloodlust has now worn off. All the cooldowns basically wearing off as well. Although we are going to get one more Power Infusion landing on this Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation that are getting pressed right now by Kush. So this is going to help eliminate the boss. We've passed over the timer that Vunderbar needed to get 1st place off of this run alone, but they are still posturing to make up a huge amount of time here and put themselves in prime position for a heroic run at the end of the day to save their tournament and move back into 1st place. The problem with that is Mandatory are still alive as well, trying to further improve the time. But yeah, let's take a look. That clock is going to be right at the 30-minute marker.
Is it always Dark
Almost
Flame Cleft? Is it always DFC that they go to?
So
I think it has to be.
Let's take a look. They're 35 seconds behind. So the question is, which of these dungeons do you think you can most easily gain 35 seconds in? It's definitely not the Cinderbrew. It's definitely not the Motherload. It's probably not the Floodgate. Maybe it's the Theater. They have a really good Theater route. It's probably not the Priory. So in my opinion, it's either Theater or Cleft.
Do you think they run back to Cinderbrew?
Yeah,
do you think they run back to Cinderbrew?
I mean, that would just win as well. Right now, the problem with any of the other strats is that Mandatory are trying to improve their timer right now as well. So if you're Vunderbar and you go for a time improvement and you say, hey, we just need 35 seconds, then you might lose.
They are. You're right. They're going to Cleft. But man, just look at the 2 dungeons they completed today. If you think about it, right? Final boss of the Motherload, missing a Drill Smash plus the death in the final couple of minutes of that key, that's 20 seconds right there. That Arcane Surge death in the Cinderbrew, that's probably 20 seconds there. Neither of those things happen. And Vunderbar is on top right now. These are probably the most costly deaths that World of Warcraft has ever seen. $60,000 worth of deaths. It's crazy.
Whippy's back on Priest. Where are they going? Hold on. It looks like Kush rezoned back into Cinderbrew Meadery. Oh my... Are we going for a time improvement in Cinderbrew 21 again?
What's the play here, Miscount? What are we doing? All of our teams posturing with 10 minutes left in the day.
Yeah,
what is our final
teams...
run going to be?
Okay, finally we have a run starting. Mandatory still in the 21 theater, trying to gain a time improvement. They are currently in first place by 35 seconds over Vunderbar, so every second they can gain in this theater will help expand that lead. However, if Vunderbar start up a 22 Cinderbrew instead of a 21, then Mandatory should hearth out and go play for a point somewhere instead. There's a little bit of a game of chicken here. Mandatory starting their key first, and Vunderbar starting the 21. So both of these keys are live. Both of these keys are vital. Vunderbar needs to get under that 29-26 marker in this 21 Cinderbrew Meadery if they want to get ahead of Mandatory on the timers. The big challenge is that Mandatory, if they gain even a few seconds, it's going to push that timer that Vunderbar need well outside of the realm of feasibility.
Tense moments here as we enter the final 7 minutes of the day. Vunderbar going to have to reset this key. That's a little unfortunate, but we know the routing is there. If they can put together a zero-death Cinderbrew 21, they can more than make up that 35 seconds that is between them and first place. But then they also need to hope that Mandatory doesn't improve this Theater of Pain as well. And what is Miscount up to in the top right?
It looks like they're done, maybe. I don't know. Are they done?
They would need a very fast Theater 22 to be able to overtake even Vunderbar at this point. They would need like a 32-minute run in that dungeon. So we'll see what they decide to do with the last 6 minutes of the day here. They could start another key, but they might have realized that third place is where they're going to land. We'll see what they decide to do, though. It kind of doesn't matter. You can take all these 6 minutes and, warm yourself up before doing your last keystone if you want to as well. Once you know it's now or never, but we'll let you know once we see what they decide to do.
I was talking to Yargi and Kira a little bit, and I don't think that either of them expected the 22 Meadery or the 22 Theater of Pain to be doable. And so I think that that's what's happened here for Miscount. While they looked like they were insane through all the dungeons, but then Wunderbar and Mandatory going for these incredibly difficult chase +1s in those dungeons, I think kind of threw a wrench into things here for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough things for Miscount today. They came into the day in first place, but right now they're in third, and they need to get another point on the board to even bring it to tiebreakers against Mandatory and Vunderbar, both of whom are making their own time tiebreakers almost indestructible at this point, as they've spent the last few hours just improving those timers. Vunderbar heading back into the 21 Cinderbrew again. Now, there are 5 minutes left in the day for them to reset and go again. So it's okay if they wipe to this first pull, but they can't wipe to anything past the first boss anymore. That's when the key will lock in for Vunderbar. Same for Mandatory. They probably can't even afford another wipe in the Kultharok Trash Skip. Maybe one more, and then they could reset. But there is very, very little time left in our day.
And again, Vunderbar literally need a perfect run. A single death will be a reset. So the pressure is on as we are once again just minutes away from runs being locked in. Mandatory, a pretty solid kill on the Affront of Champions, the first boss of this dungeon in the Theater of Pain. They've been having issues in the Kultharok Wing trying to adapt to the strategy that Vunderbar showed off yesterday. That skip is not easy to pull off, but if they're able to pull it off, they're on for a good run and can still once again go for a time improvement here and open up that gap to Vunderbar. If Mandatory is able to get yet another time improvement here, I don't think there's enough time left in the Cinderbrew Meadery for Vunderbar to catch up. But still, it's so incredibly difficult for either of these teams to go for a time improvement here after already getting the time improvements in both of these dungeons today.
I mean, Wunderbar need a perfect run. They literally need a zero-death perfect run with similar pacing to what they had in the other 21 that they just improved.
Exactly. These needs to be such great runs. They need to be better, like you said, Zyra, than the runs they've already improved in these dungeons. They're not, fixing a bad time now. They're trying to turn a great time into a perfect time for both Mandatory and Vunderbar in these theaters and Cinder Brews. And it's funny as well because they're each in the dungeon that the other team has on a higher key level, right?
Like, the time improvements that they got in these dungeons weren't even, like, medial time improvements, right? It was like 1:30 for Mandatory. It was almost 2 minutes, actually. And then Vunderbar's that we just saw was like 50 seconds. So, like, they already had massive improvements, and they think there's still more left in these dungeons to give. Let's see, though. This is going to be pivotal for Mandatory. Trying to do the Vunderbar skip, heading to the platform with the double Bone Mages. We're going to see everyone but the tank jump off here with the Test Pilot's Go Pack. Try to land perfectly on this platform, just barely not die to the fall damage. Skylark's soon to follow. They're going to wait for those 2 Bone Mages to snap down, and then they have to make sure they stack all 6 of these Bone Mages just close enough together on the Bone Reaver that a Sigil of Chains will stack them together, and they've done it. We're on for a pull here, and we're on for a run.
Yeah, this group up looking good for Mandatory. That Solar Beam working here. This is the pull that they won't have the Sigil of Silence for. They used it before, and they'll use it on the next platform. But this one, they just have to get rid of these Magi using their other CC. And they can't afford to lose too much damage on the Bone Reaver either. Last time we saw them do this Bone Reaver was a lot higher when the Magi died. So this time it's going a little bit better for them. They're optimizing that damage pretty nicely here, as we can confirm now. It looks like Miscount have decided, actually we can't confirm it just yet, but there are only 2 minutes left in the day. They're not in a dungeon. I think they probably are going to be taking that 3rd place. We'll let you know once we do get these runs being finalized and locked in, though. There is a couple more minutes for one more thing to go wrong, for a team to reset a key, but if not, these runs are going to be the ones that will make or break, that will determine which of these 2 teams gets first and which gets second.
Tense moments here as we approach the end of the day. Again, just 30 seconds between our top 2 teams here as they vie for any tiny advantage they can gain over the course of the day, playing for mere seconds. And for Mandatory, it's back-to-back insane AoE pulls here as we enter the Portal Guardian pull. Soulstorm doing a ton of AoE damage. Any extra casts go out on the group, and it's a death. It's a Bind Soul from a Shackled Soul. Probably the least dangerous of all of these casts that actually ends up taking out Mode. You would think it would be the Bone Spear or the Necrotic Bone Volley that would take out a player, but no, it's just a Shackle going off for a little bit too long. But they have to keep going. They don't know if the day is over yet. They could probably reset and start again right now if they wanted to. They might have a little bit of time left, but I'm not sure if they know that.
Yeah, these runs are about to lock in, so they'd have to make the decision, and in fact, they now can no longer make that decision. These are the final runs, which means Miscount are locked into that 3rd place as they have not started another key. So, it is all going to come down to this 21 Theater for Mandatory and the 21 Cinderbrew Meadery for Vunderbar that are going on right now. Vunderbar needs to get their timer under 29:26 to overtake Mandatory, and every second that Mandatory can save in this theater is an extra second that Vunderbar need.
Okay. Good news. This is minus 6 seconds from our previous 21, so we've already saved 6 seconds here for Vunderbar. We just need to be able to figure out how to get 25 more.
Dude, if we just have 0 deaths, that would do it.
Sub 6 is like crazy fast. Sub 6 is what you're trying to go for when you're thinking about, oh yeah, let's just go do our Resil 18 key. That's not something you do in a 21. This is stupid fast. And again, they're just chipping away at that time advantage that Mandatory has. 6 seconds here, 6 seconds there. It adds up quickly. They only have to get 35 over the course of the dungeon, and it's a great start to the key here for Vunderbar.
Yeah, we're watching carefully here the tank raid frames for both teams. Once that last resort is procced for either tank, that is a huge point of failure that will be available to come up. But this time around, now is going to get that pain suppression. That's going to do a great job of avoiding that last resort proccing here as those final stings are about to come out, but he is in that demon form, and his health barely moves as those massive hits of fire damage come out from those final stings. Nicely handled by Vunderbar. There's one more pull that they often will do in this side of the dungeon before they head over to the IPA wing.
Yeah, and for them, it's the dungeon's about to get a little bit harder. We talk about the first area of this dungeon. The IPA wing is generally regarded as by far the hardest part of the dungeon. The Hobgoblin pulls and the Bloodlust pull that we're going to see out of Wunderbar, those are probably the two most difficult parts of the dungeon. We've seen teams time and time again throughout this entire season have wipes and resets to those pulls. You see Whippy there grabbing that engineering flamethrower, casting that flame on ability, disorienting the mobs and allowing him to do 1.2 million DPS for this pull. And then Wunderbar, they're going to be taking the beeline out of here. We're going to be getting out of this area, and we're going to be beelining all the way over to that IPA wing, like Dratnos mentioned a second ago. We're looking at our Bloodlust timer. That is the big thing that we are trying to make sure that we have that Bloodlust available for, is a massive pull in the IPA room.
Chat, these teams need your help. They're in overtime.
Tab in.
If you want to cheer for Vunderbar, proc a Blood Beast in the chat for them. If you want to cheer for Mandatory, just lock in. Which of our teams are going to seize the moment in overtime here in the final runs of the day? Mandatory currently with the advantage, but Vunderbar doing everything they can in this Cinderbrew metery to try to chip away at that lead. They've done a fantastic job in the first pulls, but like Tettle mentioned, the most difficult section of the dungeon is yet to come. Can they get through the test subjects? Can they deal with the reckless charges from the Hobgoblins? Or are the failed batches going to take them out?
Look, dude,
all comes down to
this. This is Kazan maxing right there. You see Clicks finishing off that Purveyor at the very edge of the room, allowing Wunderbar to maintain combat the entire time, running all the way from the Bank Busby area to the IPA wing, keeping their 20 stacks of Eye of Kazan up the entire time. That is so sweet.
Yeah, these explosive brews, they don't even need to worry about line of sighting. They have so much damage right now, they're just killing them off for free. This next Hobgoblin charge as well, they can just easily slam right into the wall, but the Flame On cast from Whippy gonna handle a lot of these casts here, just incapacitating those mobs for free for Vunderbar. And now we have the next Reckless Delivery. Going to be on Gingy. A little bit annoying there during the shifting power, but it's okay. Able to still move and line that into the wall. And they're just going to avoid that next set of those exploding failed batches by line of sighting behind this little pillar here in the wall. They have this dungeon down to a science. In their group weekend, this Cinderbrew Meadery was one of their strongest dungeons. They pioneered this strategy, this really careful manipulation of the IPA wing. They looked so good here. And Whippy said, you know what? I've had enough of this pull. I'm going to the next one.
Oh,
he's almost too fast.
So he's getting in position to where he can actually life grip Clicks and Gingy on top of the barrels. That way Clicks and Gingy don't have to waste a bunch of time trying to jump on those. So what's going to happen is Whippy's already in this room standing on top of those two barrels. This meld for now is very technical. This is something that we've seen Wunderbar wipe to time and time again. But where did Whippy go? Okay, Whippy's actually off to the side. He didn't jump on those barrels in advance.
Dude, they were almost too fast. The Bloodlust only just now came off cooldown. Usually you're sitting on that just a little bit, just because you want to make sure it's ready for this pull. You don't want to time it too closely, but this has been perfect. Just now comes off cooldown, instantly gets popped for this pull. First set of failed batches. We're going to AoE down with the cooldowns, with the Bloodlust. Clicks running behind this brew to make sure he doesn't get hit by that reckless charge. Got to be careful for the brew drops. That's what killed Kush last time around. Now has the aggro of them this time around. No melee deaths. And we can see now positioning near the corner here to try to spawn the next set of failed batches in a spot where they can line of sight them and not have to worry about spending any extra damage killing them off.
The blood is life. The blood is life. Look at how much damage Kush is doing. Kush is melting this pack. We've gotten like 3 Blood Beast procs during this pull.
Yeah,
was that another one just now?
Another Reckless Delivery is going to land in the end of this pull, but we do have a view here now. This is a sweet new technology being debuted here. Mandatory on the left side of the screen here, going for a timer improvement in this Theater of Pain, while Vunderbar nearly finished with this nasty Bloodlust pull at the start of the IPA wing. And we'll be getting into boss combat in just a moment here for Vunderbar. What timer are we looking for IPA to go down for them to be on pace for the improvement they need in this dungeon?
So a 1555. Yep.
So we want to see what, 1535 is what we'd like to see?
Yeah, okay. 1535.
Remember last time around, they had the death too, right? So their actual kill time was like a 1540. So, I don't know. We just want to see a 0 death clean run, right? So they had 2 deaths last time around. 5 seconds faster is all they need to match. Anytime faster than that is better. So, yeah, 1540 would be fantastic here.
The worst death by far was on Bank, though, for Wunderbar. I think that death for them on Bank was somewhere in the order of 25 to 30 seconds lost on its own.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
true. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? If they can cut down on the deaths, that's the biggest thing. If they can keep it 100% clean, that'll be the biggest time save by far. And so far, they're doing a fantastic job of this. But this IPA split is looking to be massive. I mean, just the time spent running through the dungeon here, looking at their Bloodlust coming off cooldown. Last time around, when they did the Hobgoblin skip into the IPA section, their Bloodlust had been off cooldown for 15 seconds. This time around, it was off cooldown like after they did the skip. So they're already like 15 seconds faster in this key. And they're still on 0 deaths. So this is what they need. They're on pace right now to overtake in the last run of the day.
Yeah, IPA dragged to the side here as they have all those brew droplets beautifully under control into that sigil of chains. Now they need to keep them close enough to the boss that they get full cleave value, but not too close that they go in. And there's always the temptation when you're going for a time improvement run to just play it a little bit more dangerous than you've ever done before, just so you can squeeze out an extra global or two of cleave before knocking those brew drops away. It looks like Vunderbar, though, not going to succumb to that temptation, keeping the mobs beautifully controlled over there in the corner. This boss fight looks so perfect out of them. The way they handle this boss is just so clean as the next trash pull comes in at the perfect time here for them to keep it under control during this Sprouting Stout cast. The healing requirement from this, though, is so nasty. It's not a raw HPS check. It's a survivability check of the players that are being attacked by those pyromaniacs and by the burning fermentation from the boss itself.
Now, they do have access to the ability to be able to remove some of the burning fermentations from IPA off of them, but not the Pyromaniac dot. So the Erupting Inferno from the Pyromaniacs, that has to be dispelled, or you can just let it time out. But the IPA dot can either be dwarfed off, which, I guess the Pyromaniac dot can also be dwarfed off, but Clicks and Kush can meld off the IPA dot as well, because you drop combat with the boss, and that allows them to take a little bit less damage. And it looks like Wunderbar, with this extended chain on this Pyromaniacs and these Taste Testers, they have IPA down to 30%, but if any brew drop spawns in the wrong location and contacts the boss, that will immediately wipe Wunderbar, eliminating their run.
This boss dies in 45 seconds, by the way. This is an insanely fast split. They have Trash alive. Jinji has the Arcane Surge here in 10 seconds. This boss in Execute is going to get absolutely destroyed in the next 15 seconds. But like you said, these brew drops, they just need to cleave them down. That's going to be the job of the Unholy DK and the Boomkin here. They're going to cleave those down with their AoE abilities. But they've lost their funnel, actually. So this Arcane Surge isn't going to be nearly as effective as I initially thought, but still the split here is going to be incredibly fast. Here's the Surge from Jinji and Execute. IPA dropping lower and lower, and we were talking about a 1540 with 0 deaths being good, guys. Look at the timer, only now passing the 15-minute flat mark, and the boss is already almost dead. It's going to be 1510 by the time it dies.
Oh my god, are they going to do it? This is we're halfway through the run for Wunderbar here, but they are through the hardest parts of this dungeon. They have the Bank Busby room. We saw them have some deaths there earlier. They're actually grabbing.
This is on purpose. This is on purpose.
This is intentional. This is intentional. What we're going to do is we're going to group invis, meld, everything. The Hobgoblin off. We want those Eye of Kazan stacks. That is the most valuable trinket in this entire game. And you see, Wunderbar, they're able to make sure that they maintain 14, 13, 12 stacks of that Eye of Kazan that they otherwise would have lost just in running all the way over to this Bank Busby room.
I've seen that thing pulled and wiped so many teams here, but Vunderbar have that way of pulling it and then melding so that that Reckless Delivery cast doesn't actually go through, which has wiped so many teams before. And yeah, over the years, if you'd bet against these players succeeding in these clutch keys, you would have lost a lot of money. But the problem is, even if Vunderbar get a time improvement here, Mandatory's run is also going well in their Theater of Pain. Only 1 death on the board, and that dungeon more than halfway done as well. Even if Vunderbar can get under that miraculous 29-26 timer that they'll need for first place, Mandatory are on pace for a time improvement too here in this Theater of Pain. They still have that Gore Chop wing to take care of. A very scary wing. We've seen a lot of wipes there, but you can see those splits over on the right-hand side of your screen right now. I guess they're actually a little bit slower on their Cult the Rock split than their previous run in here, so maybe not on pace for a huge time improvement unless they are going to find a way to accelerate here at the end of the dungeon.
I think if they even save like 15 or 20 seconds, that's still a pretty big deal because of just how much pressure it puts on Wunderbar, because we know that Wunderbar, they don't need a good Cinderbrew meadery, they need a perfect one.
Well, Vunderbar have increased the bar here, right? We were talking they need 36 seconds to catch up and overtake Mandatory. They are more than that faster in the first half of the run, but remember the biggest time loss that they accrued in this dungeon in their previous run happened on this boss, on Bank Busby Gingy died in the middle of an arcane surge with funnel.
Oh my God,
the
Whippy.
time loss from that 15-second death and the loss of that cooldown with funnel was easily more than 30 seconds lost on this boss. They need to make sure that doesn't happen again.
They need a deathless run. Genuinely, they need a deathless run, and even still, they're not safe.
Yeah, exactly. This is such a tense moment here for Vunderbar. This trash pull, a scary one. Now looking to preserve that last resort as well, if possible here. Done a really good job so far this dungeon of not proccing that cheat death. If he can get through this trash pull, he should be feeling very confident for the rest of the dungeon. The entire rest of the group as well in a lot of danger here, but you can see they're outranging those bazooka casts here over on that red world marker. Once these last few mobs die, they'll be looking to get into boss combat in the very, very near future here, so that they can stay on this fast pace. But like you said, Zyro, the death on this boss was their single biggest time loss in their previous time improvement run of this dungeon. So they are hoping to avoid anything like that happen. As you can see, Whippy carefully tagging just the bees in here, a way to get even more count. Just those mobs, not any of the ones nearby, if you can do that perfectly, and they'll be taking these into boss for some of that coveted funnel damage, and also picking up that count that they need. Boss pulled here before the 1830 mark. Their pace is incredibly fast.
Let's look at Mandatory here, as they're going to be downing Zav, the Unfallen, and they're only on that one death experience here. We saw that their Cool to Rock split, they were a little bit slower. How are their Zav splits looking here, Zyro?
Zav is actually like exactly on pace. They really didn't gain any time. Their Koltharok was 5 seconds slower. Their Zav was 6 seconds slower. So they're really not making up any time here. And they need to. They need to put any extra time they can in between them and Vunderbar, because like we were talking about, Vunderbar is on that perfect run. Mandatory needs to somehow, some way find 15, 20 seconds here just to make sure that gap is a little bit bigger.
Yeah, the one thing we know for sure is that it is going to be a within seconds finish here at the end of the day between these teams. Vunderbar working on Bank Busby right now. If they can avoid any deaths here, they will have a huge opportunity to make up a load of time. Still on a perfect zero death run. Cheat death having never procced in this attempt, I believe, for now either. As the Fluttering Wing raid damage is always scary, but it looks like Whippy's got it well under control. We've not fallen behind on these bees, on these barrels. The boss already almost a third dead, and they're still in front of that 3-chest timer until right now.
Every moment on this boss is
tense.
scary. Every single set of shredding stings on this key level has to be interrupted. A perfect AoE CC rotation needed for nearly 4.5 minutes here to make sure they don't have a player accidentally die to extra bleed damage on this boss at the same time as a Fluttering Wing cast goes out and starts ticking the group for massive amounts of AoE damage. This is the moment. Last time around, this is the surge that Gingy died on. Can Whippy keep his teammate alive? They've got the surge available. The Cinder Bees are getting destroyed. They're blasting away happily on the boss, and they are still deathless through 20 minutes and 30 seconds of this 21 Cinder Brew metery.
22-51, the previous Bank Busby split that they are looking to improve upon here. If they can get into that 22-30 range or faster, which they are very much on pace for right now, then they will be in great shape to secure first place if they can time this key. But of course, Mandatory might have something to say about that, as they are nearing the end of their Theater of Pain run as well, looking to gain even a few more seconds. We are going to be coming down to a handful of seconds, but Mace going down on the boss here. That is minus 15 seconds that Mandatory could not afford to give.
Opportunities to gain time are dwindling away, but it's still within the DPS race to potentially gain time here. Mere seconds will determine the outcome of this tournament. Couple good barrage crits during a surge could help out a ton here, and they're going to just do every single thing they can to try to gain as much damage on the boss as possible to kill this boss as quickly as possible. Look at this, they're even letting the Meat Shields cast go through on the Horror to keep it alive as long as possible, so Stove has that funnel damage for as long as possible on this encounter.
Wunderbar and Mandatory are both in a similar position with their Bloodlust as well. So both of them know that the timers that they're looking to beat in this dungeon didn't allow them the opportunity for additional lusts. For Wunderbar, they're looking for like a 29-30-ish, ideally a little bit lower than that, kill. The dungeon is of course 33 minutes, so you could get additional lusts, but Wunderbar, they saved this Bloodlust for Goldie Baron Bottom with a bunch of trash on top of it. For Mandatory, they could have Bloodlusted one of these trash pulls here and got another Bloodlust within the 34-minute timer. However, they're saving the Bloodlust for all of the trash on Mordretha on pull.
Radno settles.
Yeah.
Time between our teams right now is 36 seconds. That Bank Busby split for Vunderbar, 47 seconds faster. If they can capitalize here, if they can complete this, the rest of this dungeon at the same pace that they did in their previous 21, they will have the lead by 10 seconds. They just need to keep it clean. We came into this run knowing Vunderbar had to put together the perfect run, 0 deaths, and they've managed to do it so far. Can they close it out?
This part of the dungeon is normally one of the safer parts, but not the way that Wunderbar play it. We've got to take this Yes Man trash. We've got to mind control that Skull marked one now over to the side. We're going to be killing off the X marked one, while the other ones will full heal that Skull marker saved at low HP off to the side for later. But we're going to have to snap trash up into the last boss as well. That is a huge point of failure here. If a Reckless Hobgoblin comes in that pull as well, it is all over for Wunderbar. If that trash snap doesn't work out perfectly, if the mind control ends up dropping at an inopportune time and meleeing Whippy, that will also be catastrophic for them. The mind control drops, but they land the re-MC. Next mob here dropping low, and Wunderbar are ahead of the pace they need, but it's going to be so close here.
And we had another death on Mandatory.
They're not
going to improve their time with these deaths. There's just no way. That's 30 seconds of death timer. In their previous run, they only had 1 death. How are they going to find a way to go 30 seconds faster in this dungeon?
Yeah, I don't see how they can do it. Look at their previous Gore Chop split in the Theater of Pain. They're not going to be able to gain time off of that split of 26-24. Look at this. They're going to be slower by maybe more than 30 seconds here. I think the window for Mandatory to improve their timer, it's going to require something phenomenal out of them, something unheard of on the last boss split, and there's just not that much dungeon left. I think Vunderbar have the opportunity to win the MDI here if they can time this key.
Here's the snap for Wunderbar. Like you were talking about, they have to be able to get that Careless Hobgoblin not pulled. For Wunderbar, it's something that's happened time and time again to some of our MDI teams. As well as there's a flavor scientist in this poll that drops these failed batches. If the failed batch ends up going off, that can be catastrophic as well. But for Wunderbar, Bloodlust has been engaged. The trash is snapped. It's no longer evading. Goldie Baron Bottom also has been pulled. And for Wunderbar, we need to see them be beating 29-30. If they are able to beat a 29-30 on this timer, then they will overtake Mandatory for the time tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think 29-26, the exact time to beat by my math, but we'll see at the end of the day when that scoreboard gets updated. The thing is, right now, they are so much faster than that. They might be able to even get 29 flat with their current damage, but they have to execute this boss fight cleanly here at this 21 keystone level. That is not an easy thing to do. They hop into this barrier against the Let It Hail. If any players die, they are not only going to lose 15 seconds of death timer, they are also going to lose a huge amount of boss DPS depending on the cooldown situation. Now nearly walking into a lava wave, but dodging out of the way. Meanwhile, Mandatory have hit the lust here on Mordretha on pull with all of this trash. They are looking to improve their previous timer in this dungeon, which was a 31:40. So they have 3 minutes to get this boss dead and make that happen. Every second they can be under that timer will be a second extra that Wunderbar need in that Cinderbrew meadery. But as it stands right now, with those 3 deaths on the board, Mandatory might not be able to even find a single second here.
They have to find a way to kill this boss 20 seconds faster than they did in their previous attempt, and then even faster still than that to try to actually improve the gap between them and Vunderbar. They need the best DPS RNG you will have ever seen in your life to try to get an improvement in this dungeon, and they've had a great start to the boss for this. Mandatory doing their absolute best with what they've been given in this dungeon, but it's all on Vunderbar here. Still deathless, still perfect in this key. The damage burst is there, and we were talking about this. Anything, I believe, sub 29 will give them the outright lead here. I think it's a 28:55 if I'm not mistaken. They have to go super, super fast, but this is nearly the perfect run, and they're well ahead of that on the DPS right now.
$120,000 on the line here in this boss fight for Vunderbar. They need every single set of these cooldowns to land on the boss perfectly. They have to avoid any of these stray deaths as well. Click's going bear form to survive the initial hit of that damage. And then Whippy able to dispel himself. Actually, pain suppression as well. Lands on himself too. The debuff from the whole group here is awfully scary. Oh, but luckily a Death Knight is targeted by this next set here, which means Kush going to be in very little danger. Immuning that debuff. Whippy able to dispel the other one. The cash cannon aimed at the front of the room as they group back up for this next Let It Hail cast. What group cooldowns do we have to get through this one? It's an anti-magic zone. There's a mass barrier available as well, but they might not even need it to get through the end of this phase.
It's already an execute too. The boss is going to be an execute for this next set of cooldowns. Power infusion on the surge here from Gingy, and Goldie is going to accelerate. We were talking about a 29-30 here. This boss might die before 29. Somehow, Vunderbar have found a way to do an unbelievable amount of boss damage in these keys. They just have to play one final set of barrels perfectly here. Now needs to make sure these cash cannons are absolutely perfect, and Vunderbar might have done it.
Yeah, we wondered why they came to this dungeon. This is why they came to this dungeon. They have a route that is unbelievably fast in here. It's taken them all day and the overtime to make it all come together, but this is the run when it matters the most. They've been able to clutch out and get into this 29-minute marker. 28-15 right now as the boss goes up for that final Let It Hail cast, and if they can get this boss killed here sub 28-30, this run is absolutely unbelievable from Vunderbar, and I think it's going to be good enough to win the MDI.
Goldie Baron bottom goes down. Vunderbar will be stopping the clock at 28:30. Show us the leaderboard. It should be more than enough to catapult them into the first place spot by 55 seconds.
55?
Now the question, can Mandatory somehow, someway find the damage on this boss? 31:40, the mark to beat, and no, it's not going to be enough here. They don't have enough time. It's going to be a time improvement, but it's not enough, and that's going to do it. Vunderbar are MDI champions.
Yeah, there's not enough here, and that means that in the overtime, 23 minutes after we've stopped the keys being opened for today, Vunderbar able to snatch victory from the jaws of second place here. They are your 2025 MDI Global Finals champions. What an end to our day.
How phenomenal. This was incredible, chat. There is truly only one way to describe the winning team of this MDI. Can you say it with me? Vunderbar. They've reclaimed their crown, rising as champions once more here in the War Within Season 2. I mean, Vunderbar gave us some incredible strats and perfectly streamlined runs, turning their status of former champions into reigning champions upon their return to the MDI. And while Mandatory came in after them, finding seconds in dungeons where others had none to spare, once they began to speed it up, it seemed like nothing could stop them until Vunderbar sprinted through that Cinder Brew at Mach speeds to cross the finish line first. I mean, what a season. We said coming in that anybody could take it, but I mean, Tattles, how did the leaderboard shake out in your opinion?
The Kings are back. We were questioning Vunderbar going back into that 21 Cinder Brew meadery. We knew that they had some time that they could save in there, but we knew that they had to have a perfect run. It had to be deathless. No cooldowns could be lost. And Vunderbar, whenever it mattered most, they get that tournament buff and they clutch up to put up a 28-31 Cinder Brew meadery in the most dramatic ending to an MDI ever.
That was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, literally, this was the first time that we have seen the tiebreaker in this kind of way determine it here in the last seconds, minutes. Gosh, it was such a huge gap. I can't believe how fast Vunderbar went, but they really came out to prove that they could win it, and it was incredible. I agree. I mean, they're going to take home the prize pool. They're going to take home these medals, and hopefully we'll get to have an interview with them shortly. But we had some really interesting format changes and teams that I think were really pushing one another to go beyond and just above and beyond this MDI. So, I mean, Zyro, what do you think kind of defined the competition this time around?
How absolutely insane all of our teams were. The Cup weekends alone were already great competition. I was concerned about how we were going to raise the bar coming into the Global Finals, but these teams, oh man, they just put on an absolute show. Remember, we have never had a TGP format, a key-pushing format, come down to time tiebreakers before, let alone in less than a minute. Just 4 deaths. 4 deaths was between these two teams. What an unbelievable ending.
Dude, Wunderbar, they almost depleted that 23 mother load. They were 1 second away from depleting that 23 mother load, and if they weren't able to clutch out that run, they wouldn't have had the time to go and run that 21 Cinderbrew metery for time tiebreaker. The difference in that 1 second in that mother load changed the fate of this MDI.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I know that we were sitting here like, no, there's no way. It's got to be depleted. It can't happen. And then to see them do that and then do it again here later, but with such a huge amount of time in this dungeon, I mean, especially at these high levels, they just played incredibly. It's amazing. I mean, Drennas, we got to see so much cool gameplay, and Vunderbar in particular had some really amazing strats. What do you think kind of set them apart in their gameplay, ultimately to crown them champions?
I think the 22 theater that they had was just the most impressive part of their scorecard, but it's just crazy that we came into today and, Miscount were in first. There were times throughout the day that Miscount, Mandatory, and Vunderbar looked like they were not only going to win, but that it wasn't even going to be particularly close at the end of the day. If you'd asked me an hour ago who was going to win, I'd be like, oh yeah, Mandatory are in great shape, right? They're 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead. And then Vunderbar were able to close that lead and then turn it in the other direction, now almost 1 minute ahead. Here you can see that Cinderbrew metery that they ran. They couldn't do the same level as Mandatory, but look how fast they were in their splits. I mean, look at just how quickly they were able to get that last boss down.
Dude, it is so atypical to have one team put up a 22, and then the other team who ends up winning the MDI puts up a different 22. Both of the teams had a dungeon that they were slightly better in, and Wunderbar, that 22 Theater of Pain was incredibly impressive to the point where all the other teams started changing their route in the dungeon to try to copy them.
Yeah,
this
is amazing.
I don't think it's ever happened before. I think this is our first ever tournament with this format where the winning team didn't have the highest level across all the keys, right? Vunderbar had a different set of dungeons than Mandatory did, and somehow it still went to those time tiebreakers between the two. I think that just goes to show how close our top two teams are. And I also want to shout out Miscount and Perplexed. We spent the last 30 minutes focusing on Vunderbar and Mandatory because their runs were still live, but up until the very end of the day, Miscount were looking absolutely incredible as well. They were very much live for the title too. They came into the day in the lead. They dominated that 23 mother load. They had a great time too, and I think they really showed that they are in that top tier of teams as well.
Yeah, it was so cool to see, right? I mean, even coming into the day, where everybody had gotten their points had so much variety compared to maybe some other ones where you're going, oh yeah, like they're going to push this one this high, everybody has to do that. But kind of seeing where people wanted to find that either points or that time differential, and then those decisions that went on over the course of the day to kind of lean more towards, hey, you know what, I actually think the tiebreakers are going to define this, was so cool to see pan out. And I mean, the teams performed incredibly. We wouldn't have had a day like this if it weren't for all four of these teams and everything that brought us up to it. So, I mean, yeah, amazing job, everybody here. Now, in a few minutes, we should be getting you in, hopefully, for this interview, if all goes well with technology. But, I mean, thinking back on this MDI, the dungeons that they had, I mean, did you think, I mean, Zyro, did you think that our dungeons were going to go as high as they did, that we were going to see this level of challenge and gameplay?
I knew the teams were going to bring their absolute A game. I wasn't expecting some of the keys that we saw. I think the 22 Theater and Cinderbrew were definitely not expected from me, and the fact that different teams had differing strategies on how they were going to try to get their +1 over the competition was super impressive. But just flipping back through all of these scorecards for these times and these keys, it's just so impressive to see how close all of these teams are. Less than a minute between them in almost every single dungeon. The Operation Floodgate one was like 15 seconds in between. It was crazy close between all of these teams. Just an impressive competition to watch.
Yeah, this was, I mean, honestly spectacular. It was great to see, seeing those heights, seeing the times that were able to be accomplished, and of course, even with Turbo Boost kind of coming in, this gameplay wouldn't have been possible without the absolute skill of the players. So just amazing to see. I totally agree. And I mean, this was a big thing, having Vunderbar come back, re-enter the competition. Tettles, I mean, what do you think that they brought back in? Do you think they proved, I mean, obviously they did, but do you think that they proved coming back in that they were in better shape than ever?
I don't think, did they have anything to prove? I mean, they're 10-time MDI champions. Maybe some people were calling Gingy washed, but he's not washed. That guy's a champion. That guy's got nothing to prove to anybody. All the haters should shut up about Gingy's DPS now. Everybody shut up about his damage.
You have to remember, technically, this isn't Vunderbar's first MDI win. They did win one, like, 5 years ago or something. Although it's a pretty different squad of people, but you have to remember they did win one as that team name previously.
Yeah, you know, I feel like we had this stretch where mandatory has been kind of reigning, but there was always this back and forth with a lot of the players over here on Vunderbar, and even having them back in this constellation, in this configuration. Now, I mean, of course, there's some amazing prolific players here, and we were so glad to see them back in here in the competition again in chat. I know you all were hyped too. So we will be talking to these players right here and now. We've got them in and after their amazing day. We can't wait to congratulate them in person. Hey, what's up? Hey, Gingy. Hey, Kush. Good to see you both.
Yo. Hello? Hello? Yo, can you hear me?
There you go.
up?
Hi. Hey,
guys.
Congratulations on being our champions here. War Within Season 2.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
Well, we have some questions for you, and then obviously we'll let you vibe and go celebrate. But I'll start things off. So, you know, Gingy, you had a run earlier, we were talking about it, where it seemed like there was no way that plus 23 mother load was going to get timed, right? You know, a lot of people doubted. They doubted. It came down to milliseconds, but you pulled it off, and it was an incredibly clutch moment. So I wanted to ask you, did you think it was going to happen? Were you like, we got it? Or were you all surprised?
I mean, honestly, the thought of like we cannot do it never crossed my mind. I just look at my rotation, pump every single GCD as close to perfect as possible, and just fucking push. That's all I can do, you know. And if it happens, it happens.
I mean, you pushed it up, and obviously it was enough, and it did happen. It was awesome to see, and we were really excited that, I mean, obviously here at the end, as it came down to that tiebreaker, it made for some amazing moments. So, well done. And, you know, Kush, we were saying earlier, actually Tattles and Nagura were, that you can never count out Vunderbar. They will always find a way. And I think we definitely saw that today. So I wanted to ask you, did you feel like you had to adapt strategies today as you went along with like the close competition? Or was this kind of tiebreaker situation at the end something that you'd all anticipated for?
I wouldn't say we adapted too many strategical changes, but we did just look at where we lost time. Like we analyzed a little bit after playing yesterday, and looked at where we could gain like 10 seconds here, 15 here, you know, all of these minor things that all add up. And that's basically what we did. No major adaptations, to be honest. Just a blast, lock in, do some damage.
I mean, yeah, it was awesome. You found the way, even up against such like fierce competition. And I mean, it was amazing to see how those adaptations and I think all the strats that you put into play in the dungeons as well. We were just so impressed by all the runs. So very well done. Tells, you want to ask a question?
Yeah, Gingy. Okay, so what were the vibes like in practice last night, not actually coming into the final day in first place? Like, what did you guys end up thinking about the 22 metery by mandatory?
Yeah, I mean, that one was pretty clutch. We personally didn't go in with the 22 Cinderbrew in mind. We actually thought we had the upper hand with the Theater of Pain when we saw that that was part of the map pool. We thought that as long as we just went in with our plan, we would have 1 point above the rest, unless another team magically came up with like as good of a strat in Theater as we did. So the fact that Mandatory went in and then clutched out the 22 Cinderbrew was not something we had in mind. I would actually say that we went into the last day thinking that Miscount was actually our biggest competitor, but Mandatory, I mean, shout out to some of my guildmates as well, they just played like crazy on the last day. They just spent very little time in their keys, and they really pushed us till the finish.
Piggybacking off of the Theater of Pain comment, excuse me, Rook asked you, Kush, about how whether or not you had to adapt other team strategies for yourself, and you said you didn't really have to. Did you guys notice, by the way, with that Theater of Pain strategy, that other teams were trying to adapt to your strategy throughout the day? And they were really kind of unable to do it in the Theater of Pain. Did you know that? If you were aware of it, does that help your mentality throughout the day?
I don't know if Gingy knew. I had no idea. I was just focusing on my own gameplay because it didn't really matter that, like what the other teams did. To be honest, I was just so like focused on trying to own, I guess. I mean, it was good that they tried to copy us. It means we had something cool though.
I have a question.
Yeah,
for you,
I didn't really look at it. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. We had the 6 dungeons that we showed this weekend, right? The 2 that we didn't were Workshop and Rookery. Do you guys have anything spicy cooked up in either of those dungeons that you can now share? Because we're done with MDI this season. Those aren't coming back until maybe a future season sometime.
I mean, Rookery was capped at 21, and there we didn't really change too much strategically. We just optimized a few things like cooldown timings and stuff like that. Made some small tweaks and stuff to the route. So there's nothing cool. I would have been very disappointed if Rookery was the dungeon that they chose on the last day. I think Darkflame was a good pick. Yeah. As for Workshop, I mean, I don't know if I should share it. Maybe Workshop comes back in a few seasons and we need to hold on to the tech. But we had some cool stuff in there.
Okay.
For a fourth or fifth time, yeah.
Okay, Kush, I have a question. What's the optimal chair angle for gaming performance?
Wait, I can show you. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my god.
Oh, he's leaning. Oh.
That's incredible. Where does the keyboard even go? Like,
It doesn't matter. Telepathic gaming. Man, now you reminded me.
Right,
Now
well...
bouncing.
No, I love it. I mean, honestly, I was over here just thinking for a second, like, should I be changing my gaming position? Should I be shaking it up? I mean, obviously, you all are champions, so we've got to take your advice, and everybody start adjusting your chairs accordingly. But, I mean, honestly, this was such a phenomenal run. It was great to see returning faces. Obviously, you've been here under a lot of different banners, but, I mean, Gingy coming back into the MDI now, how did it feel getting through it and emerging immediately as champions again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm of course happy that we ended up winning. I do think that it was a little bit too close for my liking, but I guess I'm not washed after all. It seems like, even though a lot of people think I am, I maybe still have a few years in me.
A couple. You'll get a lot of good. I think you'll get a lot of good gameplay out of them. No, you're not washed at all. You were amazing. It was incredible today. And I mean, Kush, I'll ask you the same. How did it feel coming in, hitting the MDI, and taking it this time around?
Yeah, this was my first, well, not my first MDI, but since they changed the format to MDI, I mean, you know, the old TGP, whatever. So this was the first one for me. So I have a 100% win rate so far. So it feels pretty good.
Hard to argue with that.
There you go.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. I had a lot of fun. Actually, I think this was one of the most fun experiences I've had in a long time. So I'm really grateful that I got to experience this. The Water Rush.
Oh.
Water Rush.
I love it. I mean, it was amazing. We were really glad to get to experience it too, because honestly, we were like on the edge of our seats. That was amazing to see, especially those last minutes. So well done. Honestly, incredible gameplay from start to finish. We were blown away by everything you showcased, from your strategies to how you streamlined a lot of those dungeons, and even into these final moments where you just clutched up and did some amazing things. So well done. And, you know, I'll give you both an opportunity here before we let you go to do some shout outs. So Gingy, we'll start with you. Anybody you'd like to shout out or anything you'd like to say before we wrap this up?
Yeah, I mean, of course, shout out to my teammates, right? We got the 2 new additions, you know, Kush, Whippy coming in a seasoned team and then doing well with very little experience is not easy. So I think they did really great, considering that they haven't done it as many times as us before. And then, yeah, I mean, my fiance as well, she's been helping out in the background, cooking for me and stuff like that. So, well, I can just focus on gaming. So shout out to her as well. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for me.
Nice, love it.
Wasn't she
Kush,
gone for the
any
entire
shout-outs?
MDI?
I mean, she came back in the weekend, so doing the global.
Well, makes sense. You've been fed. How did
Yes.
you survive up until this point? Were you just like eating energy bars?
Well, I can't cook. I would say I'm not.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
If I wasn't World of Warcraft rank 1, maybe I would be a cook. I think that would be my second profession.
Okay, so it sounds to me like at some point we're going to have some Gingy cooking, 'cause that sounds great, but you definitely cooked up some really amazing runs today and some great strats. It was awesome to see. Kush, we'll let you do shout-outs too. Is there anything or anyone you'd like to shout out here before we end?
Of course, I want to start with shouting out my team. You know, great team, and a special shout out to someone who was helping us in the team, Maris. He wasn't, playing the dungeons, but shout out to Maris as well for the help. And I want to shout out all the opposition. It was the, I don't know, I don't want to be vulgar, but like a little butt clenching up moment here on the final day. So it's never been like this before, but so many good teams. It's been a really fun TGP, MDI, whatever. My bad. So.
Yeah.
And it was insane. Also, sorry, a little bit of a long shout out. I want to shout out my dad, father of Kush in Twitch chat. What a beast. Love that guy. My mom, she's a big fan. She has no idea what's going on the screen. She just sees numbers, has no clue what's happening. My dog Rambo, fucking love that guy. Oh, sorry, I said effort. That guy is a beast. I love that dog as well. Like, that's my favorite dog by far. And yeah, I mean, that's it. And my girlfriend, of course, for taking care of me. Taking care of the apartment, all of it. Shout out to my girlfriend. Absolute beast there as well. There is.
I love it. And I'm so sorry to anybody in chat who had their delicate sensibilities, just shattered by butt clenching. It was close though. I agree. I think it's the perfect way to describe it. Honestly, it's amazing hearing both of you with your shout outs with everybody. Like we've been saying, it takes so many people to pull this off, and even though your individual skill is undoubtable, I'm glad to hear that so many people support the journey, right? And chat, you can all support the journey too. We're going to be raiding now to celebrate after the stream, so stick around, jump in that raid, and go celebrate with the team, because it'll be a good time. But with that, Gingy, Kush, thank you so much. Congratulations again on being our War Within Season 2 champs, and I'm sure hopefully we'll see you in the future. Bye.
Yeah,
thank you so much, guys.
Congrats, guys.
See ya. I mean, this was incredible. It was a great day. It was an amazing competition. It feels like we just started out and here we are at the end, but it has been such an amazing month, and even beyond that, going back to the time trials. I mean, I think this has been one for the books. I think this has been an incredible one, but Zyro, do you have any final thoughts about this season and what kind of made it especially incredible?
Well, just the fact that we got a full season of key pushing action was fantastic. The fact that it all culminated to, again, just a 4-death difference between our top two teams was incredibly close. Overtime run, I don't think we've ever had either of those things happen before in a key pushing format MDI before. The competition is better than ever, and it's only going to build from there. I'm so excited to see where the MDI goes in the future, and I know you guys aren't going to want to miss any of that too.
You definitely won't. I mean, this one was amazing, and yeah, Zyra, I agree. I think it's only going to continue to get better from here. So everybody, honestly, it has been an unforgettable month of Mythic Plus with all of you. From the time trials to our global finals, we saw fantastic runs from start to finish, but at the end of it all, Vunderbar rose to the top, becoming our Season 2 War Within champions. Congratulations again to them, and a huge thanks to not only all the teams that participated, but to my co-casters here, to our production, and to all of you who tuned in over this. It's been so much fun, and I'm really glad we got to do it together, but like we've been saying, nobody can do this alone, so thank you all so much. I've been your host, Rook, and with these final words, our Season 2 MDI will come to a close, but Season 3 is just around the corner. So we are wishing you successful runs and zero depletes. Until then, see you later, everybody.